You're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show where we pit facts against our future. On today's show, we're asking, could the US be run entirely on renewable energy? Like, is it even possible? So, just imagine a world where air is clean, where every car, instead of guzzling dirty petrol, is powered on electricity. Imagine a world where houses are plastered with solar panels and in the distance, factories no longer pump out smoke, but instead wind turbines taller than trees blow in the wind. Yes, all around us, our computers, heaters, jetpacks are powered by the wind and the sun. Just imagine a world...
Wendy, we get it.
Really?
We get it.
All right. Well, that's the dream of the renewable future. And the thing is, we need to start making this dream a reality soon. Because the best science tells us that to reduce the risk of catastrophic climate change, we have to drastically cut our greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. That's only 33 years away. 33 years to completely change the way we live. And one path to save our planet is to run the world on 100% renewable energy. Can we do it? And for today's episode, let's make it easy and just focus on the United States. Two scientists who reckon that the US can do this are Mark Jacobson, a professor at Stanford, and Mark DeLucchi at the University of California at Berkeley. Here's Mark. Yeah, the second Mark, the one at Berkeley.
We don't need engineering miracles. We don't need new Nobel Prizes in physics. We just don't.
Yes, Mark thinks we already have almost all the technology that we need to make this renewable dream a reality. But many scientists don't agree, and this debate over how far renewables can take us has snowballed into a bar fight. Well, the academic version of one. The battle reached fever pitch just a few months ago when a paper was published by 21 academics criticising Mark and his team's work. And this fight got international attention. It was picked up by the New York Times, the Washington Post, The Economist, and more. And Mark, he was pissed.
Jesus Christ. Frankly, I am just absolutely astounded at the degree of vituperativeness.
Vituperativeness? What exactly does that mean?
Vituperative is saying really nasty, sharp insults.
Wait, I'm going to look this up. Vituperative. Bitter and abusive.
Yep.
And part of the reason why this fight has gotten so bitter is because Mark's work cuts down the energy sources that we can use to just the cleanest and greenest. Right now, we get our energy from a range of sources. Coal and petrol, obviously, but also natural gas, nuclear power, biomass, solar power, wind and hydropower. And Mark's work strikes out all of those, except three. He's looking at whether the US can be run using only wind, water and heart.
Go Planet!
Oh, no, that's Captain Planet. He's looking at whether we can use wind, solar power and a little bit of water from hydropower to run the US. But some say that his idea is just too starry-eyed.
I think, frankly, and forgive my swearing, I think that's a little bit of a chick cop-out. I think it's a little bit of an unwillingness to say, I think it's an unwillingness to be hard-headed.
And for the academics who criticised Mark and his team, this isn't about not being hard-headed. They say the stakes are high, and Mark's 100% renewable future has problems that you just can't overlook.
If we just ignore them and just assume we're going to have this utopia, I think we're going to be in for a sharp realisation.
This is Christopher Clack, a renewables researcher at Vibrant Clean Energy in Colorado. And Chris was the lead author on the paper that criticised Mark's work. He says that if we just use wind, water and solar, our power might not be reliable, which could mean mass blackouts. Now, that's okay for you and me, so long as Game of Thrones isn't on. But it's...
A bit more difficult for hospitals who have ICU units to say you need to turn off for 8 hours. People tend to die when those things happen.
And actually, just day to day, this is serious.
Just even simple things like, we don't think about it, but if you want to run your water, if you want a drink of water, electricity has to be available because that's how you get water into your taps. If you don't have electricity, you don't have running water.
And Chris says that if the energy situation becomes dire, we might end up crawling back to burning dirty coal and other fossil fuels. So, who's right? Is a 100% renewable future just a pipe dream? How far can renewables really take us? When it comes to renewable energy, there's a bit of
Vituperativeness.
But then there's science. Science versus Renewables is coming up just after the break.
This episode is brought to you by FedEx. FedEx delivers more than just packages. They're working toward delivering a more sustainable future. This initiative is called Priority Earth, and the goal is to reach carbon neutral operations by 2040. FedEx says they're also starting to modernize its fleet by adding zero-emission electric vehicles and creating more recyclable packaging. Priority Earth is the most important delivery FedEx is making yet, because it's an address we all share, Earth. FedEx, where now meets next. To learn more, visit fedex.com/sustainability.
Welcome back. Today we're asking, how could the US be run entirely on renewables? And to do that, we'll look at the following pieces of the energy puzzle. 1. Transport. 2. Homes and businesses. And 3. What happens when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow? Will we always have access to HBO? And our guide isn't someone in the vituperative debate. Instead, our referee will be David Connolly.
Yeah, hey Wendy, how are things? Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
David worked for years gaming out how European nations could be run entirely on renewables when he was at Aalborg University in Denmark, one country that's leading the charge on renewable energy. He's now at the Irish Wind Energy Association, at home in Ireland. Now, David says that if we want to go 100% renewable, the task we have ahead is huge.
I think the scale of that change is just so enormous that it impacts everything about what we do. It's just so fundamental from the very bottom to the very top.
Right now, roughly 5% of America's energy comes from wind, solar, and hydropower. Could we really bump that up to 100% in just 33 years? Okay, the race is on. Let's go. Here's what we need. To start us off, we need a lot of solar panels. But that doesn't mean that whole chunks of the countryside will be plastered with solar fields, because solar panels in the future might just become a part of the buildings around us.
Maybe it won't look like a piece of, let's say, steel or glass sitting on top of the roof, but it might just look like any material in the roof.
Yeah, scientists are working on solar panels that look like clear glass, and you can already buy solar roof tiles, which is pretty cool, huh? It's estimated that by 2050, we really could power millions of homes using just solar power. Next, we need wind turbines. Right now, there are around 50,000 in America, and we'd need to build hundreds of thousands of them. And a big report from a US Department of Energy lab couldn't see any insurmountable problems to building all those wind turbines by 2050. And the thing is, David has seen big changes in wind energy happen fast in Ireland. Just a few decades ago, there was practically no wind power. And now, it gives enough electricity to power almost 2 million homes, which is really impressive for a country of less than 5 million.
The first thing that comes into my mind when I see them is progress and is innovation and is, change and good and positive. You get a sense of pride almost in humanity that we can do these things if we put our mind to them.
Whoa. Okay, before we have too much pride in humanity.
We need some global warming. It's freezing.
Okay. So, say we build our solar panels and our wind turbines. What next? Well, they're going to create electricity. But the problem is that a lot of the stuff we use every day doesn't run on electricity. And that needs to change, which means we've got to electrify. To get a sense of what that would take, we're going to look at 4 areas sucking up a lot of power: transport, industry, homes, and businesses. Let's start with transport. That includes planes, trucks, and cars. And this is where around a third of carbon emissions in the US come from. And David says that when it comes to getting cars to run on renewables, this will be straightforward. We're going to switch to electric cars.
10 years ago, it was definitely one of the solutions, whereas now it's the solution.
There's so much excitement about electric cars that just this year, the UK and France announced that they'd stop the sale of petrol and diesel cars by 2040. And in September, China started talking about the same thing. Now, if we're going to get to a 100% renewable future, we have to go even further and replace every single car in the US with an electric one. Right now, there are around 250 million cars on the road in the US, which could mean that in 30 years, we'll need some 300 million electric vehicles. Oh, and we've got to convert our petrol stations into stations that charge the car batteries. Whew! But still, for cars, we've got the technology to do this. Where things start to get tricky is here. It's powering trucks and planes using electricity. The problem with that is that these big guys are heavy, which means you need a big, heavy battery to power them. And this becomes a vicious cycle.
You can imagine an airplane needs to be light in order to get it up off the ground and also to go over long distances. And as you put more batteries in the plane, it becomes heavier and heavier and heavier.
But people are working on this. In the last couple of weeks, a company announced that they would try to power planes using battery for short flights, 2 hours or so. But still, they said that technology is about a decade away. And for flights longer than 2 hours, we're going to need a different solution. And one of them that has some scientists excited is using hydrogen. Here's how that can work. You split water to get hydrogen. So you're taking the H from H2O. And once you have that hydrogen, you can use it to create electricity. It's more complicated than that, but that's the basic idea. And hydrogen vehicles have been in pilot projects for some years now. But there are a few problems with it. According to a big, detailed report on California's energy future, hydrogen is, quote, very expensive, end quote. And storing hydrogen, they said, is not yet technically feasible. Plus, hydrogen is very explosive, which is pretty scary when you're talking about flying commercial passenger planes. But Mark DeLucchi, our wind, water and solar guy, doesn't think hydrogen's as scary as it sounds. After all, he says, think about how people might have felt when the first gasoline cars were being developed.
Who is ever going to want to be driving around sitting on the equivalent of 400 pounds of TNT? We managed. Gasoline has terrible risks.
And in a 2012 report, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change wrote that the big issue with hydrogen is cost, rather than technical feasibility.
We can make a hydrogen plane that flies a whole bunch of people across the ocean. We can do it. Something close to it's already been done. It's not a huge technical issue.
But here's the thing. The closest we've gotten to a commercial hydrogen plane is a 4-seater that flew for just 10 minutes. It was a pilot project. A pilot project. It was on a plane. Anyway, A survey published this year of more than 100 energy experts from around the world found that aviation was, quote, a weak link in the chain to a 100% renewable energy future, end quote. Conclusion. Can we power all transport with electricity? Not entirely. We could power all of our cars, but for trucks and planes, we need something different. And we haven't quite worked that out yet. Okay, so the next sector that needs to be run on renewables is industry. Here, think factories, manufacturing plants, mining, concrete and glass production. Basically everything in the built world. And all that industry accounts for about 30% of our carbon dioxide emissions. Now, a lot of industry, like manufacturing those electric cars we'll need, making clothes and canned foods, that actually can be run off electricity. That's according to a report by the IPCC. But they said that some industrial processes just need so much heat that it becomes really tricky to run them on electricity. So, for example, to create iron ore or steel, which, by the way, we'll need to make wind turbines, you need almost 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over 1,600 degrees Celsius for everyone outside America. Here's our referee, David.
So to get to those extremely high temperature levels is really, really difficult in some processes, and we don't simply have the technology we need using electricity as the fuel source to get there.
And right now, burning fossil fuels is one of the only ways we know how to get those crazy high temperatures. But David said that those processes are still a relatively small part of industry. So maybe we don't have to sweat it so hard. Conclusion. When it comes to running industry on 100% renewables, we can go a long way. But we don't know how to do it all just yet. Let's take a look at the last piece of the puzzle that we'd need to convert to renewables. Businesses like banks, law firms and supermarkets, as well as our homes. According to the EPA, all of that pumps out just under 40% of US carbon dioxide emissions. And technically, we could run all of our lights and vacuum cleaners and computers on electricity powered by wind turbines and solar panels. And technically, we could convert all the gas stoves and the gas heaters that we have into electric. But here's the thing. When it comes to heating our houses using an electric heater, it can suck up a lot of power. So here's another idea. David reckons that we should use something called a heat pump, which looks a lot like an air conditioner.
That's a device that uses electricity because it's basically moving heat, you could say, from one area to another.
And the key is that it does that really efficiently. Plus, good news. This technology is so well proven, you've probably got a similar device in your house right now.
Have you ever noticed on the back of a fridge, you'll see a lot of coils and you'll hear a little hum off your fridge when it's turned on? Well, what your fridge is actually doing is it's taking the heat out of the fridge and putting it into your kitchen.
Part of David's idea is that in cities there would be this huge centralized heat pump, and then that heat would be shuffled through hot pipes to each building using a system called district heating. And the IPCC is on board with this plan.
And I know this sounds, it is a bit hard to fully grasp what is happening there, but I suppose the key point is just to let you know that this is not a new technology or a new idea. This is something that's mainstream in many countries.
Conclusion. When it comes to businesses and homes, we have the technology to use 100% renewable energy to run our lights, our internet, and to warm us up. But the thing is, in Sweden and Denmark, where district heating and this kind of system is used, these countries aren't just relying on solar and wind power to then drive those heat pumps. They actually rely on biofuels and even some fossil fuels, which are not allowed in our perfect renewable future. So, the big question is, will we have enough power from the sun and the wind to warm up all of our houses across the US come winter? Because,
Winter is coming.
and what happens if the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow? Do we freeze? That big, big problem coming up after the break.
This episode is brought to you by FedEx. FedEx delivers more than just packages. They're working toward delivering a more sustainable future. This initiative is called Priority Earth, and the goal is to reach carbon neutral operations by 2040. FedEx says they're also starting to modernize its fleet by adding zero-emission electric vehicles and creating more recyclable packaging. Priority Earth is the most important delivery FedEx is making yet, because it's an address we all share, Earth. FedEx, where now meets next. To learn more, visit fedex.com/sustainability.
This episode is brought to you by Indeed. Don't wait for great talent to find you. Find them first with Indeed. It's the hiring platform where you can do everything in one place. And it has powerful hiring tools to help find qualified candidates quickly, like instant matching. It can help find candidates the moment you sponsor a job. Join the more than 3 million businesses already using Indeed. Start hiring now with the $75 job credit at Indeed.com/science. Tap the banner to learn more. Offer good for a limited time.
This episode is brought to you by delicious Bear Snacks. Between cryotherapy, goat yoga, and smoothies made with things you can't even pronounce, wellness can feel a bit complicated. But there's a simpler way to wellness. Bear Snacks. They're a tasty, crunchy snack made simply of apples. With Bear Snacks, less is more. Buy Bear Snacks now at most grocery retailers nationwide.
Hey, Wendy here. Would you own a pit bull? 51% of our listeners said yes. 15% already have one. What's the worst place to be hungover? More than a third of you said a job interview. And when asked, would you donate your turds to science? I am very happy to say that 2/3 of you said yes. So did I. Each week on Science Versus, we're asking you very important questions. To join in the fun, just head to our latest episode, scroll down, and you'll see our questions right there. So, your turds, yes or no?
Welcome back. So, we've learned that we have the technology right now to power a lot of our lives using renewables. With giant wind turbines and fields of solar panels, we could create a ton of electricity that could power our snazzy new electric cars. And we could convert our homes into efficient heat pump machines that get warmed and cooled by electricity. But there's one big crack in the 100% renewable dream. And that is this. What happens when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow? Sure, we've still got water, hydropower, that third pillar of the renewable future. But even in Mark DeLucchi and his team's work, that would only give us a fraction of the power that we need. You see, what's been so great about fossil fuels is that we can shove them in a barrel, leave them there, and burn them whenever we need them. Here's our referee, David Connolly.
That has been an absolute gift for humanity in the last 150 years because it has meant that we could move energy around very easily. You know, in other words, we could just put the oil in barrels and ship it around the world.
But with wind and solar?
You can't tell the winds to blow when you want it to blow, or you can't tell the solar panel to produce electricity because when the sun doesn't shine.
You can't put sunshine into a big barrel and leave it there.
No, and you can't move it around quite as easily either.
So, we need something else. We need a way to store power for a rainy day. What about batteries? Well, there's one problem here. Batteries are expensive, particularly the ingredients that make them, like lithium and copper. In fact, no academic that I spoke to thought that we could use batteries as the only thing to rely on when the wind and the sun aren't cooperating. Here's David.
The price of that would be just far too large for anybody to realistically imagine it as a reasonable thing for people to do.
Do you know by how much our electricity bill would go up? Like, is it doubling, tripling?
All I can say is that it's such a high number that we've never gone to the effort of actually calculating it, because it's just it's like it's so beyond what we would propose as a realistic solution. Like, you might not be as big of a fan of renewable energy systems as you were before, I think, by the time you add all those numbers together.
So, if money was no object, maybe we could use batteries to store a big chunk of power for the US. But because money is an object, we need another plan. In fact, we need to think of storage in a whole new light. Like, we need to think about a giant, smart power grid. Now, this means different things to different people, but the way we're going to talk about it is like a hypothetical giant grid that spans coast to coast, and it carefully shuffles power wherever it needs to go. And this grid would be supplied in a large part, or really completely, by renewable energy sources like wind, solar, and hydropower. So, this means that if it's a windy day in the Great Plains, but it's cloudy in the Californian desert, you could send that wind over to the West Coast.
Yes, that's right.
Here's Mark DeLucchi.
You have probably high voltage power lines, and you might then be able to use solar energy output in the southwest of the U.S., California, Mojave Desert, to help balance the load over on the East Coast.
Now, to work out whether we actually will have enough wind and solar power to keep our lights on and our HBO running, Mark and others use what are called models. Now, these look at how much energy we've used in the past to try to predict how much energy we'll use in the future. And this is complicated stuff because they also have to include the weather in their models. Now, that's because the weather affects how much energy we need. So, is it freezing outside? Is our heat going to be cranked up?
Winter is here.
But the weather also affects how much energy we're going to get from the sun and the wind. So, if we don't want any blackouts in the future, not for a single minute, these models ultimately need to predict how much energy we'll use and how much energy we'll have for every single minute in the future. And that's a big ask. And if they get it wrong, and it's night, and there's not enough wind power around, what are we going to do?
There's never no wind across the entire U.S.
But you can't, take all the West's wind, because then they need their wind power, right? It's not like it's free, it's all free for New York to take. Would there be a scenario where people are doing tug of war with the energy grid?
Well, this is exactly where the need for backup comes in. It's because there could be scenarios, that's right, where you have to have backup capacity for individual days.
And by backup, Mark means building extra wind turbines.
But what happens if your backup is in a place where there's still no wind blowing?
I mean, it is possible that, I suppose, that you could have a situation where just, even with your planned backup, that you planned wrong. But all of the analyses that I have seen suggest that that's unlikely, really unlikely at continental scales.
One group from the University of Delaware modelled what a big grid could look like across 13 eastern states. And they analysed 4 years of data from 1999 to the end of 2002. Now, this team found that most of the time, using a little bit of battery and their enhanced grid, you could actually run these states on 100% renewable energy. But not always. There were a handful of times, often in summer, when they did have to go back to the fossil fuels. But still, when we asked our referee, David Connolly, about this idea of a giant grid, he just wasn't sure about it. After all, there's just so much uncertainty in these models. And if they're wrong, you just can't flip a switch to get more wind.
You simply cannot call upon wind and solar to be there whenever you need it. You would be assuming that it's always windy or sunny somewhere.
I have heard, though, that it's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Okay. Yeah, you never know. So maybe that's the magic solution we've all been waiting for. If my culinary genius was to result in something like a Philly cheesesteak, I think I'd always see the sun shining as well.
These were all the smartest scientists on the planet. Only problem is they kept being wrong.
Conclusion. To power the US on just wind, water, and solar power, we would probably need to create a giant grid connecting renewable energy sources from all over the United States. And even then, that might not be enough. But here's the thing. There are countries around the world that are committing to renewables. Denmark is aiming to be 100% renewable energy by 2050, and they think they can do it. But how? How are they solving these problems? Well, they're not restricting the tools they have to get that future to just wind, water, and solar.
Go play!
They have a broader definition of renewables, and that includes things like biofuels. That's where you can take plants or even just manure and heat it up to make fuel. Now, the name, biofuels, sounds better for the environment than fossil fuels. And it is. But it's not perfect. For example, making and heating biofuels can still release some greenhouse gas into the air, which is the whole problem we're trying to avoid. But David says we still shouldn't rule it out entirely.
We don't want to end up in the extreme situation where we're using nothing, because then we're missing the opportunity to use cheap, sustainable energy in the form of bioenergy.
Ultimately, David says there's a middle ground here where we could use a little bit of biofuels when we have to. And this is what the IPCC, the leading body on climate change, kind of says we should do. In their latest report, they wrote that to rein in climate change, we should consider biofuels, along with other things like nuclear energy, which emits no greenhouse gas when you use it to create power. We actually did a whole episode on nuclear energy and safety last season. You should check it out. And just quickly, there's one final thing we want to talk to you about. You. In this renewable future, we're going to have to be a lot more thoughtful about the way we use our energy. And that means we're going to need to change the way that we live. Right now, Americans use, on average, around 4 times more energy than your average person anywhere else in the world. But that can change.
The power is yours.
It's not crazy to imagine that your future house, which, by the way, can talk, will tell you that there isn't a lot of wind power, and so you need to stop charging your jetpack.
We're the Planeteers. You can be one too.
So, when it comes to science versus 100% renewables, does it stack up? With current technology, we could definitely ramp up our use of renewables. We could build solar panels and wind turbines to run a lot of America's power. Our houses could run on electricity fueled by the wind and the sun. And when it comes to electric cars, we have the technology. Now, the rest of the transportation sector, planes and trucks, as well as some industrial processes, they are a bit of a puzzle right now. Scientists are working on it. But the big question, will we have reliable power when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow? Well, there's lots of debate about this. But if we broaden our renewable vision, and we include biofuels, and maybe even nuclear power, we could get pretty darn close. But for David, he wishes that right now we didn't get so bogged down in the details of a perfect renewable future. After all, America uses so little renewable power right now. Why not just bump that a bit up first? Or in other words,
don't waste time trying to figure out what the finish line looks like if you haven't even started the race, because your first challenge is just to get moving. You go to a country like Denmark where over 40% of the electricity comes from wind power already today. Why could America not go to 40% in the future without having to get caught up in the details of what might work in 20 years or 30 years.
David says there's just so many things we can do right now.
We have so many wind turbines to build, solar panels to build, heat pumps to install, that we'll be more than busy enough in the next 10, 20 years to do all of that.
With so much to do, why aren't we moving faster? Well, David says it's not the gaps in the technology that's holding us back. It's the lizard people. No, it's definitely not the lizard people. It's something else.
The changes that we need in the next 20 or 30 or 40 years are so enormous that somebody is going to lose out, and lose out badly. The people who sell oil, who sell gas, who sell coal, they're all going to lose out very badly if we move into a 100% renewable energy system. And that's why politically it can be very, very challenging to get policy to move.
That's science versus renewable energy. And before we finish off today, we spoke to a lot of different academics for this show. Unfortunately, we couldn't include them all. But in the mix, we spoke to Jim Sweeney, a professor at Stanford, and our senior producer, Caitlin Sori, asked him a kind of personal question. We wanted to share it with you.
So I guess I have a question that kind of goes to optimism. So, like, if you were our age, would you have kids right now?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Wait a minute. Of course I'd have kids if I had it now. I'm not going to give up on the future because there's challenges. There's always been challenges. I was born during World War II. There were real challenges there too. My parents had children. I don't see that there's any reason for believing that we're all going to go to hell in a handbasket. We will have challenges. There's no doubt about it.
This episode has been produced by me, Wendy Zuckerman, Heather Rogers, and Shruti Ravindran. Production help from Rose Rimler. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sori. We're edited this week by Blythe Terrell and Annie Rose Strasser, with extra help from Rachel Ward. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Sound design by Martin Peralta. Music written by Bobby Lord. For this episode, we also spoke to Professor Vijay Modi, Professor Mark Jacobson, Dr. Gorm Brun Anderson, Professor Willett Kempton, Dr. Dylan McConnell, and Dr. Jane C.S. Long. And an extra thanks to the Zuckerman family. Thank you, guys. Now, next week, we're tackling one of the biggest mysteries of all. Bigfoot. Does it exist?
Parks and Recreation, how can I help you?
Hello, my name's Wendy, and I'm calling from the podcast Science Versus. And I heard that you guys had a Bigfoot sighting.
Uh-huh.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time.
Parks and Recreation, how can I help you?
Hello, my name's Wendy, and I'm calling from the podcast Science Versus. And I heard that you guys had a Bigfoot sighting.
Uh-huh.
Is that true?
Let me transfer you to Roger. Hold on just a second, okay?
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm on the phone to Parks and Rec in Round Rock, Texas. It's a town about 20 minutes north of Austin. And in June, their official Parks and Rec department Facebook page posted pictures of suspiciously large footprints and other rather odd findings. This is Roger Heaney, the Parks and Rec spokesperson. So who saw Bigfoot?
Yeah, there's been several sightings of Bigfoot prints and Bigfoot fur and other unexplained phenomenon in our parks, trails, in and around our woods areas here in Round Rock, Texas. It's been pretty amazing.
Bigfoot has been seen all over the United States, not just in Texas. A paper, yes, a scientific paper, published several years ago, analysed more than 500 Bigfoot reports across the Pacific Northwest since 1944. And people have taken ththese reports so seriously that a county in Washington has outlawed the, quote, premeditated, willful, or wanton slaying of Sasquatch, end quote. That's AKA Bigfoot. But it's this recent sighting in Texas that has been getting a lot of attention.
This is one huge footprint found along the Brushy Creek Trail Father's Day weekend. More evidence keeps popping up.
Curious clumps of evidence, maybe hair, perhaps from Bigfoot.
So, we had to send a reporter to examine the evidence.
Whatever Wendy wants, Wendy gets.
Rose Reed is a radio producer and friend of the show, and she went into the heartlands of Texas to get to the bottom of this.
How did it go? Well, as any search for a big man goes. Elusive, intriguing, left with questions.
Rose found out that this big Bigfoot fervor kicked off when a resident said that they saw Bigfoot. Then, a couple of days later, a park ranger at Round Rock noticed something really unusual.
Oh, this is famous Rodney. Hi, I'm Rose.
How you doing, Rodney?
And Rodney is a straight shooter, a by-the-book kind of guy.
Yes, that is correct.
So, a few months ago, on the morning in question, Rodney was just going about his regular business, making sure the park was in order.
Is part of your job looking for unusual things?
Yes, that is correct. If we hear or see anything, we definitely have to come and check it out to see if there's something that we need to report.
And that morning, he did see something that he needed to report.
When I was changing the trash can, I heard a lot of noise down here, and I saw this. Basically, it's like a fort that's built with a whole bunch of sticks, and I thought this could be a Bigfoot nesting area.
And then, more evidence surfaced. Some giant footprints had been found. Rodney took Rose to see one. It was in some scrub near a creek.
There's a footprint right here, so...
It really actually looks like a footprint.
Sure does.
I'm a size 8 in women's. This is about 4 inches taller than mine, you think?
And wider.
Much wider.
When Rose was back in New York, she was still thinking about how real and big that footprint looked.
That's what's so crazy about it.
And wait, but were there footprints like around it? Just one solo footprint?
Just one.
That's weird, right? Because unless it's like a peg leg Bigfoot.
Or he was running through the creek bed.
Or she was running through the creek bed.
Touche.
Okay, so could Bigfoot have made those footprints? Is Bigfoot living amongst us? That's what we're going to find out here today. And you might think, Bigfoot doesn't exist. Knock it off, Wendy. But all around the world, people have stories of these kinds of creatures. In the Himalayas, it's called the Yeti. In Russia, they're called Almas. In Australia, it's the Yowie. But whatever you call it, and on today's show, we're going to call it Bigfoot, recent scientific discoveries have made the idea of this creature kind of plausible. When it comes to Bigfoot, there are lots of hairy things in the woods. But then, there's science. Science versus Bigfoot is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. Today, we're on the hunt for the fresh prints of Bigfoot. Because some scientists, they haven't ruled it out. Even the famous primatologist, Jane Goodall, has said that she's sure that they exist. And she's not the only scientist with questions.
I'm simply arguing that, hey, there is some really fascinating evidence that we should probably take a look at.
There are things out there that have not been discovered, and there always will be.
Anyone who says, oh no, there can't possibly be, is guilty of being unscientific.
Okay, so the first question we want to look at is, if Bigfoot does exist, what could it be? Well, a couple of ideas have emerged. One is that it's an ancient human-like ancestor that's still kicking around in some remote forest. You see, in the decades after Darwin, many scientists thought that the evolution of Homo sapiens, that's you and me, was a straight line from the chimps that left the trees to the pinnacle of human intellect that you see today. Anyway, you've probably seen those t-shirts from the knuckle-dragging monkeys to fully upright humans. Well, that's kind of how we thought that evolution worked. But then, scientists started picking up these weird human-like bones and teeth all over the world. In fact, in just the last few decades, we found odd human-y-looking fossils in South Africa, Kenya, Indonesia, Portugal, and Russia. So far, there's around half a dozen species on our ever-bushier family tree.
Fossils are continually added to that family tree so that now instead of a singular stem, we've got this bush with lots of branches.
That's Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anthropology at Idaho State University. And Jeff says that not only did these discoveries change the way that scientists thought about our family tree, but for scientists like Jeff wondering if maybe Bigfoot is real, these discoveries really changed the game because it gave a scientific explanation for Bigfoot. I mean, it's always been assumed that these branches of the family tree became extinct, but maybe they're still living out there somewhere.
You know, the argument that, as was thrown in my face one time, they can't exist, therefore they don't exist, and I don't care what evidence you think you have. You know, real scientific attitude demonstrated there. But that's just absolutely inane and baseless in light of what we now know.
Because we know that at least at some points in our long history, humans hung out with these human-like creatures. And we know this because they did more than just watch Netflix. They also chilled. Oh, yeah. And by that, I mean they had sex. Homo sapiens had sex with at least 2 other human-like creatures on the family tree, Neanderthals and another group called the Denisovans. That was perhaps some 30 or 40,000 years ago. And how do we know this? Because those odd couples had babies who had babies who had babies. And today, some of us have bits of their DNA in us. Remarkably, some people have up to 6% of their DNA from Denisovans.
If you could jump in a time machine and go back 30,000 years to East Africa, you potentially would bump into different species living across the landscape, different species of hominin. And that's probably just scratching the surface. See, that's the thing.
And so to you, the fact that this tree is branching out and branching out and branching out, it gives more weight to this idea that a branch could lead to Bigfoot.
Exactly. Also the recognition that now we know many of these branches have persisted until remarkably recently.
So, if we know that some of us were chilling together a cheeky 30,000 years ago, maybe we're all still hanging out. Okay, so that's one idea of what Bigfoot could be. That is, a creature related to Homo sapiens, but that's a little more Neanderthal than Gyllenhaal. But there is another possible explanation. That Bigfoot is not someone in our kinda immediate family. It's something very different. An ape that goes by the rather appropriate name of Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus was thought to have been the largest ape that ever existed. Now, when you look at recreations of this thing, it looks like exactly what you would imagine Bigfoot to be. It's a gigantic ape-type creature standing on 2 legs and towering over humans. And, fun side note, scientists first found bits of Gigantopithecus in the mid-19th century in Asia. Its giganto-teeth were being sold in drugstores as dragon teeth. So, could Gigantopithecus really be Giganto Bigfoot?
In Gigantopithecus, we have something that's the right size at the right time.
But when Jeff says the right size, it's not like researchers have a full skeleton of this thing.
The only representation is 2 jaws and a few thousand isolated teeth. which is paltry. I mean, when you
Oh,
think
that's all
about
we
it.
have. We don't have any, like,
No,
no
we
legs,
have no long
no
bones,
arms.
no leg. Yeah, exactly.
So we don't even know if Giganto was all that Giganto. And when Jeff says that Gigantopithecus was around in the right time, he doesn't mean we have evidence that this thing is pottering around Texas right now. In fact, the bones that we do have been dated to a long time ago.
Perhaps as recently as 200 to maybe 300,000 years ago.
And that really is a long time ago. Now, either explanation that Bigfoot is an ancient human-like thing that's still around, or a Gigantopithecus-like thing, they're both somewhat plausible. But for these ideas to be convincing, we need evidence that these creatures are, of course, still living today. So, are they? Well, of course. Maybe it's possible that they survived after all this time. I mean, after all, so did we. But unlike humans, we don't have a body or any bones from modern times that would suggest that these creatures are still around. All that we have is some fuzzy photos and videos that people claim show Bigfoot. So, if Bigfoot's around, where is it?
Well, where's the body? Okay. Well, many of these questions sort of pale when you recognize the rarity of these creatures.
Jeff has thought a lot about why there is no body and no skeleton. He says, okay, so what if there's just not a lot of them around? And say they tend to hang out at night and often on their own in big forests, which would make them harder to find.
Solitary, nocturnal, far-ranging. It's not that surprising that we haven't found a body.
And Jeff says, okay, what if there's a small group in Idaho, like 100 Bigfoots? Wait, what's the plural of Bigfoot? Is it big feet? Okay, so say there's 100 big feet.
At most, perhaps in all of Idaho, 100 individuals. There's 20,000 black bear in Idaho. Compare 100, potentially 100 Bigfoot with 20,000 black bear. Now, you go out in the field, how many times do you bump into a black bear?
Okay, but Jeff, of course, knows that people do sometimes bump into black bears. So, with no body, what else can we look at to see if Bigfoot is out there? Well, one thing we can look at is footprints. Remarkably, scientists can use tracks to try to understand how animals live. It's particularly useful for understanding extinct creatures like dinosaurs and even early humans. As one researcher wrote, footprints are the, quote, nearest things we have to movies of extinct animals, end quote. Footprints can give us hints about how fast a creature was travelling, whether it was an adult or a child, how tall they were, and even if they had missing toes or arthritis. And footprints are actually Jeff's specialty. But here's another thing you need to know about Jeff. Bigfoot is kind of his passion project. And since the 90s, he's amassed one of the world's largest collections of footprints attributed to Bigfoot.
Well, I don't have an exact count, but it's in the neighborhood of 300 probably, 300 just casts, and then files with photographs of probably hundreds more.
300. Where are they stored?
In my laboratory, I've got drawer banks that go from floor to ceiling.
And these casts of Bigfoot prints have convinced Jeff that there really might be something to this Bigfoot story. He says that these Bigfoot prints are very different to humans or bears or apes. He says, for one, they're bigger. After all, they're big feet from Bigfoot.
They're also much wider. Toes that are more uniform in size. In some instances, their individuals have a little more webbing between the toes, up under the toes.
Jeff can remember the first time he saw what he thinks was a Bigfoot print out in the woods. It was some 20 years ago, and he went to meet a Bigfoot amateur investigator in Washington State.
He says, "Do you want to see some fresh tracks?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And I said, he said, "Well, I just found some this morning. I'll be happy to take you up and show you." And so I was, a little incredulous, but I thought, well, what have we got to lose? Let's go take a look. So we went up, and here was this remarkable line of tracks, 35, 45 clear footprints in the mud. If I knelt down, I could actually see skin ridge detail in some of them. They were that fresh. And
how big were they?
They were 15 inches long.
15
inches and about 5 inches across the forefoot, about 4 inches across the heel.
What else could explain that? Are there bears in that area?
Oh, nothing. Oh, well, yes, there are, but these were not bear tracks. I mean, I know bear tracks, and it was reduced to two alternatives. They were either real or somehow he had hoaxed these.
And so I just looked it up, and so in the Guinness World Records says that the world's largest feet are pretty much 15 inches.
Right. Yeah.
So
that's it. Once
the man in the world with the biggest feet, could he have been walking in these woods that day?
Not very likely. Not very likely. Once you get past 12, 13 inches, you're up to less than 1% of the male human population.
So while Jeff is convinced by what he says are footprint evidence, other scientists aren't. They say these footprints could just be a hoax, another animal, or just a weird pattern in the mud. And without evidence of a body, a live animal that's making those prints, it can be really tricky to know exactly what you're looking at. But the scientific search for Bigfoot is far from over. After the break, a Bigfoot bounty worth millions of dollars, and a scientist fears for his life. Welcome back. So, we've established that it's possible that some ancient human or ancient gorilla-like thing might have evolved to become Bigfoot. But we've also established that there's no body to speak of, and we can't just rely on footprints to prove that Bigfoot exists. Still, hope is not lost. We're going to meet Brian Sykes, an emeritus professor of human genetics at Oxford University, and he's been on the hunt for Bigfoot. And yes, Brian talks like he's got a pipe in his mouth.
I thought I'd have a look at that. It was worth it. A very long shot. This is certainly an eccentric project, unlike anything I've done before.
Brian and a colleague were one of the first to sequence DNA from ancient bones. And while some of his work has been disputed, Brian's research has helped us unravel the human evolutionary tree. But back to Bigfoot. There was a time in his eccentric project when Brian felt certain that he was in danger. He was 100 miles north of Seattle, deep in the woods.
What I felt a little foolish about was that I'd gone prepared for death. I really had.
And he thought he could hear Bigfoot, the creature, knocking about.
I bought a GoPro so that if the creature leapt out from the cave and went for me, there would at least be some footage of the incident, even if I would end up in a bloody mess on the path.
Luckily, he lived to tell the tale. And in fact, after his daring escape, he worked out that what he thought was Bigfoot noises actually might have just been a big tree branch rubbing against a tree trunk. But still, that didn't dissuade Brian. And in fact, he wasn't out in Bigfoot territory to faff about with GoPros. He wanted to use something that would prove once and for all if Bigfoot was real. DNA evidence. Because that meant
we can have an end to all these fuzzy photographs and footprints and other vague indications, which are sometimes quite amusing to listen to, but get a bit tedious after a while.
Brian's scoured the globe, hoping to put together the most rigorous collection of DNA attributed to Bigfoot. And he was looking for hair samples with enough genetic evidence inside them to test properly. Brian got the word out to people who might have Bigfoot hair. He put a call out to museums.
And just sort of joined in with Bigfoot hunts and met the Bigfoot enthusiasts. They were very, very nice people, and they were very, very helpful.
In the end, Brian came up with 30 hairs that he could extract enough DNA from to identify what the devil these animals were. And all sorts of people gave him samples, including a man who claimed to have killed a Bigfoot and a museum that stored samples away for more than 50 years.
They turned out to be really, well, there were quite a few bears, not surprisingly, but there were also horses and cows, I remember. There was a porcupine, there was a raccoon even. What else? Quite a few wolves as well.
Point is, no anomalous primates that could be Bigfoot. And Brian isn't the only study to suggest that when people thought they saw Bigfoot, they were actually looking at something else. A study analysing decades of Bigfoot sightings across the Pacific Northwest found that Bigfoot hotspots often overlapped with black bear territory, suggesting that there, quote, may be cases of mistaken identity, end quote.
Well, of course, I was a bit disappointed. It would have been the find of the century, really, wouldn't it?
You sound very colonial, don't you?
Oh, dear.
But Brian says that his research actually doesn't mean that Bigfoot doesn't exist.
Would you be surprised if something were to come up?
Not particularly, not too surprised. I suppose 30 hairs is really nothing. And anyone who says, oh, no, there can't possibly be, is guilty of being unscientific.
At the risk of being unscientific, I still have to ask, is it really possible? Could a large mammal be in North America in 2017 and no one has found a verified skeleton or a body? Could Bigfoot really be the world champion of hide and seek? We've got one more expert who just might have our answer.
Dr. Dissatel will analyze the Bigfoot evidence you collect in our state-of-the-art DNA lab.
Yes. We're going to meet Professor Todd Dissatel, who you might remember from such shows as $10 Million Bigfoot Bounty. The premise? Pretty simple.
If any of you can provide us with visual and DNA evidence of Sasquatch, you will win a $10 million bounty.
When Todd's not on reality TV, he runs New York University's Molecular Primatology Lab.
This must be it. Bigfoot crossing.
Where, as part of his work, he identifies new primates and studies the origin of human species. Now, after that show he was on, where, by the way, no one got the bounty, Bigfooters are still sending Todd stuff to analyze.
I get random crap in the mail constantly. Some guy in January sent me a banana that he said he saw a Bigfoot eating, and he went and got the peel and wanted me to sequence to see if there was any Bigfoot saliva on it.
And Todd finds it very difficult to believe that Bigfoot is hiding in the woods somewhere. We put the idea to him that maybe there's just not that many Bigfoots around, big feet around, and Todd was pretty unimpressed. Part of the reason for this is because he says there's just all this technology out there that makes it pretty easy to find big animals, like game cameras.
It's a motion detector infrared camera that's out there at night. I mean, anytime anything walks by it, it snaps a picture.
And Todd says that it's not just the odd Bigfoot hunter planting these cameras. It's scientists, naturalists, and hunters.
It's the thousands of people going out on weekends, and then tens of thousands of game cams are out there. Now, lots of great pictures of bear asses, like black bear, grizzly bear.
But where's the Bigfoot body?
Where's the body? Where's a skeleton?
Todd couldn't remember the last time a completely new species of large mammal was found in North America. So we went searching, and one scientist told us that it was possibly a new species of sheep that was described by scientists more than 100 years ago. But since then, we haven't had much in North America that's big and new and lives on land.
There are things out there that have not been discovered, and there always will be. I just am skeptical we've overlooked a 8-foot-tall, 600, 700-pound giant walking amongst us. The probability isn't zero, but it's adjacent to it.
So, when it comes to science versus Bigfoot, does it stack up? Well, we've got lots of footprints, big footprints, but they're tricky to make heads or tails of. And otherwise, we have no bones, no DNA, and no body. Okay, so we at Science Versus, we're not holding our breath for any Bigfoot bodies to appear anytime soon. But that does raise the question, why are people still seeing Bigfoot all around the world? And, well, maybe it's because they keep looking for Bigfoot, wanting, hoping to see Bigfoot. And so, sometimes they actually see it. That might be what's happening in Round Rock, Texas.
This is one huge footprint found along the Brushy Creek Trail Father's Day weekend. More evidence keeps popping up.
But there's also something you don't know yet. We followed up with the Parks and Rec media team, Roger and Mary, just to get a little more info about those sightings.
The enthusiasm from our Round Rock, Texas residents has been so positive and exciting. We're inviting kids to come with their flashlights to actually have their own nighttime Bigfoot expedition experience. And we kind of think that they might actually get a glimpse of him at that.
Are one of you two dressing up as Bigfoot in order to encourage kids out in the park? Is that what's going on?
It definitely won't be Mary and I.
No,
that's for sure.
definitely no.
Oh, but it will be someone.
It will be someone, yes.
Guys!
They've been looking for him. We got to give him something to,
Whether Bigfoot's real or not, the community is so excited and positive about this that we got to give them something to find. We don't want to let them down.
Definitely.
But people believe. They really believe. And then...
Well, I think some of the real evidence is the enthusiasm that our residents have. Can you tell I work in media relations?
That's Science versus Bigfoot. This episode has been produced by our senior producer, Caitlin Sori, me, Wendy Zuckerman, Rose Reed, Heather Rogers, and Shruti Ravindran. Production assistance from Rose Rimler. Edited by Blythe Terrell and Annie Rose Strasser. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Sound design by Martin Peralta. Music written by Bobby Lord. And a big thank you to Dr. Michael J. Hickerson, as well as Professor James L. Patton. Thank you, James. He sent us a 7-page document describing the last large mammals discovered by Western scientists in North America. Suffice to say, Bigfoot wasn't on the list. Next week, Science Versus is tackling vitamins. What do you actually need to take? And will you regret it if you don't?
So if you were going to explain this to your 7-year-old, he said, "Daddy, should I take calcium supplements?" What would you say?
I would say, no, that'd be a complete waste of time for you. Why do you ask?
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time.
I'm in Gimelstadt. No, I don't know where I am. In Switzerland in the Alps.
Yes.
Have you heard of Bigfoot?
Bigfoot?
Do you know the monster? Rawr.
Ah, no. I don't see the monster. No.
Here it is. This is it. The vitamin aisle. Vitamin A.
Vitamin B6.
Multi plus omega.
Multi for her, plus omega.
Multi for him, plus omega.
Oh, we're in vitamin C land.
This is fish oil land.
Isn't it funny when you start reading the packets, like, do I need that?
Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media, the show where we pit facts against
gummy fish oil.
On today's show, vitamins and supplements. The vitamin and supplement industry makes billions of dollars each year, telling us that we'll live longer, healthier lives by popping their pills. So, senior producer Caitlin Sori and I thought we'd check out the claims at the pharmacy. Oh, enhances the immune system.
Supports natural energy levels.
Sounds like you need some of that.
I definitely do.
Hey, Katie, look, I found one for your mum. Supports flexibility.
Helps lubricate and protect joints. That's what your mum needs.
But what is the best science on how helpful these products really are? That's what we're going to dive into today. We're going to answer the following questions. 1. How do scientists set that number for how much of each vitamin we need every day? 2. Are there any benefits to taking vitamins and supplements? And 3. Are there any risks to popping these pills? And if our trip down the pharmacy aisle told us anything, it's that there's a lot of these vitamins and supplements. So for today, we're going to focus on some of the most popular: vitamin D, calcium, fish oils, and multivitamins. When it comes to vitamins, there's lots of adult gummy fish oils. But then there's science. Science versus Vitamins is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. Today, we're diving into the potential benefits of vitamins and supplements. But first, a story from the high seas. You see, we need vitamins in our diet. And the story of how we came to know this was, well, pretty gross. 500 years ago, sailors set out on these long sea voyages, and people started to notice that this wasn't particularly good for them. They'd get this weird disease called scurvy, where sailors would bleed uncontrollably from any exposed cut. In 1596, a British surgeon that saw a bunch of these poor sods wrote that
their gums were rotten to the very roots of their very teeth, and their cheeks hard and swollen. Moreover, they were full of aches and pains, with many bluish and reddish stains or spots.
It's pretty good. I think you went Scottish on a couple of words there, though.
It's hard for me not to.
This, by the way, is Scottish-born and bred Gimlet producer Matthew Nelson. But back to bleeding uncontrollably and scurvy. No one knew why these poor sailors were getting so sick. That was until the 18th century, when a Scottish physician named James Lind realised what the problem was. These sailors weren't getting enough citrus fruit in their diet. And then he was like,
"Eat an orange, you wee bastard."
And it wasn't until the 1920s and 30s before scientists singled out the magical ingredient in citrus fruit that protected sailors from scurvy: vitamin C. And it was around that time that scientists were finding that other vitamins in our diet were linked to diseases, like rickets, which can give children bowed legs. That was linked to not having enough vitamin D. Too little vitamin A, that could make you blind. And these were some huge breakthroughs. Suddenly, vitamins were everywhere, and they were curing people from horrendous diseases. People were so excited about vitamins that they started adding them to our foods, like flour and dairy products.
Vitamin D milk helps build strong bones and teeth. And Ralph has decided that it must be lots of milk which has given Linda such a bright smile.
Adding vitamins to foods made a huge difference. Fortifying milk with vitamin D helped lead to almost a complete eradication of rickets in the United States. And in this great vitamin age, companies quickly started turning vitamins into little pills and bottling them. And they were a hit. A magazine article from that time said that in 1937, Americans forked out almost $42 million on vitamins from the drugstore. But the messaging around vitamins shifted, and soon they were no longer just protecting you from something like scurvy or rickets, but they were helping you live a better, brighter life.
Still tired after a good night's sleep? Try Ributol. If you too need extra amounts of thiamine and riboflavin, Ributol can help you gain new strength, new energy.
And over the next few decades, the message went even wider. There were vitamins for women, vitamins for men, and vitamins for kids.
And 10 million kids are getting all the vitamins they need to help them grow with Flintstones.
We are Flintstones kids. 10 million strong and growing. We are Flintstones kids.
And it wasn't just companies that were excited about vitamins. Scientists were too. They wanted to know if taking vitamins and supplements could protect you from diseases that you might get later down the line, like heart disease or dementia. And that's kind of where we are today. Professor Catherine Tucker, who's a nutritional epidemiologist at the University of Massachusetts in Lowell, says that science is ultimately asking,
what are the amounts that are needed, not just to prevent deficiency, but to prevent chronic disease and keep us healthy and aging well?
And that seems like it's a much harder figure to get at.
Exactly. That's where we are right now. It's much more complicated.
So, on the back of your cereal box or a pill bottle, it might tell you how much of a particular vitamin you should take in every day. And what Catherine is saying is that that number is trying to do more than just protect you from scurvy. It's trying to keep you healthy and aging well. So, first question, how do scientists set that number? Because here's the thing, it isn't a perfect science. And to understand how tricky it can be to know how much of every vitamin we need every day in order to be healthy, we're going to look at the current debate over vitamin D. So, maybe you've heard that we're experiencing a pandemic of vitamin D deficiency.
Important news this morning about vitamin D. The CDC says some of us are not getting enough of it.
You know that 100 million Americans have vitamin D deficiency. 100 million of us, including children.
Vitamina D beneficia la salud del corazón y los huesos.
Somebody gotta give you some vitamin D. Yeah.
Oh, even Ludacris is worried about our vitamin D levels.
Girl, take this D. I don't want you getting sick tonight.
But are so many of us really that low on vitamin D? Well, to know that, you'd have to know how much vitamin D we need every day to be healthy. And here's the thing, scientists don't agree, and it's gotten feisty.
There is a lot of animated discussion about that, a lot of disagreement right now.
And where does all that disagreement come from? Well, it kind of started with a crack team of nerds that were brought together several years ago by the Institute of Medicine. And they had one purpose: to destroy the world. No, of course not. It was to find out how much vitamin D we need every day. And to do that, they scoured through nearly 1,000 studies. And these are studies where scientists track people's vitamin D levels and also what kinds of diseases they get.
And they whittled them down to the most important studies.
And voila! They came up with a number that they reckoned keeps most people healthy. But some people say that number is too low, and we actually need more vitamin D. Because here's the thing. There were a whole bunch of studies that crack team of nerds didn't use to set the vitamin D magic number. These were studies claiming that vitamin D could help prevent cancer, heart disease, autoimmune disorders, diabetes, and depression. In fact, the only studies that made the cut were about bone health. So, the nerds set a recommendation for how much vitamin D you should have every day based on that. And why did they sideline the others? Well, they said that all those other diseases could not be, quote, linked reliably or consistently, end quote, to taking vitamin D. But other scientists completely disagreed. And to Catherine, it kind of all comes down to one thing.
And so there's a lot of people that are willing to accept lower quality evidence in order to say, yes, you should be taking a lot of vitamin D, and others that are saying, we just don't know yet.
And this debate might seem really academic, but every time you raise the bar on how much vitamin D you need, the more people who are seemingly healthy then become classified as deficient.
Exactly. That's where we are right now.
Conclusion. This back and forth over vitamin D supplements shows us how hard it is for scientists to agree on how much of a particular vitamin we need every day. And there's still a lot of debate over how many of us really are deficient in vitamin D. As for what we need that vitamin for, well, we know it's good for our bones. As for that other stuff, reducing heart disease or cancer, we just don't know yet. But before you go popping vitamin D pills, here's something you should know. You can get your vitamin D for free from the sun. When UV rays hit your skin, it collides with a chemical that then triggers the production of vitamin D. So, going out in the sun is actually the most effective way to get this stuff. And that means no need to get ludicrous to fill your prescription. You could take Catherine's advice instead.
Go out for like 10 to 20 minutes several times a week between the hours of 10 and 2 on a sunny day, and that should do it.
But quick note, that advice might change depending on where you live in the world, what colour your skin is, darker tones need more sun, and the time of year. Also, sunscreen blocks a lot of UV rays, and that means you can't produce a bunch of vitamin D. It's something to keep in mind. After the break, we're going to take you through the top 3 vitamins and supplements taken in the United States and ask, are they worth it? What are the risks? And will you regret not taking them? Welcome back. So, we know if you're deficient in vitamins, bad things can happen to you. You can get bowed legs and bleed uncontrollably.
Eat an orange, you wee bastard.
But if you're not in that extreme position, it can actually be really tricky to know exactly how much of each vitamin you need every day. Still, lots of people paid lots of money for lots of different vitamins and supplements. So, what evidence is there for any of them? Are they doing some good? So, according to a recent survey of almost 12,000 Americans, the top 3 most popular vitamins and supplements are, in the third spot, fish oils, second place, calcium, and the winner is multivitamins. So, do you need any of them? Let's start with number 3, fish oils. This is fish oil land. Gummy fish oil. And with Halloween just around the corner, should you be handing gummy fish oil out to trick-or-treaters?
There is no candy tonight.
Okay, generally speaking, fish oil is packed with omega-3, which is a fatty acid. And our brain needs fatty acids to function properly. But our bodies can't make omega-3 fatty acids, which means you've got to eat them. It's found in fish, flaxseed oil, and walnuts. And scientists first realised the power of omega-3 when they found that people who ate a lot of fish had a lower risk of heart disease, dementia, and Alzheimer's. So some scientists thought, if fish is so good, what if you extract the omega-3 out of fish, pop it in a capsule, do you still get the benefits of eating the fish? So we're going to look at that today, and we're focusing on claims about the brain.
Hi, Wendy. My name's Simon Dial, Dr. Simon Dial.
Simon is a neuroscientist at Bournemouth University in the UK. He has spent his career studying omega-3 and says that once you take omega-3 out of the fish and stick it in a pill, it's not so easy to see its benefits.
So it's very hard to sift through the literature and actually get a clear picture.
So, what do we know? Let's first look at people who are already starting to go dotty. Say the early signs of Alzheimer's are already there. Can omega-3 help you? Probably not. A big review paper published last year found no convincing evidence that omega-3 could help people with mild or moderate Alzheimer's or dementia. And why is this? Well, it's thought that by the time you're showing symptoms, a lot of damage to your brain has already been done.
By the time you're starting to show these memory deficits, it's probably going to be far too late.
But what if you start taking supplements before then, when your brain is doing just fine? Could it prevent damage? Well, Simon says, touch your toes. No. Simon says a review paper on a bunch of studies involving more than 3,000 older people, who all still had their marbles, found that popping omega-3 had no benefit on their brain function. But still, Simon says that this isn't case closed, because to really know if omega-3 can prevent dementia, we need to follow a lot of healthy people for decades to see who gets dementia, and then we need to figure out if omega-3 or perhaps something else in their diet made that difference. And this detective work is just really difficult.
Studies in people are very messy. Studies in rodents, studies in tissue cultures, in petri dishes, they're much easier.
And that's why Simon has done a bunch of studies in rats and petri dishes to see if omega-3 really is all that. In particular, Simon wanted to know just how much omega-3 could do to fight nerve damage. So, he damaged some nerves in rats. He cut through one side of the rat's spinal cord.
Yeah, so the rats didn't really have a good time of it.
And then Simon and his team injected omega-3 into their blood. A week later, he took the rats out and had a very careful look at how they walked.
Rats are quite a sneaky little animal. They're very kind of good at hiding injuries because the injured rat tends to get eaten.
Right. So Simon really wanted to see if the rats that got omega-3 walked better than those given a placebo. And here's the thing. They did.
So this was really quite breathtaking, the wow moment.
When Simon's team looked at the spinal cord injuries under a microscope, they found that the omega-3 group had a much smaller injury. There was much less inflammation around the nerves. And other studies in rodents have found that omega-3 can potentially reduce inflammation in the brain, as well as neutralizing a toxin. On top of this, several studies in rats and mice have found that animals given omega-3 don't show so many of the hallmarks of Alzheimer's as those that don't get the stuff. So, that's what we have right now. Some really intriguing rodent studies. But is that enough evidence to stock the bathroom cabinet with omega-3?
Do you take omega-3 tablets?
I do actually take omega-3s, yes. I take it to help preserve my brain.
Simon seems to think it's worth it. And that's partly because he says the downsides of taking omega-3, as far as we can tell, are really small.
The main issues you tend to have are tummy upsets, so it's a little fishy aftertaste, a little burp when you take the capsules.
Now, if you go online, the claims for omega-3 are bonkers. Science Versus senior producer Caitlin Sorey asked Simon about it.
I was just Googling some of the claims, right? So we've talked about cognitive benefits, but there's some of the stuff on the internet like weight loss, cancer prevention. Is any of that true?
In a word, no. Basically, omega-3s are sold as a universal panacea, and that's kind of frustrating because there's a lot of good, sound, solid science behind omega-3s, but that's kind of lost in the message. They're just sold as this universal cure-all.
Conclusion. We have some promising and consistent work showing that when rodents get omega-3s, it reduces nerve and brain damage. But if you're not a rat getting your spine hacked into, as far as we can tell from studies in humans, there's no strong evidence that it can prevent Alzheimer's or dementia. On to the second most popular supplement in the United States, calcium. According to that big survey of almost 12,000 Americans, around 1 in 10 take calcium supplements. And the one thing we've heard about calcium is it's supposed to help protect us from osteoporosis and keep our bones strong.
Them bones need calcium. Them bones need calcium.
But one scientist started asking questions about whether all this calcium supplementation was such a good idea. Dr. Mark Boland is at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. New Zealand. See if you can tell us apart.
No one can ever tell Australians and New Zealanders apart.
It'll be a little game while they're learning science.
Yeah, you'll have to ask me lots of questions that got to do with six and sucks, or fish and chips.
Okay, so if you haven't watched Flight of the Conchords, New Zealanders and Australians have very similar accents, except for a couple of words, like fish and chips. I say fish and chips. Mark says...
Fish and chips.
Did you hear it? Whatever. Let's just move on. Back to calcium. Mark says that for years we've been thinking that if we popped calcium supplements, the calcium would go to our bones and stop them from breaking.
Taking calcium supplements had become entrenched, and all the guidelines recommended that people should take it.
But in the 1990s, some large trials came out showing that calcium didn't stop people's bones from breaking. So Mark and his team decided to look at a whole bunch of studies, more than 40 of them. And they found, quote, evidence that calcium supplements prevent fractures is weak and inconsistent, end quote. And later, they wrote that their use in preventing osteoporosis should also be reconsidered. But there is a bit of nuance here, because Mark says that overall, calcium supplements might prevent some fractures, but just not many.
So by treating 100 people for 5 years, you would prevent 2 people having a fracture.
So you might think, well, that's not too bad. That's 2 people without broken bones out of 100. But then Mark's team found something else. Something that made him want to nix calcium supplements from the medicine cabinet for good. And this finding got the media quite excited.
Important news tonight for anyone who takes calcium supplements. There is a new study that links them to an increased risk of heart attack.
This is a dangerous new development. What is the problem here?
His team's first study looked at more than 1,400 older women and found that those given calcium supplements were more likely to die suddenly and have a stroke or a heart attack than the women who got a placebo. Mark's team followed that up with a big review paper tracking thousands of older folks, and he found the same thing. But, and this is important, while calcium supplements did increase the risk of getting a heart attack, not that many people in these studies actually got a heart attack.
Oh yeah, the risks of heart attack and stroke are small.
But Mark says that because the benefit of calcium supplements is tiny too, overall, he just doesn't think they're worth taking. Now, side note, you might have heard that you should take calcium not by itself, but with vitamin D to help your bone health. Mark looked into this, and he found that the combination didn't help much either. But, of course, not everyone agrees with Mark and his team. After Mark published his work, the National Osteoporosis Foundation, a leading body on bone health in the US, joined up with the American Society for Preventive Cardiology. And they said that when it came to heart disease, calcium supplements, quote, should be considered safe, end quote.
Are they just totally disregarding your work?
No, they're not totally disregarding it. They just disagree.
And how can you disagree when there's data?
Science is often about the art of science rather than there being an objective truth.
Did you say the art of science?
Oh, no, that's my thick New Zealand accent for you. No, the art, A-R-T. And so that's the interpretation of results is an art rather than a true science.
So it is both the art and the art of science.
I didn't quite catch your Australian accent there.
Okay, so the thing that Mark is calling an art is when, for example, you're pulling together a bunch of studies so that you can make strong conclusions about what supplements to take and what supplements not to take. Doing that can be difficult, and reasonable scientists can disagree, because you're ultimately deciding what's a good study and what's a bad study. So, do you throw out that study that didn't consider people's diets? Or what about the one that didn't look into how much exercise they did? Or do you toss out that study that accidentally signed up a bunch of amateur rodeo cowboys? What you let in and what you let out can ultimately change your results. And just quickly, we've talked a lot about adults taking calcium supplements, but what about the kiddos? Well, a review paper found studies, quote, do not support, end quote, giving calcium supplements to healthy children.
So if you were going to explain this to your 7-year-old, he said, Daddy, should I take calcium supplements? What would you say?
I would say no, they'd be a complete waste of time for you. Why do you ask?
Conclusion. While there is some debate here, as best we can tell, calcium supplements, with vitamin D or not, probably aren't that helpful for keeping your bones strong and preventing them from breaking. And meanwhile, they might increase your risk of getting a heart attack, even if just by a little bit. So finally, on to America's favorite vitamin, multivitamins. Which, according to our big survey, 1/3 of Americans are popping. People say you should take them, your kids should take them, and you should feed them to your dog.
Has Sparky lost his spunk? Has Lucky lost her luster? It might very well be a vitamin deficiency.
We know that eating a diet full of fruits and veggies packed with all sorts of different nutrients can help us live longer and prevent heart disease. But what happens when you extract out all those essential vitamins into one big pill? Well, here, Catherine, our nutritional epidemiologist, she's got some good news for you.
Yeah, the multivitamins will not hurt you.
A review paper published this year found that studies going on for 10 years find that multivitamins are safe to take. But if you want more out of your pill than that, like if you hope it'll help you live longer and have a healthier life, well, here the news isn't so good.
There's been some big studies that showed that they didn't really have a major effect.
One huge thumper of a study recruited 14,000 older men, gave half of them multivitamins and half of them a placebo, and then followed them for more than a decade. And after all that work, it found no difference in the rates of heart attacks and heart disease between the two groups. And then, when that research team looked at cancer, well, men who took the multivitamins had a slightly reduced risk of cancer. But the researchers said that we shouldn't get too excited about this because other large studies have been really mixed. Still, Catherine isn't ready to piff out these vitamins just yet, because she says that a few large studies that have looked into multivitamins have been done in doctors, and they might already have really good diets, better than your average Joe. So for people who aren't eating so well...
So I think it doesn't hurt to take a multivitamin for insurance.
Conclusion. As best we can tell, multivitamins are safe to take, but there's not good evidence that they'll help you live longer either. And just quickly, it's starting to get colder in North America. Yay, cold and flu season. Achoo! So, should you be popping vitamin C and zinc? Well, there is evidence that taking vitamin C and zinc lozenges could help you get over your cold a little bit faster. But there's not good evidence that it will keep you from getting sick in the first place. For example, a big review didn't recommend that the average person start popping vitamin C to stop them from getting a cold. And then, what about everything else? When it comes to science versus vitamins and supplements, do they stack up? Are we in a vitamin D deficiency pandemic? Well, that all depends on how you define deficient, and scientists are battling through that right now. They're even not sure exactly what vitamin D supplements would be good for. The best evidence we have suggests that it might strengthen your bones. What about omega-3? Well, if you're a rat with a spinal cord injury, then get onto that omega-3 stat. For the rest of us, well, as far as we can tell, there's no harm to taking them, even if the science at the moment doesn't really show that it helps. As for calcium, there's a big debate going on right now. It might prevent a few broken bones here and there, but you've got to weigh that against the potential but small risk of heart disease. And finally, multivitamins. Well, again, the research here is pretty underwhelming. But the thing is, we know that vitamins aren't bull. We know that we need to eat vitamins in our food to be healthy, that's for sure. And we've known that for around 100 years. But if your gums aren't bleeding from scurvy and your bones aren't vercucked from rickets, can vitamins and supplements help you live your healthiest, longest life? Well, it doesn't look like they do much. But studying this stuff is really hard. And even all the research we have can't tell us whether you listening, should be taking vitamins or not. And it's this gap in the science, this nagging question of, should I? Maybe it will help. Maybe I'll regret not taking it. That leaves room open for marketers to sell their wares to you. And not just you, but your kid and your mum and even your dog.
Has Lucky lost her luster?
That's Science versus Vitamins. And if you want to get more information about this episode, you should subscribe to our newsletter. We put the transcript for each episode in there, including all our footnotes. And there's a lot of other fun stuff in there. To sign up, head to gimletmedia.com/newsletter. This episode has been produced by me, Wendy Zuckerman, Heather Rogers, and Shruti Ravindran. Production assistance from Rose Rimler. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sori. Edited by Blythe Terrell with help from Alex Bloomberg. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Sound design by Martin Peralta and Bobby Lord. Music written by Bobby Lord. An extra huge thanks to the Zuckerman family, Joseph Lavelle Wilson, Chris Giliberti, Jasmine Romero, Matthew Nelson, Stevie Lane, Dr. Harry Hemilla, Stephanie from the New York State Library, and Dr. Raja Prabhakan Rajathinam. Next week, we're going to be working on some news stories, so there won't be a Science Versus episode. But then we'll come back with our investigation into what's killing the bees. Are we really in a bee-pocalypse?
A world without bees is a world without blooming flowers and plants. We would still have food, but we'd be eating gruel.
The stakes are high.
Stakes are very high, yeah. It literally is like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz going from Oz to Kansas.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show where we pit facts against fuzzy flying things. On today's show, bees. Because from what we've been hearing, they're in an awful lot of trouble.
Massive, mysterious reduction in the bee population, and it's becoming a serious concern.
A mysterious disease that is killing honeybees across the country.
Dead bees are washing up on a popular beach in Naples.
Bees are key to our food system. They help pollinate a bunch of things that we love to eat and drink, like blueberries and squash, tomatoes, pears, and even coffee. And all that pollination makes bees powerhouses for the economy. A report by the United Nations found that the work that bees do is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And now, they seem to be in danger. Even everyone's favorite liberal is freaking out.
Future generations will judge us by how we cared for the tiniest creatures. I am not just asking you to save the bees. I am asking you to save your souls.
To see just how much trouble these tiny creatures are in, we went to meet a beekeeper who's living through the bee apocalypse right now. Steve Ellis.
Yes, my name is Steve. I love bees. I'm going to admit it.
Our senior producer, Caitlin Sori, and reporter Shruti Ravindran first met Steve on a very cold and windy morning in Minnesota.
Welcome to you both. This is our little town of Barrett.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's freezing.
Little different than New York.
Yeah.
Caitlin asked Steve about the worst case scenario, and he didn't sugarcoat it.
What does a world without bees look like?
A world without bees is a really scary thought. A world without bees is a world without blooming flowers and plants. It's a bland, drab existence. We would still have food, but we'd be eating gruel.
The stakes are high.
Stakes are very high, yeah. It literally is like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz going from Oz to Kansas. World without pollinators is going from Oz to Kansas.
Steve first realised that we were leaving Oz about a decade ago when he got a phone call from one of his employees who told him that many of his bees were dead.
I was personally stunned by the whole thing. 50% are gone and the others don't look all that good. What are we going to do, you know? So there's an immediate panic sets in.
And what was happening to Steve's bees was happening all around America and even in parts of Europe. A survey of US beekeepers at around that time found that they lost about 30% of their honeybees. And some beekeepers reported that a mysterious and frightening thing was happening to their hives. Bees were disappearing. Scientists had little idea what was going on, but they gave it a name anyway. They called it the bee rapture. No, of course they didn't. They called it colony collapse disorder. And since that time, Steve says that things have gotten much harder for him. His bees are still dropping dead and getting sick. Here's Shruti.
So your hives have become hospitals.
It's exactly true.
When Shruti got back from Minnesota, she told me about what she saw.
So Steve drove us out to this cornfield. In the middle of these fields, there were these small boxes, which is where the hives were, and they were lightly buzzing. As we approached these hives, we saw that the grass under them was kind of dark and discolored and black and crunchy. And then as we got really close, we realized that the thing that was black and crunchy was dead bees.
Oh, this is more than it should be. I would guess about 80 dead bees, something like that.
We also saw this tiny little sick bee. It was hanging onto a blade of grass and quivering. It was this tiny little fuzzy thing with a pink petal-like tongue that it was sticking out of its tiny fuzzy face. It was too weak to fly, and all around it on the grass were these really sick bees that were crawling. And all in all, it was a pretty grim scene.
I know that this hive won't make it. It's already starting to show signs of dwindling down, and it's not even winter yet.
So, is this really the beginning of the end for bees? There's a lot of casualties out there. What's killing them? That's the case we're investigating on today's show, the murder of the bees. And we're looking at 3 possible suspects. 1, pesticides. 2, diseases. And 3, industrial farming. Plus, we're also going to look at how bad this really is. Are we all going to be eating gruel in the future? When it comes to the bee-pocalypse, there's a lot of angry buzz. But then there's science. Science versus Bees is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. On today's show, we're looking into what's killing the bees. Okay, first bee killer suspect. Pesticides. And there's one particular pesticide that people are really worked up about.
Neonicotinoid pesticides are harming bee colonies more than previously thought.
Nicotine-based pesticides, or neonics, they've been linked to the collapse of bee colonies.
Neonicotinoids, or neonics. They're the most widely used insecticide in the world, and they came onto the market in the 1990s. But barely a year after French farmers started using them, they noticed that their bees were dying. But many people didn't take much notice. That was until the mid-2000s, when beekeepers like Steve were seeing emptied out hives and a whole lot of dead bees. Ideas pollinated, and soon neonics became bee enemy number one. Over in Europe, they're so freaked out about them that they've restricted their use, and France is moving towards an all-out ban. So, are these pesticides really to blame for the bees dying? We asked Judy Wu-Smart, an entomologist at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. And Judy, she loves bumblebees. She told Shruti that she has loved them since her very first experiments with them.
They just made the room smell so wonderful, better than any aromatic candle.
What do fragrant bumblebees smell like?
Well, I really think they smell like a little piece of happiness and sunshine. They just smell great.
But enough of these honeyed words. Back to neonics. Judy says that neonics are made with a chemical that's similar to nicotine, so it's a stimulant. And when a bee takes in too much of it, it can be really bad for them.
Your nerve cells would become overstimulated. So something that might happen to a bee would be trembling or shaking to the point of no longer being able to respond. And so that leads to paralysis and then death.
What Judy is describing is a bee who's exposed to a lot of neonics all at once, enough to kill them. But a review paper wrote that, quote, there is little convincing evidence, end quote, that neonics are directly killing a lot of bees. Thing is, most bees just aren't taking in enough of this stuff to kill them. What's more common is the bees might be taking in tiny amounts of neonics over time. And Judy says that this can happen because neonics often get coated onto seeds, and from there they move through the plants and up the roots into the flower. So, even though farmers aren't targeting bees with neonics, bees can accidentally take them in when they pollinate the flowers.
Yes, yeah.
So, could tiny amounts of neonics over time be what's hurting the bees? That's what Judy wanted to know. So she did this experiment in a dinky, dim-lit shed.
Well, I actually have a headlamp so I can see in these sheds. They are pretty dinky. They are definitely little sheds in the middle of a field.
Judy puts a bunch of hives in glass boxes, and then she spikes some of their food with just a little bit of neonics. And Judy's eye isn't just looking at any old bee. She's homed in on the queen. Honey, honey. Yes, amongst the bay hive, she's watching the queen bee.
I basically follow that queen. I mark where she's laid eggs. I mark when she's not moving. And I mark the path that she takes. And it's actually quite therapeutic. You go in there and you just watch these busy bees moving around.
After a couple of weeks of waiting and watching, Judy started to see big differences between the queens that got the tiny dose of pesticide and the ones that didn't. The clean eaters were behaving like normal.
They just move around the hive, looking for open cells to lay in. A queen can typically lay 1,000 eggs a day.
1,000 eggs a day? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and so she's quite busy during that time.
But the queens that got the neonics?
These queens were very inactive. Some of them barely moved at all. In other cases, they would wander around, but not really lay eggs, as if they were confused or something.
And these queens laid about half as many eggs as the healthy ones. And that's bad news for the hive. No bee babies, eventually, no bee hive. And Judy says that what she found suggests that these pesticides are more dangerous than we originally thought. Because it's not as simple as,
does it kill a bee or does it not kill a bee? And in this case, we saw really, really strong evidence that no, it's not killing a bee, but when it is inhibiting the queen's ability to lay eggs, that colony is pretty much unable to survive.
Other studies have found that neonics at lowish doses aren't just harming the queen, they can also hurt her workers. While it can be hard to study bees in the field, studies in the lab suggest that these chemicals can hurt a bee's memory, disorient them, and also affect this amazing thing that bees do called the waggle dance, which is where they shake their booty in a very particular way to tell the other bees where the best flowers are at. Anyway, the pesticides can actually make the bees dance less. So, with all these studies, you might think that Judy would be blaming the neonics for the bee-pocalypse. But
Do you think that, these pesticides are to blame for a lot of the decline that we're seeing, maybe even all of the decline?
I don't think so. I don't think that it would be right to directly blame neonicotinoids for everything.
And that's because Judy says it's complicated. Some studies don't even find that neonics hurt bees, and work published earlier this year found that, yes, while some bee colonies shrank after being exposed to neonics, a few colonies actually grew. Plus, there are other chemicals to consider here. It's not just neonics on a farm.
Neonicotinoids is just one class of insecticide that the bees are facing. But, some studies have showed that they are exposed to over 100 different compounds.
Researchers are now concerned that fungicides or other pesticides that farmers use might be working together with neonics to form a toxic brew. But Judy says there's just a lot we still don't know. Conclusion. Neonics can kill bees if they get exposed to enough of them at once. But for the most part, that's not happening. New evidence suggests that tiny doses of pesticides over time can hurt bees. But even then, these chemicals probably aren't entirely responsible for the bee-pocalypse. So, what else is there? Well, bee diseases. Dave Goulson studies them. He's a bee researcher at the University of Sussex in the UK. And Dave's been trying to save the bees since he was a kid.
I remember when I was about 6 or 7, I found some bedraggled kind of wet bumblebees on some flowers that got caught out in the rain and brought them in and tried to dry them out by putting them on the I put them on the hot plate of the electric cooker.
Wait, why did you put them on the hot plate?
To dry them out because they were all soggy, they'd got wet, and I figured I even made them little blankets of tissue paper and put them over the top. Next thing I knew, the poor things were in flames. And
Decades later, Dave became a scientist so he could actually save the bees.
I sometimes think the rest of my career has been trying to make up for my early bee incineration incident.
And Dave walked us through bee killer suspect number 2. It's one that Professor Frink from The Simpsons knows all about.
Thundering thorax! It's just exactly what I feared. This bee has been felled by bee measles, or as I call it, beesles.
Animals can get sick?
Yes, they can. Just like humans, bees can get infected with bacteria, fungi, and even parasites. And these parasites can spread tiny viruses. And there is one particular beetle that has many scientists worried. It's called the Varroa destructor mite. No, that's seriously what it's called. So, say you're a honeybee and you're buzzing about in a big field, and then you land on a flower and a parasite latches onto you. That's the Varroa destructor. It's annoying and it makes you weak, but it probably won't kill you. What it will do is suck your bee blood. And when it does that, it can infect you with viruses. And looking around, many of your friends are also infected. So, is this what's killing your bee kind? Dave told us that one of the most common viruses that bees can catch from that big fat parasite is called the deformed wing virus.
Oh my gosh, so what does she look like?
She looks like a perfectly normal bee, apart from the fact that her wings are all crumpled up and completely useless. So she can only ever walk. If lots of the bees are infected that way, then the hive's had it.
And another nasty thing that can make bees sick is a teeny creature that lives inside the gut of bumblebees. This beetle can make it harder for the bees to collect food, and once infected, they can die younger. It's just a really crap disease to get. Literally.
Can cause them to have bee diarrhea, for want of a better term.
I'd never thought of bees pooing, I've got to be honest with you.
To be fair, it's normally pretty liquid anyway. It's not like human poo.
And then so what does bee diarrhea look like?
Well, so it's much the same as bee poo normally, except it's full of parasites, which then can contaminate the nest or flowers or whatever.
So, these diseases are bad. But where did they come from? Bee colonizers. Well, kind of. We transport bees from around the world to help pollinate crops in different countries. So Asian honeybees are put to work in the US and European bumblebees are shipped to South America. And here's the thing. These bees bring foreign diseases with them, which the locals might not have immunity to. That parasite, the Varroa destructor, came to the US from Asian bees several decades ago. And now it's the #1 bee problem that beekeepers in the US had this year. That's according to a report from the USDA. And when these foreign diseases first hit a vulnerable population, that's when we can really see a devastating impact. Dave reckons we're seeing a dramatic case of this unfolding in South America right now.
The world's biggest bumblebee, called Bombus dalbomii, which lives in the Andes in Argentina and Chile. Beautiful, big, bright orange bumblebee. People say it looks like a flying mouse.
That flying mouse is in trouble because imported bees are squeezing it out and spreading a very nasty disease. And now this beautiful giant bumblebee seems to be vanishing.
So there's a high risk that the world's biggest bumblebee may actually go extinct in the next couple of years.
Conclusion. Diseases are a big player in the beepocalypse. For decades, local bees have been getting sicker and sicker, in part because bees are being transported around the world and spreading diseases to new populations. But in the case of the murder of the bees, there's one more suspect that we want to tell you about. Well, they're more like an accessory to murder. And that's the modern world and how we grow our food. Well, you see, bees get their food from the nectar and pollen in lots of different kinds of flowers. And so for many bees, their happy place is a wild meadow. But in many places around the world, wild meadows with all sorts of flowers have been replaced by farms. Large expanses of the same crop, and there's not as many different kinds of flowers for them to forage. Here's Dave.
Most people who live in a city think that wildlife lives in the countryside, but actually the sad truth is now if you go on a journey across Britain on a train or on a motorway and look out the window, the countryside is green, but it's a sterile green desert, if you like, from a bee's perspective.
As agriculture has become more intense in parts of the world, it's also demolished spots where bees might like to nest. A review paper from several years back found that, quote, habitat loss is generally thought to be the most important factor driving bee declines, end quote. Conclusion. Our giant farms filled with crops and just a few flowers can be a pretty hostile place for bees. But even that can't explain why all of a sudden our beekeeper Steve's bees started dying. After the break, we finally crack the case of the dead bees wide open.
Where the honey bees at? Where my bees at?
Welcome back. So, we've told you that industrial agriculture, diseases, and neonics, a particular kind of pesticide, can all hurt the bees. But the best science tells us that none of those are solely responsible for the bee apocalypse. So, what is killing them? Remember what happened to the bees 10 years ago, so-called colony collapse disorder, where bees were disappearing around Europe and across America? That was when Steve was in a panic because his bees were all of a sudden dead.
50% are gone and the others don't look all that good. What are we going to do, you know?
Well, scientists searched and searched for an answer as to what might be killing the bees. Was it the pesticides, the parasitic mites, other diseases, industrial farming, flowerless fields? And then they realized, wait a second, it's probably everything. That is, there's no one killer responsible for colony collapse disorder. That's according to several papers published recently analysing the evidence. They now reckon there's probably a bit of blood on everyone's hands here. All of those suspects seem to be interacting to make the bees weaker and then sicker and then deader. Dave, our UK bee expert, says you can think about it like this.
Imagine you've got a guy who's obese. He doesn't do any exercise. He smokes like a chimney and he drinks like a fish. And then he dies of a heart attack. It's a bit daft to then have a long debate about whether it was the smoking or the drinking or the overweightness or the lack of exercise that killed him. It could have been any of them, but actually the reality is it was all of them. They all contributed. And it's the same with the bees. It's probably pointless to argue endlessly about which of these factors is killing the bees. It's all of them.
So, we've created a world where some of our bees have become fat, smoking alcoholics. But how bad is this really? So, despite the horror stories about the bee apocalypse, the situation is actually much more complicated than you might have heard. So, if you look at honeybee numbers around the world, they're actually not going down.
On a global scale, actually, the total number of honeybees has gone up.
Yeah, they've gone up. So, with all those bee killers out there, how is that possible? Well, because honeybees are basically livestock. You can farm them. That's what Steve does in Minnesota. And around the world, there are more beekeepers farming bees, particularly in places like China, Turkey, and Argentina, than they used to be.
It's not that the conditions for honeybees have suddenly become wonderful. It's just that there are more people keeping honeybees.
But the buzz about the bee apocalypse hasn't been totally oversold. Despite the fact that you can farm honeybees, their numbers in the US and parts of Europe have been dropping dramatically. And that's been happening for several decades. And there's another thing. We don't treat all bees like livestock. Globally, there are 20,000 species of bees, and currently beekeepers breed less than 20 of them. And wild bees help pollinate crops that honeybees aren't so good at, like pumpkins and cherries and blueberries and cranberries. Dave says that rough figures from the UK estimate that wild bees actually pollinate more crops than farmed bees.
Wild bees have no one to look after them, no one to breed up their numbers if they start to fall. And we know that wild bees are declining.
He's honeycombed through the numbers and says that wherever scientists look, they see wild bees disappearing. Now, we don't have a lot of data from everywhere, and I don't mean to drone on about this, but as you can imagine, it's tricky to go counting bees in the meadows. Still, one study found that half the wild bees that scientists looked at in Illinois have been in decline since the 1940s. And outside the US, in pockets of Europe and the UK, certain species of wild bees are vanishing altogether. Dave told us about one that he's particularly worried about.
So there's a lovely little bee called the shrill carder bumblebee.
Cardi B. No, not Cardi B. It's the shrill carder bee.
Because it has an unusually high-pitched buzz.
What does it sound like?
Oh, no. Any impression would be absolutely pathetic. But if a normal bumblebee is more of a sort of zzz, then the shrill carder bee is just a little bit zzz. I'm exaggerating the difference slightly, but that's roughly it.
The point is, it's in serious trouble.
It used to be very common in the south of England. Now it's down to 6 known populations, and most of those are pretty tiny. And sadly, there are other bees that have gone the same way, and not just in Britain. This is a global thing.
Conclusion. We can farm some bees, like honeybees, and so for now, their numbers globally are going up. But a big problem is that wild bees are in trouble, and we use them to pollinate a whole lot of our food. So here's a thought experiment. What happens if we do lose all the bees? Like, will we go hungry? Well, a review paper found that while a lot of crops use bees for pollination, very few rely on them entirely. Most crops can sneak by using wind and other insects to help with pollination. But with a growing population and a hungry world, sneaking by is going to get harder and harder to do. Without the bees, we'll grow less food. Exactly how much less food? That is really tricky to answer. One paper estimated that without bees, global food production could drop by up to 8%, which might sound small, but again, there's going to be more hungry mouths to feed, so this could become a big problem. So, when it comes to the bee-pocalypse, does it stack up? Well, bees are dying in many parts of the world. And what's killing them? Is it the pesticides, the beesles, or intensive farming? The answer is, it's all of them. That's what the hive mind of scientists now think is happening. If we lost them all, we wouldn't be eating gruel, but it would become harder to grow many crops. And we don't want to wax lyrical here about the bees. I mean, not to belabor the point, but they are in a sticky situation. The thing is, for decades now, we've wanted to use bees exactly how we've wanted to use them. We farm them to make sure they pollinate our food and make our honey. But at the same time, we've created this incredibly hostile world for them. And fixing it isn't as easy as just switching up our pesticides or farming more bees. Plus, climate change is probably going to make things worse for the bees. So, you want to know what's killing the bees? It's us. Sorry to be such a buzzkill.
Excellent speech, just excellent.
That's science versus the bee-pocalypse. And if you want to get more information about this episode, you should subscribe to our newsletter. We've got the transcript in there for each episode, including all of our footnotes, and there's a lot of fun stuff that we looked at during the week. To sign up, head to gimletmedia.com/newsletter. This episode has been produced by Shruti Ravindran, me, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, Heather Rogers, and Rose Rimler. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sori. We're edited by Blythe Terrell, fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Sound design by Martin Peralta and Bobby Lord. Music written by Bobby Lord. An extra thanks to Lynn Levy, Ian Chillag, Professor Sydney Cameron, Dr. Leland Salter, Dr. Lena Bayer-Wilfert, Professor Simon Potts, Dr. Lynn Dix, and Dr. Michael Rowe. Plus, Tim May, Jim Doan, Tom Theobald, Chris Hyatt, Alan Garr, and Joshua O'Rea, and Professor Robin Thorpe. Thank you. Next week, it's science versus balding. Can anything help you grow your hair back?
Yeah, I was terrified. I remember taking these pills and just being constantly, worried what is going to happen to my penis.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show that pits facts against follicles. On today's show, balding.
Doctors say that they're closer than ever to finding a cure for baldness.
Baldness cure would be the holy grail of medicine.
A cure for the follically challenged.
Is a cure really in sight? Now, you're not going to die from going bald, but it can be so stressful that it's linked to feelings of depression. It can make people feel ugly and insecure. And wherever there is insecurity, there's money to be made. the hair loss treatment industry is worth billions of dollars every year. And it can be hard to know what's snake oil and what has real science behind it.
There's no easier person to take money from than a guy who's like worried about losing their hair.
Matt Nelson is one Scottish lad who's been fighting the battle of the bald. He's actually a senior producer here at Gimlet Media. And Caitlin Sorey, our senior producer, had a long chat with Matt about his hairy journey.
I think Matt's story is pretty emblematic of lots of guys who've lost their hair. And he used to love his hair. Like, he used to do all sorts of weird stuff with it.
Yeah, it was a big point of pride.
You had, like, spiky hair.
Yeah, it was sort of like a hedgehog style cut. And I don't know, there were sort of like 8 or 9 spikes on top of my head. And you really need like a lot of hair to like emulate that hairstyle. As my hair started to thin, it turned more into like a sad faux hawk.
But then that sad faux hawk, it got even sadder. Matt was losing more and more hair, and he was only in his early 20s.
21 or 22.
Okay.
I was young. I was early. It's funny because the way that I found out was like we'd gone on vacation and there was a picture of a friend and myself wrestling, as you do as young men, just like shirtless, wrestling one another. And the flash goes off and it sort of revealed like a lot more scalp than I was expecting. And it was really shocking. It was like a sort of reveal like in a horror movie. And I was like, what the f***?
Practically every time he passed a mirror, he'd check out his hair to see if he'd lost more. And it was just getting worse, and it was making him feel terrible.
When you're that young as well, you're basically just like, I'm never going to get a girlfriend now.
So Matt went online, digging for solutions, as we all do.
And devoting about an hour of my day just to researching.
An hour every day.
I mean, that's an exaggeration. But...
So Matt tries all the things. He changes his diet. He starts eating a bunch of broccoli, like almost every meal. He tries apple cider vinegar and even liver. Gross. He uses all kinds of hair products and spends a bunch of money on hair loss drugs, including this one that can have a pretty intense side effect.
Scariest one of all is that it can cause erectile dysfunction. So I was like, oh, what am I going to do? Like, maybe I'll have like amazing, great head of hair again, but my penis isn't going to work. I was terrified. I remember like taking these pills and just being like, what is going to happen to my penis?
So, do you really have to choose between your penis and your hair? On today's show, we're looking at treatments for balding. And while not everyone who loses their hair has a penis, in fact, about a third of older women lose their hair too, a lot of the research looking into treatments for baldness have focused on men. So that's what the bulk of this episode is about. And in this episode, we'll be answering the following questions. 1. Is there anything you can do to stop your hair from falling out? 2. How effective are the treatments that we have? And will they break your penis? And then we'll take a close-up look at some of the balding treatments at the cutting edge of science. When it comes to saving your hair, there are high hopes for the
Holy Grail of medicine.
But then there's science. Science versus balding treatments is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. So today we are cutting through the bogus claims about balding, and we're going to tell you what really works and how well it works. And as luck would have it, we actually found a cure for baldness. In fact, it was discovered over 2,000 years ago. Back in the day, there were eunuchs, men whose balls were lopped off, and sometimes this was done for religious reasons, and sometimes they served in royal courts. Kind of like that guy from Game of Thrones, Varys.
Do you spend a lot of time wondering what's between my legs?
And Hippocrates, aka the Greek father of medicine, noticed a curious thing. When these castrated boys got older, they didn't lose their hair.
Hey, Wendy.
Hey, Caitlin.
Quick fact check from your resident Game of Thrones fan.
Super fan.
Massive fan. So, old mate, old baldy Varys.
Right?
Yeah. He was castrated as a boy. which, as we've just learned, means that he should have a full head of hair. I know.
Toupee. And here's the reason why Varys should have a full head of hair. Because testicles are key to the story of why we go bald. You see, testicles make testosterone, and testosterone gets converted into this other substance called DHT. When it comes to balding, DHT is the critical bad guy here. And DHT is the bad guy of balding because it makes some hair follicles shrink and shrink and shrink until the hair stops growing in them altogether. And no testicles means not a lot of DHT around to shrink your hair follicles. Authors of a 1940s study looking into the effect of castration on balding were so convinced by the powers of lopping off your balls to stop that process that they wrote, quote, "Castration at early ages affords a reliable form of therapy." They went on, but one in which the cure is worse than the disease. End quote. Conclusion: the cure to balding is to cut off your balls before you hit puberty. In fact, that's why they call it balding. Episode over. That's science versus... No, not really. Just a tasteless joke. So, is there anything else that you could actually do to stop going bald? Well, according to The Simpsons, no.
Baldness is hereditary.
It is.
Does that mean that Bart is destined to have 3 strands of hair on his head? Well, it's not so simple. Stephanie Heilmann-Heimbach is a geneticist who researches balding at the University of Bonn in Germany. And she has conducted one of the largest studies into what genes cause balding, analysing over 22,000 men.
Try to dig deeper into the details, yeah?
And Stephanie told us that a huge chunk of why we go bald is written in our genes. But what she found in her study was that the genetics of balding is actually quite complicated.
There is no single balding gene. Currently, we know more than 100 that play a role.
Yes, Steph found over 100 genetic hotspots that could get the bald rolling. And there were some surprising ones in the mix, like genes associated with your immune system, making fat cells, and even this hormone that regulates our sleep called melatonin. One rumour floating around is that baldness comes from your mum's side of the family. But Steph found that you could actually get a lot of your balding genes from mum and dad. Still, there is something to that rumour, because Steph did find a handful of genes linked to balding that guys could only get from their mums. So, in a way, you can kind of blame mum's family a little bit more if you're bald.
Blaming is maybe a hard word, but it's indeed the fact that the genome of your mom plays a bigger part.
So, from Steph's research and others, we know that genetics plays a huge role in whether you go bald or not. But here's the thing, it still might not be everything. A study of more than 1,000 identical twins, so people who pretty much have the same genes, found that while their hair loss was very, very similar, not every pair of twins had exactly the same level of baldness. So, if it's not all your genes, can you change anything in your lifestyle to fight back against balding? Should you drink less, lose the man bun? What about changing your diet? Well, that's what Matt tried.
So I started eating broccoli all the time. I would have it with lunch, I would have it with dinner. Don't know if I've ever had it for breakfast, but that's probably not outside the realms of possibility because I was just so desperate to keep my hair.
And if you check out balding forums online, you'll find lots of debate about whether diets really can save your hair. So, can it? Well, of the small amount of science that we could find on this, the results are pretty mixed. Some studies find that men who drink a lot of alcohol, smoke, or are chubbier are more likely to lose their hair. But then there are other studies that don't find that. Here's Stephanie.
We do not know any reliable data on diet or sports or I don't know, whatever.
That is amazing, particularly when you look online at all the sort of treatments that are being thrown around. Take this vitamin. Our friend was eating lots of broccoli. Any advice?
Yeah, no, I don't have any advice. I mean, as all these things won't change your genes.
Conclusion. Changing your diet, smoking and drinking alcohol, well, that doesn't seem to have a big influence on whether you'll go bald or not. Whether you lose your hair is largely encoded into your genes, so you can blame your parents. Now that you've looked into the crystal bald, should you just give up? Or is there anything that you can do to bring back your hair? Let's take a look at the oldest FDA-approved medication for balding. No doubt you know it as...
You know, a lot of men want to know more about Rogaine with minoxidil.
I want to know more about Rogaine.
Rogaine with minoxidil?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Rogaine. The active ingredient is called minoxidil. And Rogaine was actually discovered by complete accident. Okay, so it's the 1970s, and researchers were testing out this new blood pressure medication. It was here when they noticed that it had an odd side effect.
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Wilma Bergfeld has been treating patients with hair loss at the Cleveland Clinic in Ohio since the 1960s. And she remembers when Rogaine was discovered.
The dermatologist doing rounds on that particular ward noted they were all hairy. The patients were getting hairy all over their body.
Are we talking like a werewolf?
Yeah, like very hairy. You don't grow hair on your palms and soles, but everywhere else.
Soon, trials were being conducted on whether this medication could be targeted at baldness. That is, could you rub it directly on your head to grow your hair back? Wilma was one of the dermatologists working on the first trials.
I think that was one of the more exciting things that I ever did. And then Rogaine went on from there.
Rogaine hit the market in the late 1980s, and Wilma would sometimes do these TV stints about this great new treatment. She says patients were hungry for it.
Well, every time I was on television, we almost had to hire secretaries to handle the phone calls. But the reality is I was already full.
By the late 1990s, sales for Rogaine were more than $160 million per year. So they were selling a lot of it. But here's the weird thing. They didn't know exactly how it worked. And we still don't really know.
Well, they know a little bit about it. It's like flipping a switch to make your hair grow.
Wilma tells us that it's thought that Rogaine can activate a protein that can trigger hair growth. It also might boost the amount of blood flow you get to your head. But the big question is, how well does it work?
It's never good enough. You're never going to have the hair that you had when you were very young.
Were they then a tad disappointed to hear that they weren't going to get the hair that they used to have?
Everyone's disappointed in that, but you don't have the body you used to have either, or the teeth, or anything else.
So to assess how well Rogaine can work, we're going to judge it on what we're calling the Bruce Willis scale.
Well.
There's Die Hard 1. That's a pretty good head of hair, but it's clearly receding, all the way down to Die Hard 5. That's completely bald. Now, studies find that after a year on Rogaine, the men with the best results would improve from a Die Hard 3 to kind of Bruce Willis in the first movie, the original.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother...
But for men who are already in Die Hard 5, then Wilma says...
If you go to billiard ball, almost impossible.
So if you're totally bald, Rogaine isn't going to do it for you. Plus, it doesn't work on everyone. In one review paper published last year, researchers found that only a small percentage of men grew back some of their hair. For about half the men, though, they kept the hair they had. Another review paper found that Rogaine might help women too. Now, once you stop using the stuff, your hair will probably start falling out again. Conclusion. Rogaine is not the miracle treatment the world was hoping for. It'll grow some hair in some men and women, and for others, it'll stop them losing more hair. But you probably won't get back your luscious locks that you had as a teenager. So, what else is there? one popular drug, a pill called Propecia, which has a kind of crazy backstory of its own. It all started in a small village in the Dominican Republic, and scientists weren't there to find a cure for balding. No, they were there for a very, very different reason. It was because in that particular village, there was this group of about 24 people who had been born with ambiguous genitalia. They were raised as girls, but during puberty, they would start to look like men. And this change was so striking that in the town, they were known as Guevedoses, which roughly translates to penis at 12. Now, the critical thing about these people is this, that when they grew up, they didn't go bald. And scientists wanted to find out why this whole phenomenon was happening. And they did. They got to the root of the problem. And they realised that these people had a genetic mutation that meant they couldn't convert a lot of testosterone into DHT. You know, that bad guy of balding. And eventually, this work sparked a group of scientists to create a drug that they could send into battle against DHT. And so, voila! We had Propecia, a new drug that could stop your body from making so much of that balding bad guy.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother...
Dr. Robert Bernstein is a clinical professor of dermatology at Columbia University, and he says that when Propecia hit the market, there was a lot of excitement about it.
In 1998, we thought that was it. We wouldn't have to worry about hair loss anymore.
And by the way, this is the drug that Donald Trump uses for his hair. That's according to the New York Times.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair. I swear.
So, big question. How well does Propecia work? A review paper analysing studies including almost 4,000 patients estimated that after taking Propecia for about a year, 1 in every 6 patients would think his hair looked better. But much like Rogaine, you're unlikely to get a full rug of hair, and you won't wake up like this.
I have hair. I have hair. I have hair.
So, some men will grow their hair back, and for others, it could help them keep the hair they've got. And this is actually what happened to our Scottish mate Matt when he tried this drug. But for him, those results were a little disappointing.
You know, I was hoping that in 6 months, I would just be like, wow, I have all of my hair back. But that definitely didn't happen.
But for Matt, he had one big concern while on the drug. So remember how he was stressed out about erectile dysfunction? Well, Propecia was the drug he was worried about.
What is going to happen to my penis?
And Matt isn't the only one who's stressed out about this.
Millions of people swear by their miracle medications, but at what cost?
Could this drug that men take to stay sexually attractive in some cases be permanently damaging their sex life?
He says sexual side effects started the first day he used the drug.
And studies show that men on Propecia actually can have a lower libido and erectile dysfunction. A review paper estimated that for about every 80 men on Propecia, only 1 would have trouble getting it up. And in a small group of men, even when they stop taking the pills, they might still have penis problems, sometimes years later. Now, just quickly, there's one more serious side effect from Propecia that's been getting some attention. And it's this idea that the drug can cause depression. In 2011, the FDA found that there was enough evidence out there to add depression as a potential side effect. But it's really hard to know how common this is. And that's partly because it's just often really hard in general to attribute anyone's depression to any one thing. Conclusion. Propecia can help you keep your locks, but there can also be some serious side effects, like erectile dysfunction and potentially depression. So, we've covered the 2 main go-to medications that dermatologists will try, Rogaine and Propecia. But after the break, a robot is hacking into heads to save your hair. Yikes. Welcome back. So we've covered the two mainstays of hair loss medication. But what if Rogaine or Propecia don't work for you? What else can you try?
This is the best kept secret in the world.
It's called platelet-rich plasma therapy, or PRP.
Yes, platelet-rich plasma therapy. This is one of the buzziest treatment options out there right now. Wilma Bergfeld from the Cleveland Clinic, whose phone was ringing off the hook for Rogaine, now has patients lining up for PRP.
They all want it. They're all reading about it. Come in demanding it.
Now, in this therapy, doctors concoct a balding treatment from a patient's own blood.
Well, you bring them in and take off their blood, spin it down, and inject the clear portion that has all the growth factors in it.
And the idea is that these growth factors might stimulate your hair to grow. So they're loaded into a syringe along with some other stuff and then injected into the bald areas of a patient's scalp. Sometimes this is done several times in a year. Is it like a patient's a little bit grossed out by it?
Not to my knowledge.
Dermatologists clued into PRP because it's being tried out in other areas of medicine, like helping with knee injuries. And it's had some promising results. But can it grow hair? Well, 2 review papers came out this year, and they both say this treatment is really preliminary. When you look at pictures of people before and after this treatment, sometimes you can see a difference, but we don't have any good figures on how many people this helps or how often they need to be injected. And it can be pretty expensive, potentially costing thousands of dollars. Conclusion: platelet-rich plasma is far from a miracle cure. And in fact, when it comes to hair loss, there's really no good studies on it. Okay, so we've looked at some of the ways that you can try to grow your hair back. But when you've tried everything, it's time for the final frontier: hair transplants. Yes, you might remember from the 1980s and 90s, people getting these hair transplants which looked awful. In some cases, doctors would cut out large chunks of skin along with the hair follicles, chop them up, and then reinsert them at the bald spot. You could have a scar at the back of your head, and some people would end up looking like a doll, with those sprouts of hair popping up unnaturally. But things have been getting a lot more sophisticated, and recently more men have been going in for surgery. In the last couple of years, there's been a 60% increase in hair transplants worldwide. That's according to the International Society of Hair Restoration Surgery. So, to see what the modern version of hair transplants looks like, we sent our roving reporter into the fray.
Caitlin Story, senior producer. Adventurer ahoy.
I have seen things. I went to see what hair transplants look like today. So I went to Dr. Robert Bernstein's office, and he's the guy we spoke to about Propecia. He's a key player in this industry. He's helped develop a new technique that uses robots.
Is it okay? Yeah. Anything touching the metal?
So basically how it works, he's got this robot, looks kind of like a giant fridge with a robotic arm coming off it. So the patient's sitting face down and the robotic arm is coming in behind them and then cutting around these little groups of hairs. Men often go bald on the tops of their heads, and the hair that's usually growing freely is along the back and the sides. So that's where the robot harvests the hair. It's not just the hair, it's like the root, the skin, all the little bits around the hair follicle, it's helping it grow. That's all getting cut out. So what you're left with at the back of the head is all of these tiny little holes. So it's lots of little red dots. It would be kind of like blackheads, except it's blood. So redheads, I guess.
You feel a little bit of pressure. Okay.
So once you've got all these hairs from the back of the head, then you've got to put the hair where you want it. And to do that, Bob's team make these tiny little cuts in the bald area and then poke the transplanted hair in with tweezers.
Once we make the sites, then it's essentially putting a peg in a hole. And you're basically not dragging it in, but you're kind of stuffing it in.
So the guy I saw having it done, he had 1,000 hair groups pulled out and then put on top of his head. So that's 1,000 little bits of hair that you've got to then shove back into a different part of the scalp. and it takes hours. And so the kind of crazy thing is that once the hair's been shoved into that balding spot, Bob says it'll just grow there.
And it holds. Yeah, and it holds. And then at 10 days, the grafts are totally permanent. You can't, they're part of you.
It just lives there now.
Okay, wait. So why doesn't the new hair fall out just like the old hair did?
Okay, so the thinking is that the hair on the back and sides of your head isn't bothered by DHT. So you know how DHT is that byproduct of testosterone, the bad boy of balding?
Mm-hmm.
So that bad boy makes the hair follicle shrink and shrink until it stops producing hair. But the hair on the back and the sides of the head isn't usually sensitive to DHT. So when you move that hair to the top of your head, it'll just keep growing even though there's DHT around.
So the big question, how does it look in the end?
It can look pretty good. Let me show you a pic.
Okay, so I'm looking at a guy that had really quite thin, it was really thinning on top. The sort of person that you'd look at and be like, probably time to shave it off, buddy.
Yeah.
And then after this surgery, it looks like he's got like a good thick head of hair. I'm amazed.
Right?
Now, clinicians reckon that this procedure is permanent, but Robert actually doesn't know of any studies tracking hair transplant patients over years. And we couldn't find any either. But still, he told us that based on the reports of procedures that are going back to the 1950s, he says there is good evidence that hair transplants last the distance. Still though, things can go wrong. If a doctor harvests too many hairs or they take hair from the wrong place, hair can start to fall out and patients can end up with a moth-eaten look. Yeah, that's what some doctors actually call it. Plus, this isn't cheap. These procedures can cost up to $20,000. Conclusion. Hair transplants have come a long way since the 1980s and 1990s, and they can look pretty good. But if you are willing to stump up the cash, keep in mind that this procedure is as much art as science. So, when it comes to balding treatments, do they stack up? Whether you go bald or not is largely written into your genes. And as far as science can tell, diet, smoking, being overweight, or eating a ton of broccoli doesn't have a big impact. Rogaine and Propecia will help some people grow a bit of hair, and for others, they won't lose as much hair on it. But it doesn't work for everyone. And when it comes to Propecia, there's also the small risk of side effects, like erectile dysfunction and potentially depression. Platelet-rich plasma therapy might be all the rage right now, but there's not a lot of good science for it for hair growth. And finally, for people really freaking out about their hair, new hair transplant techniques mean you might actually end up looking pretty good. But the studies on it are very patchy. So I guess the message to take home here is that while there is no miracle cure for balding and there's actually a lot of junk online, if you are really worried about your hair, there are some treatments that are definitely worth giving a try. They're not perfect, but for some people, they can help. And what happened to Matt, our Scottish co-worker? Like, what did he do after 8 years of stressing and trying Propecia and eating broccoli? He finally found something that worked for him.
The best answer for me turned out to be the most simple answer, which is basically just cut all of your hair off.
Yeah, and now Matt is rocking the Chrome Dome.
It's like completely bald, like one of those like rare exotic cats.
That's Science versus Balding. This episode has been produced by Caitlin Sori, me, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and Rose Rimler, with help from Heather Rogers and Shruti Ravindran. We're edited by Blythe Terrell, with extra editing help from Eric Mennel. Mixed by Martin Peralta and Hayley Shaw. Music written by Bobby Lord. Also, a big thanks to Ingrid Zuckerman, Garrett Crow, and Matt Nelson. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Matt. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris and Rose Rimler. Next week, we're tackling the party drug, MDMA.
And we just let it react and kept stirring it. It would get warm, and so we sort of started bubbling and went through a coil. So we ended up with a white powder, pure white powder.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time.
For a man to look good ball, he's got to have a nice what?
Personality.
He's got to have a nice personality for the win. Personality.
Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show that pits facts against... Yes, grab your chewing gum and your glow sticks. On today's show, ecstasy, EX, Molly, MDMA, whatever you want to call it, whatever you've been told, they're actually all the same thing. Yep, Molly is the same as ecstasy, which is the chemical MDMA. And that's what we're talking about here today. The party drug, MDMA, has been illegal in the US since 1985. But a small group of researchers now want to use this drug as medicine. They're looking into whether it can help people with post-traumatic stress disorder, autism, anxiety at the end of people's lives, and even to help during therapy. And for all those people who have taken MDMA recreationally, that's more than 18 million Americans, and even for all their mates who haven't tried it, it does raise the question. Is MDMA as scary as we've been told it is?
Hi,
Hello.
how are you? Joey,
Joseph,
good to meet
hello.
you.
Joseph Palomar was a club kid in New York City in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Reporter Heather Rogers and I went to chat with him in Manhattan.
My prime year was probably 2000. I mean, I never missed a week at Sound Factory except the week of 9/11 where clubs were shut down. And
Oh, so you were there when Sandstorm came out.
I really remember that.
Right.
Yeah, and
You have a very big smile on your face right now.
that was a good summer. But anyway.
And Joseph wasn't your likely club kid. In fact, when he finished high school, he was really square and actually wanted to be a cop.
I was ready to become a police officer here in New York City. I passed their physical and psychological. I just wasn't old enough yet to start.
While he was waiting to be a big kid and join the police force, Joseph discovered a world that he hadn't known before. Nightclubs and after-hours dance parties. And he remembers that MDMA was big at the time.
You know, week after week, just people having the times of their lives on it. And people were there hugging, people making friends, all sorts of, crazy things were going on.
And that's exactly what MDMA can be like. You can feel like the best version of yourself. The stresses of the world are out of your head, and all you want to do is fall in love with your friends, with the world, and just dance. But the fact is that MDMA was and still is one of the most tightly regulated substances in the US. It's right up there with heroin. And from time to time, clubs would get busted. Like one night at a place called The Tunnel.
The lights flick on, the music's still blasting. We're there, it was probably 3, 4 in the morning, something like that. And dozens and dozens of police officers start rushing in, and like everybody out. And finally the music goes down. And they were frisking, checking for drugs.
And this takes us to the other side of this story. The cops. They see MDMA as a dangerous drug that can hurt us and even kill us.
You can go out in the night, take something, and die from it. So it's like Russian roulette. I mean, you can keep on going, taking it, and, maybe you'll never OD. Maybe you take your first one, and you'll die at one of these concerts.
That's Special Agent James Hunt, and he's in charge of the Drug Enforcement Administration's New York division. And James says that if you're buying MDMA on the street, you just have no idea what's really in it.
These guys are not skilled chemists. If you're not skilled chemists, you just start throwing stuff in there, bad things could happen.
What are the positives of MDMA?
Well, I don't want to say that anything's positive about it. You know,
I guess I shouldn't have been too surprised about that one. But still, what are we to make of all this? Is MDMA as dangerous as we've been taught? Or is it actually a safe way to have a great time? A medicine, even? Today, we're going to investigate the science of MDMA to find out 1. Why does MDMA feel so good? 2. Can it be used as a medical treatment? And 3. What are the risks? Like, can you really die from taking just one pill? When it comes to MDMA, there are lots of club kids and lots of cops. But then there's science. Science versus MDMA is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. On today's show, we're delving into the drug MDMA, and we're asking, is it a scary, potentially deadly drug? Or is it a reasonably safe substance that could be used to help people? So, MDMA was first made more than 100 years ago. The pharmaceutical company Merck was making a medicine to stop people bleeding, and in the process, they made MDMA. But as far as we know, they never gave it to people. So they never knew what it could do. Then, in the 1960s and 70s, some scientists who were studying psychedelic drugs started experimenting with MDMA to help their patients. George Greer, a psychiatrist in San Francisco at the time, says that he remembers those days well. Particularly, he remembers the first time that he took some with his girlfriend.
It was quite lovely. And we were both impressed at the ease and directness of our communication style. It's not like we hadn't had communication like that before, but it was just so easy.
What did you say that then you thought, oh my, I can't believe I just said that?
Well, it's like we would say, some of it's just too personal for me to talk about in a radio interview. But things like, were you upset when I did this? And normally I would have said, oh, no, that's fine. It was no problem. And I said, yeah, I was upset. I was like, wow, well, that's not the way we would communicate before. We would, protect each other's feelings by not directly just saying, yeah, I didn't like what you did.
The fact that George could open up so much made him think that MDMA really could be useful for people during therapy. He'd also heard some good reports from colleagues. And so, in the early 1980s, he decided to give it a try with patients. And that meant he needed a supply of MDMA. Now, even though it wasn't explicitly illegal, it existed in a sort of grey area, so he couldn't just buy it at the pharmacy. Instead, with the help of a chemist, he made it. George told us about the lab they used.
There was a little stone fireplace. There were shelves with, colored bottles with handwritten labels of different chemicals.
And so they got to work. Throw in a dash of pyperonal acetone, a pinch of sodium hydroxide, and a thimbleful of hydrochloric acid.
And we just let it react and kept stirring it. It would get warm, and so we started bubbling and went through a coil.
After a couple of hours, he had the goods.
So we ended up with a white powder, pure white powder.
And so he started giving it to patients. George says that they opened up and it really helped them with their therapy.
It was medicine and it was used for healing purposes.
George published a study on what he was doing. He followed 29 people, checking in with them over the following months. And the majority said that after having done therapy with MDMA, they had more insight into their personal problems and even had a better attitude. George was impressed.
So it was there was never a drug like it before.
George and his colleagues thought that they had stumbled on an amazing new medicine that could help people. But
around 1983 was when I first heard that it was being used at cocktail parties in New York City. And I said, okay, the end is near.
And from the cocktail parties to the gallows. No, George wasn't actually taken to prison, but soon Congress started to get antsy about MDMA, and in 1985, the Drug Enforcement Administration made it illegal. They said that the drug, quote, presents a significant risk to the public health, end quote. But what really hit George hard was when they wrote that MDMA had, quote, no legitimate medical use.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's very disappointing because, we couldn't help people with it anymore.
So George stopped his work with MDMA just as he was getting started. But the thing is, scientists have started the research back up again. And like George, they're curious about whether MDMA can help people and also about what this drug is doing to our brain. So, what is MDMA doing to our brain? Why can it make you feel so good? And this isn't just about dancing at parties, because the thing is that if we know how MDMA works, then maybe we really can start helping people with it. To find out, we asked a real party girl.
My name's Harriet DeWitt. I'm a professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Neuroscience at the University of Chicago.
Harriet first became interested in MDMA one day at a scientific conference.
Yeah, a couple of colleagues, actually, and they were people that I didn't see as drug users at all.
And these nerds told her that they'd had life-changing experiences on MDMA. And then was it then when you thought, I kind of want to study this more?
Yes, definitely.
You have just made science so much cooler to an entire generation of people.
Oh, no.
Now, Harriet told us that the high that people get on MDMA can feel a bit like taking speed. And that makes sense because chemically, MDMA is similar to amphetamines. But there's something very different about MDMA.
It produces a behavior that you don't see with any other drugs.
Harriet says that it makes you feel a real closeness with other people. And in fact, you can even see that when you give it to rats.
So it makes rats lie together side by side as though they were sort of bonding, as though they were sort of connected.
So why does this happen? Well, there's this idea out there that MDMA works by simply telling your brain to release feel-good chemicals.
The story that you hear is just, well, it's serotonin. Serotonin makes you happy. Oxytocin makes you bond. You put them together. It sounds like that's the feeling of being high.
It's a nice story, but there's no way there's going to be just a little bump of one neurotransmitter that corresponds to feeling high or feeling good or feeling... I mean, it's just much more complicated than that.
Harriet tells us that MDMA does affect serotonin. Part of how it works is that it latches onto this protein that's used for shuttling around serotonin. So it makes this happy chemical have a powerful effect on our brain. Now, MDMA can also affect other chemicals, but Harriet says that its effect on serotonin is really the driver of that special MDMA I love the world high. But there seemed to be more to this story, and that's what Harriet wanted to unlock. So her next step, like George, she had to score some MDMA. Heather and I asked Harriet about it.
And I guess you find it through just researchers in the know.
Yes, exactly.
Kind of like how you find it on the street.
No.
So where do you get it from?
There's one chemist who has now actually retired, and he produced a fairly large quantity of it that he has made available to researchers. And
Harriet, I've got to ask, have you tried it? Have you taken MDMA?
Sadly, no.
Really? And why not?
I'm a control kind of person, if you really want to know.
So Harriet got a bunch of participants who weren't control kind of people, and then she gave them a pill. And she wasn't shy about the dosage.
People compare it to something that they might get in a rave situation, and they wouldn't want more, put it that way.
In her first experiment with MDMA, published in 2009, Harriet gave 9 people the drug. Then she showed them pictures of faces with various emotional expressions, like a person smiling or another person frowning. She repeated the experiment, giving them a placebo. Now, when people were high, their brains had a stronger response to seeing happy faces. And here's the thing that really surprised her, though. When people were on MDMA, their brains weren't so affected by the angry pictures.
So it sort of makes them less able to detect negative emotions. So they're less responsive to angry faces.
While we don't know exactly what MDMA is doing to make this happen, Harriet reckons that it's what makes the drug unique. You feel good because you aren't distracted by that negative self-talk and you can just enjoy your peeps.
And then you can imagine if the people are at a party, then they're going to be less sensitive to kind of judgmental expressions or in a social situation, you're feeling a little bit like people are looking at you and people are judging you.
That is amazing.
It's kind of a mechanism or a process that we would never have thought of otherwise until we had done these studies.
She says the fact that a chemical can block our perception of negative emotions is actually really surprising. And while Harriet's first study was small, other work has come along from other scientists, and they all find similar things. In another small experiment that Harriet did, she asked people to play this game that was designed to make them feel socially rejected and to lower their self-esteem. Hey, all in the name of science. And here's the thing. People on MDMA didn't feel so rejected after playing the game. That's compared to a placebo. And to Harriet, the fact that MDMA can do this opens up a lot of possibilities, like potentially using it to ease anxiety or even helping people with therapy.
Well, if you think about it, if they're less responsive to negative emotions in other people, then to the extent that this therapist has some negative expression or the person perceives some negative expression in the therapist, if that's taken away, then the patient is more likely to be able to address negative things in their own lives or reveal more negative things.
And while this idea is very preliminary, we do have some research on whether MDMA can treat people with post-traumatic stress disorder. This past summer, the Food and Drug Administration actually designated MDMA as a breakthrough therapy. A handful of small studies have been done so far. And in one of these experiments, 19 people with post-traumatic stress disorder who hadn't responded to any other treatment were given MDMA and then they talked to a therapist. And afterwards, most of them said that they had fewer nightmares and flashbacks and that their relationships had gotten better. Now, it's still early days. We do need more research. But even Special Agent James Hunt of the DEA wasn't poo-pooing the idea of using MDMA for therapy.
If doctors are examining this and they find that it helps people, in a certain group, if it's, legal studies are done and trained people come up with that this works for some people, I've got no problem with it.
And despite this being an illegal drug, from what we know, for most people, MDMA is not very addictive. Conclusion. MDMA affects serotonin and some other chemicals in our brain to give us a high. But studies are finding that it also does this other unique thing. It makes us less sensitive to negative messages around us. And preliminary research shows us that MDMA might just be able to help some people with PTSD. Okay, so all of this makes MDMA sound pretty good. Great, even. But is it really all love and self-acceptance and sandstorm? Because growing up in Australia, this is the message that I kept hearing.
I don't know why she takes it. She always gets so depressed coming down.
I didn't know how many health problems it could cause.
He just wanted to try something new.
Ecstasy. You don't know what it'll do to you.
After the break, the come down. Welcome back. So we just found out, using science, that MDMA can be a lot of fun, and it might even help people during a therapy session. But now, the sun is up, the high is gone, and we're having our come down. And asking, is MDMA dangerous? Let's talk about the first few days after taking some, because some people say that they feel low and depressed. In fact, this phenomenon is so commonly known that it's got nicknames like the Tuesday Blues or even Suicide Tuesday. Now, the few studies that we've found on this say, yes, MDMA users can feel depressed in the days after taking the drugs. And a lot of the scientific literature on this seems to be blaming serotonin. So we asked Harriet DeWitt from the University of Chicago about it. So what about this idea that you take it, you get this serotonin burst, and 2 days later your brain doesn't have enough serotonin, so you feel sad?
Yeah, right. Well, it's a nice story to tell, but it's been questioned a certain amount.
There's actually not a lot of science directly testing this serotonin idea out. Plus, here's a curious thing. As part of Harriet's research, she asked about 40 people about their moods 2 days after taking her pure MDMA. And
we don't see this crash. They were totally normal.
yeah, you go to Harriet's lab, you take MDMA, and no come down. And while Harriet isn't specifically studying the come down, she has a couple of ideas about why recreational users might be feeling it and why people in her lab don't. Unlike partygoers, her people,
They're well rested. They're told to eat before they come in. They're hydrated, so we make sure that they drink water while they're here. We control the temperature in the room. We might not be producing the experience that they're getting in their party situation.
yeah, you might not. There's no creep talking your ear off about how amazing the DJ is or someone smoking pack after pack of cigarettes next to you. Now, also, this could be a dose thing. Harriet gives her people enough MDMA to get high, but maybe she doesn't give them enough to get that big crash later. Okay, so that's the come down, a couple of days later. But what about the long-term consequences of using MDMA? Say if you take it every weekend for months or even years. Will it fry your brain?
This is your brain. This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
A review paper out last year analysed studies with more than 1,000 people who had taken a lot of MDMA. These people, many who were in their 20s, had taken an average of almost 350 pills. And after all that partying, what happened to their brain? Well, for the most part, these people were actually fine. But the researchers did find a few things. Heavier users tended to find it trickier to move from one task to another, and their memory could also be worse. Here's Harriet.
People can use a lot. If they keep using it, yes, it's almost certainly damaging to their brains.
Other scientists that we reached out to also said that there is enough evidence now to know that the heavy use of MDMA can affect how well our brain works. So, for example, in one study, researchers found that it was more common for heavy users of MDMA to say things like, "I forgot what I wanted to say in the middle of a sentence." But still. Oh, sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, no, the researchers said that these effects were small, even compared to those who weren't taking any MDMA at all. And researchers think that these effects can happen because serotonin, which MDMA mucks around with, also plays a role in memory. Here's how Harriet described how these serotonin systems can work.
When you continuously stimulate them, overstimulate them, and the body can't regulate and return the brain to normal.
Now, so far, we've been focusing on the real party animals. But for some people, they're just dabbling, popping some when the kids are asleep. What about these people?
If they use it occasionally, chances are we don't have very good evidence. We don't have very strong evidence. And certainly I wouldn't be giving it in the laboratory if I had any inclination, if I had any belief that it was producing any kind of brain effects, lasting brain effects.
Conclusion. Taking a lot of MDMA can probably hurt your brain. There's some evidence that it can mess with your memory and probably other brain functions. But we don't have good evidence that taking a little bit of MDMA once in a while can cause brain damage. Except, well, there's one very big caveat. There are times when it can kill. On a November night in 1995, a young woman in the UK was celebrating her 18th birthday. Her name was Leah Betts, and she was partying with her friends at home. She popped some ecstasy and seemed totally fine. But as the night went on, things took a dark turn. And what happened next got tons of media attention around the world. And Leah kind of became the poster child for how dangerous MDMA could be. You see, Leah had started drinking water, a lot of water, A news report at the time said she was downing glass after glass of it. She started to feel sick, and then she lost consciousness. And her stepmom called the emergency. The call was later broadcast on the BBC.
Ambulance emergency. Our daughter's at a party and she's taken ecstasy along with alcohol. How old is she? She's 18. We've given her water. She's been sick, but she just stopped breathing. Is she breathing again? She's not breathing.
A few days later, Leah died in hospital. And this is really rare, but it does happen. A study published last year said there have been dozens of cases like this. It's thought that Leah did die from drinking too much water. But how exactly can that happen? Well, to understand that, you need to know this. Your body needs a perfect balance of salt and water to keep you alive. And when you're on MDMA, it can mess with this salt-water balance, and it's not clear exactly how this happens, but some reports have found that the drug can release a hormone that stops you from peeing. Drinking a lot of water can make the situation worse. And once you start holding too much water in your body, get this, your cells can swell, and this swelling can happen in your brain too, which can ultimately kill you. While this story of drinking too much water on MDMA got a lot of media attention, deaths from hypothermia or overheating are actually more common. And that's because MDMA can drive up your body temperature. But still, deaths from MDMA are rare. We couldn't find a number from the US on how many people die after taking the drug, but in England and Wales, between the mid-1990s and mid-2000s, on average, 50 people died each year after taking the drug. And some of those people were on other stuff at the same time. Conclusion. It's rare, but some people can die from taking MDMA. To put some perspective on it though, one scientist has said that it's safer to take the drug than ride a horse. But the thing is, these deaths might not all be MDMA's fault, because the vast majority of people who take this drug don't get it from guys like Harriet's chemist. They buy it on the street. So to find out more about what's actually being sold, we talked to Joseph Palomar.
My prime year was probably 2000. That was a good summer. But anyway.
Yeah, remember our club kid from the beginning of the episode? Well, he's not a club kid anymore. He's all grown up and he's a public health researcher at New York University. And Joseph's job right now is to find out what you really get when you buy MDMA on the street. So, Joseph and his team stand in front of New York City clubs asking ravers about what drugs they use, and then they collect hair samples.
And we don't mention the hair usually until they're maybe halfway done with the survey.
Good move.
Yeah.
And why hair? Well, because traces of what's in MDMA can show up in people's hair sometimes months after they've taken the drug. And if their pills have been tainted by other chemicals, well, you can see that too. But as you can imagine, getting hair from party kids can be a bit, well, hairy.
I was outside of a club and there was this female on roller skates wearing a big fake afro who really wanted to participate, but she didn't want to mess with the fake afro that she was wearing. And she was there voluntarily plucking out pubic hair. She insisted on plucking them one by one, but she only plucked out 2 or 3 or 4 hairs. So
Joseph had a sad little pile of pubic hair to work with, which wasn't enough to run his experiment. But he'd already got plenty of hair though from more than 170 people. And after analysing all that, he found, well, a lot of MDMA, as he was expecting. But then he found something that the kids weren't expecting. Bath salts. Yeah, now bath salts aren't actually bath salts. That's a slang term for a group of chemicals that feel a lot like amphetamines when you take them. So, of the 34 people in Joseph's study that had said they had never used bath salts or similar stuff, more than 40% had evidence of it in their hair.
And so, what does that tell you?
tells me that they're using drugs that are potentially more dangerous than ecstasy without knowing it.
Or they're lying to you.
Yeah. Well, some people would lie, but a lot of these kids have no idea what they're taking, and it's just very likely that a lot of these people who think they're using pure MDMA are actually using drugs like bath salts, all without realizing it.
Now, bath salts are a problem because they can make you panic, hallucinate, and feel paranoid. There's been reports that they can turn you into a cannibal. That was after this creepy case in Florida where a guy chewed off a man's face, but actually he wasn't on bath salts. Still, if you're going in for MDMA, you don't want bath salts. Other studies have found other stuff mixed in with MDMA, including ketamine, caffeine, and other amphetamine-like chemicals. Some of the samples don't even have MDMA in them. They were just a mixture of other chemicals.
We don't know how these drugs work at the same time. It might be quote unquote good effects that are increased, or it might be really bad effects that are increased. Or you never know what that's going to do to your brain or your body, a combination of drugs that we don't know about.
It's hard to know how much of the MDMA sold on the street is pure or mixed with some other stuff. And, for example, 2 studies from Spain found 2 very different results. One showed that most of the pills they tested had been mixed with something else. But then the other study found that 3/4 of the pills were actually unadulterated. Conclusion: when you buy MDMA on the street or from your friend's friend, you don't know what you're actually going to get. And that makes taking the drug more dangerous. So, when it comes to science versus MDMA, does it stack up? First, MDMA can make you feel euphoric and connected to other people, and researchers think this might be because it makes you focus less on the negative things around you and more on what feels good. MDMA might be a useful tool for therapy and particularly for people with post-traumatic stress disorder, but the research here is preliminary. And then, what about the risks? Well, if you take it every weekend for a long time, there is good enough evidence to say that it can affect your memory. But that effect, as far as science knows, is small. Occasional use? Well, there's not much evidence that this is harmful unless it kills you, but that is rare. And finally, MDMA that you buy on the street can be cut with a bunch of weird stuff, so it's best to score it from the scientists. The funny thing about MDMA is that there's this feeling behind it, that there has to be a bad consequence for feeling so good. I mean, surely you can't have this much fun and not break your brain. But chemicals don't work like that. They don't decide to punish you for having too much fun. They're not like your Catholic grandfather. So instead, you've got to look at the evidence to know if MDMA really is dangerous or if it really can help people. And from what we've been seeing, this drug shows a real potential. But still, it's not totally benign. That's science versus MDMA. MDMA. This episode has been produced by Heather Rogers, me, Wendy Zuckerman, Shruti Ravindran, and Rose Rimler. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sori. We're edited by Blythe Terrell. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris, Rose Rimler, and Ben Kiebrick. Sound design by Martin Peralta and Hayley Shaw. Music written by Bobby Lord. An extra thanks to Johnny Dynell, Jesse Radoy, Brian Earp, Professor Gerald S. Meyer, Professor Neve McDade, and Dr. Carl Roberts. Next week, we'll be taking a week break to do some more reporting, but we'll be back with an episode about birth control. We'll tackle your biggest misconceptions about contraception.
Listen, I can give you a study to do. The next time you're having sex, take some pre-cum, put it under a microscope, and check how many sperm there are.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show where we pit facts against f***ing. On today's show, birth control. And this is obviously an episode that is a little bit grown up. So if you're listening with some very little people around, maybe save this episode for another time. So, birth control. You probably think you know what's up. You read the instructions on your box of condoms. You've been taking the pill since you were a teen. In fact, you've been having sex for years. You think you've got this. But get this. According to one large survey, nearly half of unwanted pregnancies in the US happened while the couples were using birth control. Yeah. So there's something weird going on here. And on top of that, we just seem to be bombarded with scary news stories about the birth control that we do have.
There are thousands of complaints about the IUD.
A new study suggests that women who recently used certain birth control pills may increase their risk of breast cancer.
Taking birth control may cause depression.
And then these guys think we're crazy.
All right,
and you're like, you don't know what I'm going through.
So, is our birth control really that bad? And why are so many of us getting pregnant while we're on it? Science Versus to the rescue. And we know that contraception is a huge, huge topic. So we've pulled out all the stops, we've looked over the hard evidence, and we've come up with 3 areas where we think there is a lot of confusion. It's a menage a trois, if you will. 1. Withdrawal. Is it really a one-way ticket to getting knocked up? 2. The pill. Will it make you crazy and give you cancer? And 3. IUDs. Are they safe? And finally, we're going to find out if the male pill is the future of birth control. When it comes to birth control, there are a lot of misconceptions about contraception. But then there's science. Science versus birth control is coming up. Welcome back. To guide us through some of the misconceptions about contraception, we spoke to someone who was really excited about sex. Your mum. No, we actually spoke to some teenagers in downtown Chicago about sex, and they were kind of nervous but kind of excited, and a lot of them were just anxious about birth control. Some were worried about their side effects, and others didn't want to get pregnant young. Their parents had had them when they were teens, and they didn't want to get into the same situation. So, Caitlin Sori, our senior producer, and I sat with them. We were in a half circle, and it was all very safe spacey.
I'm Katie. This is Wendy.
So let's begin.
Cool.
Okay.
And it was clear that the school system had drilled one thing into their heads.
Always the takeaway is like, oh, but don't forget, abstinence is the best.
Abstinence is the true key to happiness.
When was the first time you knew about like a condom or the pill?
Honestly, probably from a movie, right? Like Mean Girls or something.
Don't have sex, because you will get pregnant and die.
We soon started talking about what a lot of these teens actually do. And we got to talking about withdrawal. That is, when a guy pulls out before he comes. Now, withdrawal isn't a new idea. Even my friend's grandma has a term for it. She calls it getting off the train before you stop. But it does seem to be getting more and more common. Nearly twice as many unmarried men say that they use withdrawal compared to about a decade ago. And a large survey of women found that around a third of them said that they had used it in the last month. Some journos are now calling this the pull-out generation, which explains the knowing giggles from the teens.
Have you guys heard of people using it?
Yes.
So, are we in for a flood of unintended pregnancies? This takes us to our first question. How well does withdrawal actually work? Okay, so you take 100 couples who use it for a year, and what happens? A study published this year found that around 20 couples would get pregnant. That's 1 in 5. And this is what's called typical use, because scientists recognize that people don't always do this stuff perfectly. In this case, a guy might not be pulling out every time in time. And one of the girls that we spoke to, she was petite and really sparky. She had heard one reason why the guys weren't pulling out in time. We'll call her Linda.
Like, I know, like, sometimes when the guy's penis is feeling numb, he might not get the feeling that he's actually going to come, just that he doesn't get, like, those senses that he's about to come. So he comes inside of her.
Okay, so this numb dick theory was firmly debunked by the guys in the room. In fact, this very cool kid, slouched in a bright red hoodie, was very confident in his ability to pull out. We'll call him Eric.
I'm 100% from the three-point line. I've never failed, just put it like that. So,
like, do you know like when it's coming?
Have you got enough notice?
It's a feeling. My spidey senses be tingling.
So what if those spidey senses kick in and men do pull out at the right time? Then what are the chances that a couple would get pregnant? Well, it turns out getting to this figure is harder than you might think. So, the story that we often hear about why withdrawal isn't perfect, even when you're 100% from the three-point line, is because of pre-cum. You know, that little bit of liquidy stuff that comes out of the penis before the main event. But is that true? How much of a problem really is pre-cum? To answer this very question, we spoke to Dr. Amita Murthy, a gynecologist at New York University. Fans of the show will remember Amita from our episode on abortion. She compared a fetus to a burrito. And so we thought she'd be the perfect person to tell us about what happens when you don't feel like a burrito.
How did you learn about contraception? Like, did your parents ever give you the sex talk?
Oh, no. Are you kidding? Conservative Indian family? Absolutely not. No, I got the sex talk at school, and I was horrified.
And has that changed?
Oh, for me? No.
With niceties out of the way.
Can you really get pregnant from pre-cum?
Yes. Technically, yes.
Technically? But really?
Yeah, there's sperm in pre-ejaculate.
Do we have any data on, like, the rates of women that get pregnant from pre-cum?
No.
You looked at me like I was insane.
How is someone supposed to know? How am I, as the doctor, supposed to know if she got pregnant from sperm from pre-ejaculate or from regular ejaculate?
I want data.
Listen, I can give you a study to do. The next time you're having sex, take some pre-cum, put it under a microscope, and check how many sperm there are.
All right. We'll start the Kickstarter campaign.
Luckily, we don't have to start it. Turns out it's already been done. Several years ago, 27 British men wanked for science. They plonked their pre-cum in a petri dish, and the scientists then had to act fast because sperm doesn't live long outside the body. So, within 2 minutes, an assistant nabbed the dish and squinted at its contents under a microscope. And so, what did they find? Well, they concluded that only about a third of the guys had enough active swimmers in their pre-cum to get someone pregnant. And another small study published last year found that an even smaller share of men had swimmers in their pre-cum. Now, since these are both small studies, it is hard to know how often pre-cum will have swimmers in it. But still, with what we do know, where does that leave the pull-out generation? Well, using this work, another group of scientists have estimated that if 100 couples use withdrawal perfectly for a year, that is, they nail that timing every time, only 4 will get pregnant. Yeah, 4. And as Amita says, it's really hard to estimate this kind of thing, but one study said that withdrawal was almost as good as using condoms perfectly. It's hard to imagine any sex ed teachers around the country sharing that statistic with you. Conclusion: using withdrawal perfectly, you are playing pre-cum roulette. And for now, we actually need more research to know how much pre-cum does have swimmers in it. From what we know, though, it doesn't seem to be a bad method of contraception. Still, if guys aren't always pulling out in time, your chances of pregnancy jump to around 1 in 5. Next up, one of the most common birth control methods, the pill. Millions of women around the world are on it, and it basically works by releasing synthetic hormones, that's estrogen or progesterone or even both, and that means you don't release an egg for the spermie to find. Now, if you're on it and you take the pill every day at the same time and you never forget, that's perfect use, your risk of pregnancy is really low. It's less than 1%. But if you're forgetful, you don't take it every day, that's typical real-world use, then your chance of getting pregnant is around 7%. That's about 1 in 14. But we heard a lot of other stories when it came to taking the pill. In fact, a few of the teens that we spoke to had friends who had struggled with depression while on the pill. And Linda, that sassy chick who had heard about numb penises, said that her moods were all over the place. Her friend had a similar story.
I had like really bad mood swings, terrible. It was like super bad, even when my mom would notice. And my mom's my best friend. And so she's like, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" I'm like, "No, like, why do you care?"
And this isn't just affecting teenagers. If you look at studies into why women quit taking the pill, mood swings is a reason that constantly crops up. So, our next big question. Is the pill mucking up our brains? Nicole Peterson is at the University of California in Los Angeles, and she studies how hormones, like those found in the pill, affect our brain.
When I started this line of research, and I was shocked to find that there had been almost no work done.
What did you think about that?
Well, I mean, honestly, at the time, I thought if no one's researching it, then it must not matter. You know, it must not affect the brain, or else for sure we'd know by now.
And how much of this is to do with the patriarchy?
Patriarchy. Oh, geez. Well, you know, I have my own opinions, but yeah, I mean, for sure, that's got to be part of it, right? That there's kind of this narrative that women are just emotional. It's just how they are. So if they take a pill that makes them emotional, what's the difference?
But things have been changing, and research into how the pill affects the brain have been ramping up. And here's what we know. We know that hormones, like those found in the pill, can latch onto proteins in the brain and influence how it works. In fact, Nicole says
there's no way for the pill to work without affecting hormones in the brain.
And we even have some early signs that the pill might actually be changing the structure of some women's brains. Nicole found evidence of this in a study of 90 women from a couple of years ago, and that finding got a ton of media attention, which inspired a lot of headlines. I ran a couple of them past her. Birth control pills may alter the state of your brain, says scary new study. Another one said, contraceptive pills shrink part of your brain, influencing emotions. And then another one said, birth control pill may shrink your brain. How did they do?
I think all of those are really a dramatic overstatement of the finding. I think what people immediately assume is if something's thinner or smaller in the brain, that must be bad.
But Nicole says that we still need to do more work here to know that the changes that we're seeing aren't just chance findings. And if these findings do hold up, then Nicole says we have another problem because we don't know what these brain changes mean for the women. Now, when we look at other studies, the picture that's emerging is that the pill will affect different women in different ways. Yes, there is evidence that the pill can make women feel worse and possibly increase their risk of depression and maybe even suicide. But there is also evidence that for some women, the pill can stabilize their mood, making them feel better.
I mean, how do you know if you're going to be someone who really benefits from the pill and maybe it smooths out your mood and you don't have mood swings or PMS anymore? Or maybe you're going to be someone who has a terrible response and you experience this, unbearable depression and anxiety. And I think what's difficult is it's hard to know which one you're going to be.
That is, science can't predict how you'll feel if you go on the pill. And while we do hear a lot of scary stories about the pill, some work has found that more women feel better on it than feel worse. For example, one study of more than 3,000 women found that 70% felt less feelings of depression after they were on the pill for a few months, compared to 10% who went downhill. Okay, so that's mood swings and the brain. But there is something else that has dogged the pill for decades, and that's its link to cancer. But things are pretty confusing, particularly if you watch the news.
A new study suggests that women who recently used certain birth control pills may increase their risk of breast cancer.
The latest research shows it could help protect you from certain cancers for up to 30 years after you stop taking it.
So, is the pill ramping up your cancer risk or reducing it? To clear this up, we actually have some really solid science here. 2 very large recent studies tracked well over 150,000 women for decades. And what did they find? Well, women on the pill did have a higher risk of breast cancer, but the pill lowered women's risks of other types of cancers, like ovarian. And all in all, it actually evened out. Yeah, in both studies, overall, women on the pill didn't have a higher risk of cancer compared to those not taking it. Conclusion. On average, women on the pill aren't at an increased risk of getting cancer overall. The pill can change your mood and perhaps increase your risk of depression, but some women feel better once they take it. The effects are different on different women. And you know what else has different effects on different women? And the pill is pretty good for stopping that, if you take it right. By the way, we know that lots of women have other concerns about the pill. We didn't get time to tackle them all. But after the break, the super effective birth control that no one is taking.
Is it time for men to take on the burden of birth control?
Welcome back. So, we've just covered the female pill and pulling out. Our next stop is the IUD, aka the intrauterine device. And our gynecologist, Dr. Amita Murthy, is a big fan of them.
Great. Love them.
Why do you love them?
They're very effective. Set it and forget it. 99% effective at preventing pregnancy.
Wow, 99%. Yes, the IUD has one of the lowest failure rates of all contraceptives. It's tiny and can look like a mini pogo stick, and a doctor puts it in your uterus. And it basically makes the uterus a hostile place for the sperm and the egg to get together to make a baby. But even though they're so effective, only 7% of American women use them. You see, some women are freaked out by the idea of an IUD. The teens we spoke to were definitely a bit wary.
Is this something you'd want?
That would gross me out. I don't know why. It's just like the idea of having something like in my uterus is like, it would just freak me out.
Mostly I've seen like girls just super scared of getting it because of like not being able to be pregnant.
But I know a ton of girls that have said like, I don't want to get the implant, I don't want to get the IUD because, you know, I do want kids in my future, just not right now.
The idea that the IUD could damage your uterus is understandable, particularly if you go back a little in time. In the 1960s, a gynecologist in Baltimore created a new design for an IUD. It had these 5 prongs and it was designed to stay in place in the uterus so it could be really effective.
The design looks like a really scary amoeba scorpion, has like prongs and crazy nonsense on it.
And this is critical. The new IUD had a special braided string, so doctors could pull it out when a woman wanted to get pregnant. So, the inventor, that Baltimore doctor, published a study showing that his IUD was better than its competitors. Soon, it hit the market with this splashy name, the Dalkon Shield. And it was a commercial success. More than 2 million women got it. But soon, problems started to arise. In the early 1970s, there were several cases where women with the device actually got pregnant. And doctors at the time were advised to leave the Dalkon Shield in place when that happened. But a handful of women got serious infections and then lost their babies. Some of the women even died. A doctor at the time, C.D. Christian, documented what was happening.
My mother's always wanted me to be a doctor.
Okay, this isn't Dr. Christian. We found the next best thing in our office. This is Jonathan Goldstein. So, the doctor noted that for the women who got infections and then died, it actually happened very quickly.
The greatest concern is the rather insidious yet rapid manner in which these patients become ill. In 3 of the 5 noted maternal deaths, the first symptoms, which were disarmingly innocuous in and of themselves, occurred within 31 to 72 hours of death from sepsis.
By 1975, 219 women using the Dalcon Shield had had miscarriages, and 13 women died. Thousands sued the manufacturer, and the Shield was taken off the US market. But Amita says that these horror stories have stoked fears about the IUDs for decades. Fears that it will hurt you and ruin your uterus. So, are IUDs inherently dangerous? Well, no. It turned out that there was something wrong with the Dalcon Shield. That special braided string that helped doctors remove it, that allowed bacteria to climb up into the woman's uterus.
And so then all IUDs were thought to be causing infections and thought to be the same, whereas really the Dalcon Shield had a design flaw.
Amita says that IUDs on the market today are safe. Several studies have now concluded that newer designs don't cause infertility. And infections are rare because they've changed the design. They still have a string, but not that braided one that caused the infections. Plus now, the FDA recommends that on the rare occasions when women with an IUD do get pregnant, that device is removed. But still, IUDs aren't perfect.
So there's a risk of causing a hole in the wall of the uterus at the time of insertion.
And what's the hole in the uterus? Like they just accidentally puncture it, like the doctor.
Yeah, we just accidentally puncture it and it closes on its own.
This happens about once for every 1,000 IUDs that go in. And we reached out to several gynos who studied this, and they all agree that most of the time, while a perforated uterus sounds scary, it's actually nothing to worry about. But they did say in very rare cases, it can cause complications. Conclusion. The IUD is super effective and quite safe. Its bad reputation can be traced to an IUD that's been off the market for years. So, there's one last thing that we want to tackle today, and that's the male version of the pill.
Well, taking the contraceptive pill has been the responsibility of women for years, but...
Is it time for men to take on the burden of birth control?
Yeah, is it time? Because so far, the options for men are pretty lame. There's vasectomies, which are typically permanent, and yes, there are condoms, which are pretty good, but they can slip, and they're far from perfect. So, where's the male version of the pill? We found just the person to ask.
Hello. Yes.
G'day.
Hey, Rob. Thanks for having me.
No worries.
Robert McLaughlin is a professor of men's health at Monash University in Melbourne, and he's been working on one of the most promising birth control methods for men. And Rob, he knows that he's up against a finely oiled machine, the testicles.
So how do you turn off a machine that every day makes tens of millions of sperm? How do you slow it up and stop it? Because
So how do you stop that orchestra?
well, you have to imagine here that you're inside the testicle, right?
As I do regularly.
See if that works for you. And you're surrounded by all these tubes, all these coiled tubes. And in between those coiled tubes, you've got the testosterone secreting cells.
So, if you're a guy, your brain will tell those testosterone secreting cells to do what they do best. Pump out testosterone. And you need that to make sperm. So this all means that if you want to stop sperm from being made, you've actually got to stop this process somehow. And here's how Rob does it. He tricks the brain by actually giving men testosterone.
The brain says, oh, well, I can see you've got plenty. I don't need to do anything anymore. It turns off the hormones that are driving the testicle. So if you like, the testicle becomes redundant. It's no longer needed to make testosterone or sperm. It just gets shut down. And that machine will grind to a halt. Now, it takes a few months. It doesn't happen overnight.
But it does happen. Rob also gives men another hormone to help block that sperm production. And he finds that for most men, the number of sperm they have plummets and babies don't get made. In fact, over the decades, these kinds of male contraceptives have been tested on more than 2,000 men. And a review paper published more than 10 years ago concluded that male hormonal contraception is, quote, well tolerated, end quote, and 95% effective. And a more recent review paper found that it was getting even better results than that.
Now, we've had 20 or 30 years of research. It actually works.
Rob says that this male contraception has some side effects, which are a bit like the female pill. There are reports of mood changes and even depression. But Rob says that the real kicker is how men have to take this drug.
And how is it delivered? Can you take it in a pill?
No, you can't. There is no male pills. Testosterone cannot be given by a pill.
When you swallow testosterone in a pill, it breaks apart before it gets to the brain. So men would most likely have to get their dose in a shot or potentially in an implant. But still, great. We have the technology. The male shot works. But Rob tells us there's one big reason why it's not here.
I mean, one of the disappointing things is the pharmaceutical industry were involved in this research until about 5 years ago, and both the big companies that were involved, one pulled out about a decade ago.
No pun intended.
Yeah, yes, indeed. About 10 years ago and one about 5 years ago.
Ultimately, Rob says that Big Pharma just doesn't think there's a market for the male shot. But is that true? Well, several surveys have found that at least 1 in 4 men worldwide would consider using something similar, which is actually a lot of men. And we did a little market survey of our own. Back in Chicago, we talked with Spidey Sense cool guy Eric and the other teens about it.
I got a question. I heard y'all say something about a male pill. I mean, do it stop me from getting somebody pregnant?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
It's not a pill though, it's a shot. So it's a shot of testosterone, sometimes in the butt.
You're shaking your head. You're not interested in that.
Negative. I'm really not.
That's uncomfortable. I'm good.
It's uncomfortable, but imagine us trying to get an IUD in. Okay, but with your vagina, they're like opening it up and putting something in there.
But it's not his vagina, so it's not like
No,
they
no,
care,
right,
you
but
know?
like he said,
like, you don't have one, that's why you don't care.
Conclusion, we have a male shot and it works, and the side effects are pretty limited. But Big Pharma just isn't that into it, and that's probably why you can't buy it right now. So, when it comes to science versus birth control, does it stack up? Withdrawal. Well, if you're super vigilant about getting off before you stop, it may not be such a bad approach, but you're still playing pre-cum roulette. The pill. It's a good way to prevent pregnancies, but what about mood swings? Well, there is some evidence that it might increase your risk of depression or getting mood swings, but it also might make your moods better or not affect your moods at all. And right now, science can't predict how the pill is going to make you feel. And what about cancer? Well, overall, women on the pill don't get cancer at a higher rate than women who aren't on it. IUDs, the new ones, are safe and very, very effective, and the only serious risk is a small risk of perforating your uterus. The male pill, well, it's the male shot. It exists, but since Big Pharma has pulled out, women and men will have to wait. The thing is, if we want to prevent unintended pregnancies, then we have to start getting comfortable with having discussions that get into uncomfortable territory. And one thing that's kind of uncomfortable here is that there's no perfect mode of contraception. They all have some risks and some side effects, and none of them are fail-safe when it comes to stopping babies. Which is why...
Oh, but don't forget, abstinence is the best.
What a shame that sex is so much fun. I guess that's why we risk it for the biscuit. That's science versus birth control. This episode has been produced by me, Wendy Zuckerman, Shruti Ravindran, Heather Rogers, and Rose Rimler. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sori. We're edited by Blythe Terrell. Extra editing help from Alex Bloomberg and Eric Mennel. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Sound design by Martin Peralta and Bobby Lord. Music written by Bobby Lord. An extra thanks to Dr. Aparna Sundaram at the Guttmacher Institute, Dr. Sarah Prager, Professor Brittany Charlton, Dr. Lisa Iverson, Professor James Trussell, Dr. Sarah Holton, Libby Schaefer, and all the Chicago teens. Thank you so much for the time you took to talk to us, plus Jonathan Goldstein and Joseph LaBelle Wilson. Next week, we'll be back with a cracking episode about chiropractors. Are they a bunch of shysters or a solution to back pain?
And then they used to get me to swing you from your feet. Really?
every day for 10 seconds. Yeah.
I'm so nervous for me in retrospect.
If you're in New York, this Monday, that's December the 4th, I'll be talking with Mooj Zadi at Green Space in Manhattan. It should be lots of fun. Come and say hello. Details are in the show notes. And if you want more details about this episode, sign up to our newsletter. There's a transcript with a bunch of footnotes and links. Head to gimletmedia.com/newsletter and sign up there. I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show where we pit facts against...
Oh.
Ooh, that's the satisfying sound of a back being cracked. Because on today's show, chiropractors. Millions of people have back and neck pain, and it's pretty hard to treat. There are drugs that can help, but they can have some pretty nasty side effects. People are desperately looking for other solutions, like going to the chiro. In one large survey, almost a third of Americans suffering from neck and back pain had said that they went to one. And of course, it's not just Americans seeing the chiro for pain. Our senior producer, Caitlin Sori, called up her parents, who are big fans of their chiro.
Katie, how is New York going?
It's good.
So you still ride your bike to work?
Yeah, I do. Don't worry, I'm safe.
Your mother is worried.
Katie's mum is Chris and her dad is Bill, and the whole Sori family have been going to the chiro for years. So, Katie, tell us all about it.
Yeah, so my parents have been going to the chiro for ages, and I actually didn't know about this until we called them up to talk to them about it. But I was actually taken to the chiropractor as a newborn baby.
Wait, why did they want to take you to the chiro?
Because my birth was really rough. They had to really yank me out. And so the idea was that maybe my bones were misaligned, so they wanted to take me to the chiropractor to see if it could help.
Yeah, because you had such a traumatic birth.
You know, like you had huge marks around your face where the forceps grabbed your cheeks. So you didn't look too terrific for the first few days because of that.
And Mum says visiting the chiro seemed to be good for me. I slept better. And so when my brothers were born, they were also taken off to the chiro. And my parents still go for neck and back pain. Dad has smashed himself a fair bit over the years.
So I've fallen out of a tree. I've fallen off a motorbike.
Yeah, Dad's been thrown off a motorbike. He's fallen off a ladder. So the chiro makes him feel better. Same with Mum.
My muscles feel a lot more relaxed and my neck feels like it's not so grindy. That's the best way to describe it.
Wait, so do you remember going as a kid?
Yeah, so the whole family, we went right up until I was 18, all 5 of us, every 6 weeks or so.
Okay, so I've never been to a chiro. What do they actually do when you get in there?
Yeah, so the main thing that chiros do is this thing called spinal manipulation. So they're basically checking your spine, all the little segments in your spine, to see if anything's out of place, and then they're popping it back into place. And they can use a little tool or they can use their hands, but it's a quick thrust. It's not like a massage where you're kneading your back. It's like pop back into place. Anyway, it was just a thing the whole family did.
And we'd skip out happy little Vegemites.
We were happy little Vegemites coming out of the chiropractor's office. It's an Aussie thing. So, is this thing that we did throughout my childhood total BS?
So tell us about the science. Come on.
Because not everyone reckons that going to the chiro will make you a happy little Vegemite. Some say that it's not real medicine and that the ideas behind chiropractic have no science behind them. They even say it could be dangerous. So today we're asking, 1, can chiros help your back and neck pain? 2, should you take your baby Katie to the chiro? And 3, what are the risks here? When it comes to chiropractors, there are lots of bones to crack. But then there's science. That's Science versus Chiropractors, coming up. Welcome back. Today, we've got a cracking episode for you. We're looking at whether chiropractic can help treat pain. And yeah, chiropractic. It sounds like an adjective, but it's actually a noun. It bothers us too. But moving on. So, why did chiropractors think that they could help little baby Katie and everyone else in her family too? Well, we can trace it back to one guy in Iowa more than 100 years ago.
You are in Iowa.
And to get this story, we spoke to chiropractic royalty.
Carl S. Cleveland III.
Yes, Carl comes from a long line of chiropractors.
My great-grandmother was a chiropractor. My grandfather and grandmother were chiropractors. And my mother and father were chiropractors. As a child, I thought everybody grew up to be a chiropractor.
And he's the president of Cleveland University, Kansas City, which was founded as a chiropractic college. In fact, his family started it. And yes, we know it's confusing. Carl Cleveland lives in Kansas City, and this story about the birth of chiropractic is set in Iowa.
Iowa.
Okay, so back to that one guy who started it all. His name was D.D. Palmer.
He was Canadian, appeared to be a stocky man, had a full beard.
D.D. Palmer was a magnetic healer in the late 1800s. So he thought he had a personal excess of magnetic energy that he could channel through his fingers to treat people. It was a thing back then. But something changed for D.D. Palmer, and soon he would switch from magnetic healing to backcracking. Here's basically how the legend goes. So, D.D. Palmer met this janitor who was hard of hearing, and he also had this hump on his back. And D.D. Palmer thought that he could help, so he pushed the janitor's back with this big thrust. And a few days later, the guy came back with some very curious news.
Saying, Mr. Palmer, I hear the racket of the wagons in the street.
A new profession was born, and D.D. Palmer named it chiropractic, meaning in Greek, a practice done by hand.
And Palmer then thought he found a cure for deafness. Put out a sign, D.D. Palmer, healer of the deaf.
Soon, D.D. shifted away from just curing deafness by manipulating spines. He now wanted to cure practically everything. And this brings us to the theory behind chiropractic. Basically, D.D. Palmer started to think that the spine was the key to health. And here's what he thought was going on. D.D. believed that there was energy flowing through the spine to keep us healthy.
He was a spiritual man, and he saw that when spinal joints didn't move right, that in some way obstructed the flow of nerve energy and life force through those nerves to the body parts.
That is, he reckoned that these kind of blockages in the spine, or what he called subluxations, could make you sick by interfering with that mystical energy. At other times, he said those subluxations tweaked people's nerves. D.D. ultimately thought that 95% of diseases were the result of subluxations. And in fact, he wrote that it was unjust to blame germs for disease. And today, D.D. Palmer's term subluxation is still used by a lot of chiros. The word means slightly different things to different chiropractors. For Carl, a subluxation is basically a joint that doesn't move properly. And he thinks that it can sometimes lead to things like asthma and high blood pressure. And Carl reckons that people need to visit the chiro not just when something's sore, but for regular checkups, kind of like how you go to the dentist.
I see chiropractic being viewed beyond back pain to more spinal hygiene, and that I will see people, as they often do today, once they understand the benefits of chiropractic care, patients will come in for periodic maintenance assessment and maintenance adjustment.
Despite the mystical origins of chiropractic, it's actually starting to get some real cred. So the main thing that chiros do is spinal manipulation. It was the thing that Katie told us about. And just this year, in the search for better ways to fight back pain, the American College of Physicians included spinal manipulation on their list of suggested treatments. And so this brings us to the question, how good is the evidence that chiros can help you with your pain? And specifically, let's look at neck and back pain. That's why most people go to the chiro. To get some answers, we called up Anita Gross, a physical therapist and researcher who specialises in neck pain at McMaster University in Canada.
Hello, how are you?
A couple of years ago, Anita and her team combed through almost 40 trials looking into whether spinal manipulation, that thing that chiros do, could actually help with neck pain. And a lot of what she found were kind of crappy trials. For example, many of them were small, often involving no more than 30 people. And by the way, in science, you don't officially call these studies crappy. Instead, you call them low quality.
Low quality actually is not the worst. The worst is very low quality.
Oh.
So low quality, believe it or not, has a little bit of hope in it.
And she did find some hope. Anita found that for people who had multiple sessions with a chiro, well, they actually did tend to have less pain in their neck. And one of the studies she looked at even compared spinal manipulation to conventional medication, like taking anti-inflammatory drugs, muscle relaxants, and even opioids. And it ultimately found that going to the chiro turned out to be more helpful than drugs. That is, after a year, the people going to the chiropractor had less pain than those who are on the meds. Now, we do need more data here to see if this holds up, but for now, it sounds pretty impressive.
So the studies are showing that spinal manipulation actually does help.
It's valuable, yeah.
So those studies were in neck pain, and while Anita didn't specifically look at back pain, the research here seems to be pretty similar. So again, we don't have great studies, but what we do have suggests that spinal manipulation can help with back pain. And when patients walk through Anita's door, sometimes she gives spinal manipulation a go.
So it's something that I use clinically in my own practice.
Since you do these big reviews and you find that there's low quality evidence that it helps, how come you give it to your patients?
To do nothing with your patients isn't of any value either. You're getting them better in their everyday life, their function, and being able to actually do their activities.
Ultimately, Anita says that mainstream medicine doesn't have a lot of great options for treating this kind of pain. So spinal manipulation is sometimes useful. And Anita did point out that she typically doesn't use spinal manipulation on its own. She likes to combine it with these exercises that can help people get stronger and move their bodies better. Conclusion. Although the studies are pretty crappy, aka low quality, there is some evidence that going to a chiropractor for spinal manipulation can help people with back and neck pain. So, going to the chiro might help you with pain along your spine. But some chiros reckon that it should be used for way more than that. And one of the most controversial claims is that even kids should go to the chiropractor. The American Chiropractic Association openly encourages this. And according to the National Institutes of Health, chiropractic is one of the most common forms of non-traditional medicine used in kids. Which, of course, takes us back to little baby Katie getting her tiny little spine aligned.
Can you describe how they did it? Like, what was actually happening?
Kind of just massage your head, and then they would just lift you up by your ankles and just swing you, but just really gently, really, really gently, and then just lay you back down again.
I'm so nervous for me in retrospect.
They recommended I did that every day, which I did for about 3 months, I think.
And then why did you stop at 3 months?
Because you're getting a bit heavy, and I was like, this is not good.
Okay, so we couldn't find any studies on newborns and chiros, but several years ago, the UK General Chiropractic Council, an independent body set up to regulate chiros in the UK, put out this big report and ultimately concluded that there wasn't any good evidence that you should take your kid to the chiro. But that doesn't seem to bother our chiropractic royalty, Carl Cleveland III, who comes from a long line of chiros. He believes there is a role for chiropractic for kids.
The birth process typically is a bit traumatic. Children have pain. Children have injuries. They have trauma. They fall off of bicycles and out of trees.
But if there's limited evidence that chiropractic can help, why would you take your child to a chiropractor?
Because those patients respond to care. And I think it's a matter of time before we have formal evidence. But from a practical standpoint, where the satisfied patient that sees the child that is pain-free, that's improvement. It's just a period of time before those studies, in my opinion, that those studies will be completed.
So it's also possible that in the future, as we do clinical trials, those trials will show that it doesn't help.
That's a possibility. This is an area where we require additional research.
Conclusion. Hoping for evidence is not the same as having evidence. And right now, there is no good research showing that taking your kids to the chiro will help them grow into happy little Vegemites. We spoke to Katie's parents about it. Do you want the science on the kids? Do you want to know that? Yeah, there's pretty much no good science that it works for anything when it comes to kids.
We got sucked
in. Yeah.
Wait, what did your dad just say?
He said they got sucked in. They just trusted the chiropractor.
Back in the day, everyone was going. So, like, everyone was the same sort of thing. So we didn't question as much. It feels a little bit like you're sort of sucked into this vortex almost of believing everything they say.
After the break, we go further into the vortex. Welcome back. So today we're talking about chiropractors and this thing they do called spinal manipulation. And we just heard that it may help with back and neck pain, but there's no good science behind taking kids to the chiro. Now, we're going to dive right into the core beliefs of chiropractic to see if the idea of spinal manipulation holds up. Now, a lot of people might have heard about a spine being out of alignment or misaligned, and that's why you go to the chiro. But what exactly is a misaligned spine? Well, to understand that, we have to go back to old Iowa.
Iowa.
Didi Palmer, the guy who came up with chiropractic, thought that a lot of our health issues could be traced back to a misaligned spine. And the thing that was making your spine misaligned was what he called subluxations. Now, at one point, he thought these subluxations could block a mystical force that flowed through the spine, causing disease. Now, that's clearly not science. But Didi also had this theory that's shifted a little but has basically stuck around today. And that is that subluxations are bones out of place, or some say stiff joints, that then squish against our nerves in some way, making us sick. And this could lead to things like asthma or high blood pressure. And now, not every chiro thinks this way anymore, but a lot of them still do. A study of several hundred Canadian chiros found that almost 1 in 5 thought fixing a subluxation was the key to health.
The science behind it is not likely to come because the science behind it is simply not there. The belief system is entirely contrary to our knowledge of physics and chemistry and biology.
That's Marcello Costa. He's originally from Italy, but is a professor of neurophysiology at Flinders University in Australia. And he says that there is no good evidence that problems with your spine are to blame for many of the diseases that some chiros claim to fix. So, take asthma, for example. Now, we don't know exactly what causes asthma. It's been linked to genetics and immune reactions. But here's the important thing. We don't have any good evidence that manipulating the spine can have any effect on asthma.
There's no basis whatsoever that it can cure asthma. This is completely nonsense. Not only there's no evidence that one can believe, but there's no reason whatsoever to assume that manipulating the spine will help the asthma of a young child. And so in the sense, it's a complete bonkers, it's a complete nonsense.
And maybe this asthma thing is low-hanging fruit. Like, it kind of seems obvious that it's a bit bonkers. But Marcello says that even if you just zoom out to this idea that a back could be misaligned and afflicted with subluxations, well, he says that even that concept is spineless.
And the subluxations simply do not exist physically.
They don't exist at all?
They don't exist at all. It's simply just telling you a complete fib. The fact that some of them believe this is even more worrying.
And some of them actually don't believe it, and they want to ditch this idea of subluxations altogether. Several papers have now been written by chiros acknowledging that there is no good evidence behind subluxation. One paper called it an untested hypothesis and said that it was like, quote, an albatross around our collective necks, end quote. Now, Marcello says that there are clear-cut medical conditions that affect your spine, like a slip disc. That's where the jelly-like stuff in between the bones of your spine push against the nerves, and this can hurt. But that's often not what chiros are talking about when they talk about misalignments or subluxations. And Marcello says that if you do have these conditions,
You do really need a proper doctor and not a pseudo-doctor.
and if Marcello sounds particularly narky, it's because he hates that chiros have this veneer of legitimacy around them. Like, they call themselves doctors even though they don't have a medical degree. And so here's a kind of fun fact about chiropractors. A survey of more than 1,000 chiros found that 1 in 4 of them agreed with this statement. Quote, there is a lack of evidence from clinical trials to support most of the treatments I use in my practice. Yeah, 1 in 4 thought that. But still, there is evidence that going to a chiro might help you with back and neck pain. But if chiros aren't fixing subluxations, then what are they doing to help with your pain? Well, scientists aren't quite sure how spinal manipulation works. Research into this very question says that it could be that sharp thrust triggers a chain of events that might block pain receptors, or it could reduce muscle tension or stiffness. And then there's another explanation, that it's not to do with pain receptors or stiffness, but actually it's just about someone taking care of you, and from that you're expecting to feel better. It's that thing we call the placebo effect. We put this to Bill and Chris, Katie's parents.
Would it matter to you if it was placebo and it wasn't sort of aligning your back and, you know, whatever they say it might be?
No, we'd still go.
Why?
Why? Because it helps. The pain, it's all about whether it feels good for you.
Fair point. If it's making people feel better, what's the problem here? Well, there are some risks. Anita Gross, the physical therapist from the beginning of the show, talked to us about these. When she was doing her big assessment of the evidence out there on chiros and neck pain, she also looked at the risks here. Because getting a spinal manipulation, particularly the kind that twists and cracks your neck, does seem kind of scary. So, Anita found that sometimes people said that their neck pain actually got worse after a spinal manipulation, and other people would get headaches, nausea, or even dizziness. Here's Anita.
The manipulation happens so quickly, then, you got that dizziness.
Now, we don't know how often this happens because many studies actually don't record the side effects. But either way, those things tend to go away on their own. Now, very rarely, there are more serious problems that can happen. Bones can fracture, and a twist or a push on the neck can actually dislodge a blood clot or even cause a small tear in the artery. And there are cases where people have actually died.
May was seeking treatment for what she said was just a pinched nerve, and less than a week later, she was dead.
Last year, Katie May, a 34-year-old model, died soon after going to the chiro, and her family blamed the treatment. Now, we weren't talking about Katie May specifically, but Anita told us that this is really rare. But these kinds of cases can happen.
Yeah, a young person between the age of 20 and 40-something gets their neck manipulated, and then they die. Like, we've had a few cases like that.
Oh my gosh. What are they dying of?
From aneurysms or the vascular system just being torn in the neck, and then they get bleeds into the head.
So what are the chances that this will happen to you if you go to the chiro? Well, scientists actually don't know. Some say that 1 out of every few million manipulations could lead to a death. Others say it's more common, and some even question whether chiropractors caused these deaths or something else did. Conclusion. While serious injuries from chiropractic are rare, they do happen. And less serious issues like pain or stiffness tend to get better on their own. So, when it comes to science versus chiropractors, does it stack up like a nice healthy spine? Well, for people with back or neck pain, the research shows that getting a spinal adjustment from a chiropractor might help. But we don't really know why. As for taking your kids to the chiro, there's no good evidence that it will help them. And what about the whole point of chiro, that our spines need to be aligned for our overall health? That subluxation thing. Well, there's no good evidence that it's real. And finally, this isn't a totally risk-free option. Very rare, but very serious consequences can occur from spinal manipulation. Even death. But, of course, pretty much everything that people do with their bodies carries some risk, and sometimes those risks are worth taking, if people are getting a real benefit. But for a lot of things that some chiros are saying they do, there's just no good evidence that it will help. Some of those claims are based on their belief that the evidence will come, rather than the science that we have now. Bill Sorey, Katie's dad, sees it this way.
It's a bit like religion. You got to filter out the bull. I reckon.
Wait, what did your dad just say?
He said, chiropractors are a bit like religion. You've got to filter out the bull.
Bill Sorey.
I know. He's so sassy.
That's science versus chiropractors.
We all adore Vision like he puts a rose in every tree.
This episode has been produced by Rose Rimler, me, Wendy Zuckerman, with help from Shruti Ravindran and Heather Rogers. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sorey. We're edited by Blythe Terrell. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris, sound design by Martin Peralta and Bobby Lord, music written by Bobby Lord. For this episode, we also spoke to Dr. Richard Deo, Professor Tim Mertz, Professor Gregory Whitcomb, Dr. Adam Chifu, and Julie Knack. Thank you for your insights. An extra big thanks to Rachel Ward, Emma Morgenstern, Christina Sullivan, Jasmine Romero, and Phoebe Flanagan, as well as Alex Ward, Russell Gregg, Fiona Krall, and Judy Adair. Also, a shout out to the Soreys. Thank you, Bill and Chris. By the way, Gimlet's doing a holiday pop-up shop selling t-shirts and stickers. So show your support for our show by getting your very own Science versus t-shirt. It'll be fun for those Christmas dinners. Links are in the show notes. Check it out at sciencevs.show/shirt. Next week is our last show for the season, and we're looking at obesity. Who's to blame for making us fat?
So I take the stool. It goes literally into a blender, just like you're imagining a regular blender. There's a lot of chunks.
Like corn? Is that what we're talking about? Corn?
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time.
It's a new bike. It's a good one.
Hey?
It's got 2 brakes on it.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with cars colliding with you, though, Caitlin. It doesn't matter the bike you have.
It means I can stop more quickly.
What about your helmet?
Yep, new helmet. Okay, we've got to go. We'll let you go, okay? All right. Love
Okay.
you.
Nice talk with you all.
Night.
Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show that pits facts against fat. On today's show, science versus obesity. What exactly is making us fat? For the most part, we've been taught that if you're fat, it's your fault. Get off your bum and go for a run. Stop eating so many carbs. That's what Jonathan Zenti has always heard.
The wrong things I do is that I eat like huge bowls of pasta, I eat pizza, and I eat bread. That are my Achilles heels.
Of course, Jonathan loves those things. They're great. Plus, he's Italian. Jonathan is a radio producer, and he's been overweight for a while now and recently documented his weight struggle. He talked to our reporter Heather Rogers about it, and Jonathan said that his mum is always trying to pressure him to eat better.
She took me to a fish restaurant because she knows I don't like fish very much.
She took you there so you wouldn't eat very much?
Yeah,
What did you order?
I think fried something. I ordered something fried, but just for revenge.
Away from the family gripes, Jonathan says that strangers judge him because of his body all the time.
I take the train a lot, and when there is someone already on her seat and I come and I say, oh, I'm next to you, like the disgusted face, like, oh my God, I have a fat one next to me. That's my, every time, like 80% of the time I get a disgusted look. And so they try to change the seat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But the thing is that all over the world, people are struggling with their weight. And just to look at America, more than 2/3 of adults are now overweight or obese. And this has happened so quickly over the span of just a few decades that it has made scientists wonder if it really is our fault that we're fat. Perhaps something else is going on here that's making so many of us overweight. Like maybe it's in our genes. And Jonathan has thought about this too.
My mother's father was like very chubby. My mother, she's naturally very big, like she's tall and large shoulders, and she gains weight very fast.
And he said he'd be so excited to find out that his genes were the thing making him fat.
It's because of my mother. It's not because I couldn't control myself. It's genetic. Bye.
So on today's show, will the Jonathans of the world be vindicated? For the millions of us who are overweight, we're going to find out if we really are to blame for our bulge. To puzzle it out, we're delving into the following questions. 1. Is getting fat written into our DNA? 2. If you do get off your ass and go for a run, will it stop you from gaining weight? And 3. We'll tell you about a mysterious force that could be making us fat, and scientists are just starting to understand it. When it comes to obesity, there are lots of looks of disgust.
Oh my God, I have a fat one next to me.
But then there's science. Science versus Obesity is coming right up. Welcome back. On today's show, we're delving into this question of whether you really are to blame for your weight. And right off the bat, we'll tell you that generally speaking, the more you eat, the more weight you'll gain. The fact is that your diet plays a big role in how heavy you are. Studies consistently find that when people cut the amount of calories they eat, they lose weight. So, the food you eat, it does matter. Sorry. But still, this is far from the whole story. So, first up, what about Jonathan's wish that he could blame his mum for his weight?
It's genetic. Bye.
But is it? Is your DNA making you fat? To find out, we decided to talk to this guy.
Hello, I'm Giles. Who are you?
That's Giles Yeo. He's a geneticist at the University of Cambridge in the UK. And he's been researching genes and obesity for around 20 years. And Giles says, yes, you can blame your parents, at least a little bit.
Your body shape is powerfully genetically controlled whether or not you become fat or not. Next time you're at the airport, don't stare too much, you might get smacked. But if and you're there with your venti latte Just look at families that are walking by.
And Giles thinks this not just because he creeps on families at airports, but because of studies that have scoured the genes of thousands of people and measured their weight, as well as these impressive studies that have been done in identical twins. In fact, that's what really convinced Giles.
Yes, undoubtedly the twin studies.
You see, if identical twins are always the same weight, then genes must play a big role in making us fat. But to know for sure that it's the genes, you really need those twins to grow up in different places, because otherwise their mum and dad are probably feeding them the same food. But
we do live in an awful world, and more often than we might imagine, twins are split up at birth and are raised in different places.
bummer for the twins, great for science. When researchers look at these kinds of twins, they tend to find that if one twin was overweight, the other one probably was too. So from this, we know that a big chunk of how fat we are is based on our genetics. Exactly how much? Well, that varies a lot between different studies.
All evidence points to the fact that the genes play an enormous role in our body shape and body size.
But exactly how are your genes conspiring to make you fat? Well, to explore that, we're going to tell you about one gene. It's called the fatty bumbar gene. No, it's obviously not called that. It's called the fat mass and obesity associated gene, or the FTO gene. Now, there are some types of this gene that increase your risk of being obese. And here's the thing. Some people have no fat versions of this gene, some people have one, and other people, those at the highest risk of being obese, they have two.
What is abundantly clear is that having one or two fat versions of these genes increases your risk of obesity.
And studies have found that a lot of people around the world have these fat genes. And here's how it might be affecting your weight. Giles reckons that these genes make your brain think that you're hungrier than you really are.
If you are not hungry, it is very easy to stop eating because you are not hungry. So there is no willpower, there is no challenge. If, however, you're hungry, it's always going to be more difficult to stop eating.
So, for example, researchers in the UK gave kids who had just eaten dinner a plate of biscuits and cookies. And they wanted to see if some kids would eat more than others. Here's what they found. The kids who had two fat genes ate 10 grams more on average than the kids who didn't have any fat genes. And that 10 grams is about the weight of an Oreo cookie. Now, this is an adorable study, mainly because it means we get to say the word cookie. Cookie, cookie, cookie.
Oh, nom, 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 nom.
But the truth is, our appetite is an incredibly complicated thing. And Giles doesn't think that you can solely blame your FTO genes for making you eat cookies. In fact, studies have found that people with two fat versions of this gene only weigh a little bit more than those with none.
If you have two fat versions of FTO, then you're on average 3 kilograms heavier, or about 7 pounds.
So having two fat versions means you might only be about 7 pounds heavier? What's all the fuss about then? Because that's not that much. But the thing is, that's just one gene. There are scores of genes that have been associated with obesity, and they might be lurking in our DNA, slightly increasing our risk of getting fat. So far, that all makes sense. But it does seem pretty weird to blame our genes for the surge in obesity that we've seen over the last few decades. Because that fat version of the FTO gene didn't just appear out of nowhere. It's probably been with us for a very, very long time. So why wasn't it making us fat, say, 100, 1,000 years ago?
Why are we just getting fat now?
Okay. So that's the $64 million question. You're absolutely right. Our genes have not changed, certainly over the past few thousand years, but it's our environment that has changed.
Giles thinks that these fat genes might be holdovers from thousands of years ago when food was scarce and we didn't really know where our next meal was coming from. In an environment like that, our bodies needed to eat whatever food was around and to store that energy for a rainy day. So it's possible that for thousands of years, these fat genes that helped us to survive are now working against us. Because now, for a lot of us, food is everywhere.
Ultimate cheesy crust pizza. 16 cheesy pockets overflowing with a 5-cheese blend of melted cheeses.
And so those once very handy genes might now be helping to make us fat. Conclusion: there is good evidence that genes do play a role in how fat we are. But still, Giles says that these fat genes don't necessarily seal our fate.
If you want to consider your genes, okay, as a hand of cards in poker, okay, you can win with a bad hand of cards and you can most certainly lose with a good hand of cards.
Okay, so if you're dealt a handful of obesity cards, what can you do about it? Well, something that we all hear is that exercise will do the trick, just like in The Biggest Loser.
Tanya, walk that out. Go, girl, walk it out.
There you go. Use those abs. Keep moving.
Up and down, 16.
I just need a minute.
No, Matt, you don't need a minute.
Actually, Matt, why don't you take 5? Because some scientists have recently called out the idea that exercise could battle the bulge. A group of researchers recently wrote, "Let us bust the myth of physical inactivity and obesity," while another team noted that when it came to physical activity, there is limited evidence to suggest that it can blunt the surge in obesity. Now, there is really good evidence that exercise is important for our overall health and preventing chronic illnesses like heart disease and diabetes.
Hi, sorry. Hi, Wendy.
Lara Dugas, a physical activity researcher at Loyola University in Chicago, told us that there is no debate that exercise is good for our overall health.
That's not the debate we're having. The debate is really about if you are physically active, is that enough to prevent you from gaining weight?
Because this is the thinking, right? This is what we've all been told.
Right. So we really wanted to investigate this.
When Lara went searching through the studies, she found conflicting messages about whether exercise could actually help with your weight. So she wanted to get to the bottom of this. And Lara wanted to compare people living in different countries. So she studied about 2,000 people from around the world, from America as well as a handful of kind of exotic locations.
Yes, I did. I traveled several times to Ghana, South Africa, Jamaica, and I got to the Seychelles, which is absolutely gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's paradise.
So some people lived in paradise and some of them lived in Chicago. And Lara has been checking in with the people in her study over a few years. She's tracking their weight and also how active they are. And here's what she found.
There was no relationship between the amount of physical activity you were doing and then the amount of weight that you would gain.
So overall, she couldn't find a clear link between being less active and gaining weight. But how is that possible? Well, here's the thing. We know that exercise and physical activity burns calories. But other research tells us that it just doesn't burn that many calories. And Lara says, generally speaking, the physical activity we do in our daily life just isn't enough to burn off the calories that we're gobbling down. In other words, it's just really hard to outrun a muffin. I talked to Lara about it. You eat a muffin and it's 400 calories, and then you go on the treadmill, you run your ass off for an hour, and then you see burned 400 calories.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. So trying to lose weight by exercise alone, it's not going to happen.
Well, there is one caveat here. There are times when you can outrun a muffin, but you really got to work it. Researchers found that you have to do around 3 to 5 hours of hard exercise a week for a couple of months to lose around 2 kilos on average. That's about 4 pounds. So you really have to hit this hard. And even then, doing that much work doesn't always mean you'll lose weight. It all seems to come back to the point that, generally speaking, we just don't burn that many calories when we work out. And several other researchers that we spoke to agreed that unless you do a lot of it, exercise is unlikely to help you lose weight. Conclusion: for many people, exercise probably isn't going to make the difference between whether you're obese or not. But the experts that we reached out to said that even though exercise probably won't make you shed a lot of weight, it is really important for your overall health. So, let's get that spandex on. Okay, so we've chased down the usual suspects: diet, genes, and exercise. But many scientists say there's something else going on. That's coming up after the break. Welcome back. So we've just learnt that genes might be playing a role in why you're heavy, and that while going for a run is really good for your health, it's not necessarily going to melt away those pounds. But there is something else that might be happening here. Because although you might feel like you're in charge of your body, there's actually trillions of little microbes in your gut that could be influencing whether you put on weight. And some of those little microbes come out in your poo. So, to find out more, we tracked down a bit of a poo expert.
So I take the stool. It goes literally into a blender, just like you're imagining a regular blender.
That's Jessica Allegretti, a gastroenterologist at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. Okay, so back to the poo in a blender.
I mix it with salt water just to help liquefy it. And then I pass it through a strainer. There's a lot of chunks, if you will, in stool that we sort of need to get out.
Like corn? Is that what we're talking about? Corn?
Oh, yeah, vegetable matter, any undigested food, certainly. And what you're left with is just a liquid, a broth, if you will, that's really rich in bacteria.
A rich broth, eh? Sounds great.
None of this has grossed me out or ever has. I'd say the patients, always.
Being a gastroenterologist, Jessica has been obsessed with poo for a while, but she's recently started to think that it might be playing a role in obesity. And for her, that kind of started with this really interesting study that came out a few years ago. It suggested that little bugs in our gut, collectively called the microbiome, could affect our weight. And it was done in mice. Basically, mice were given poo transplants from people who were fat. Yes, it was a human-to-mouse poo transplant, as you do. Anyway, so after the transplant, the mice started getting fatter. And that was even though they were eating about the same amount of food.
The mouse study was really the first study that made me think, what's going on here? Are you actually able to transmit obesity through the microbiome?
So after this crazy mouse study came out, another bizarre gut bug story emerged. And it put more weight behind this idea that gut bugs could be making us fat.
There was a patient who gained a significant amount of weight after a fecal transplant, and the donor was her overweight daughter.
After getting the gut bugs from her daughter, who was overweight, more than a year later, the mum had gained 34 pounds, or about 15 kilos.
Yes, I think there was a lot of hype around that.
So, to study whether gut bugs really can make you fat, a group of scientists sifted through the poo of more than 150 people. They were looking for differences in the gut bugs of people with different weights. And the scientists found that when people were obese, their poo tended to have less diversity in its gut bugs. Now, the researchers said that you can think about your microbiome kind of like a rainforest. It's full of different plants and animals, all just different bugs. People with obesity tended to have less variety in their rainforest. It would kind of be like if the monkeys took over and pushed all the other animals out.
Yes, exactly.
And sometimes when this happens, you might lose some really important creatures. So, for example, Jessica told us that we know that gut bugs can do a lot of different things. They can help us break down the food we eat, and they might even help make us feel full. It's a kind of crazy idea that gut bugs can make you feel full, but here's how Jessica thinks it might work. When certain foods reach your gut, some bacteria trigger a process that then releases this hormone, telling your brain that you've had enough to eat. But for someone who doesn't have so many of those bugs around, well, what can happen?
So what that would mean is that as they're eating and they're digesting their food, they're not getting the same signals that say you're full, stop eating. They're not necessarily feeling as satiated as they eat.
And that's because of the gut bugs.
Correct.
That's pretty amazing. So the studies we have on the microbiome and obesity are super interesting, but a lot of this work has just been done in mice, so not people. Plus, Jessica says that when we do look at people's gut bugs, we often don't know what came first, the crappy bugs or the obesity.
I think it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg conversation.
Still, based on the research that we have, we asked Jessica, when it comes to weight, how much do our gut bugs really matter? And she just couldn't get enough of those egg analogies.
I think microbiome is certainly important and likely playing a role, but I don't know that we can put all of our eggs in the microbiome basket, if you will.
But do you think at least one of the eggs in the obesity basket can be microbiomes?
Yes, I do think certainly at least one egg in that basket.
Conclusion, our gut bugs might be helping to make us fat. They could be interfering with the way that we break down food and how full we feel. But this is such a new area of research that it's just really hard to know how important they are. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Okay, so let's move from what's going on inside our bodies to what's happening outside. With obesity affecting so many people, some scientists have found it hard to believe that the problem is just coming from individual stuff like your DNA and your diet. They're thinking maybe it's something bigger than that. Maybe it's our cities and our towns that are making us fat. After all, if you look around, things have really changed. Our cities are more spread out, there are more cars and fast food joints. And these researchers thought to themselves, maybe this new environment is what's causing this explosion in obesity.
There are streets in England, for example, where half of the shops are fast food shops.
That's Pablo Monsivais. He studies nutrition and obesity at Washington State University. And Pablo, he's got a list of suspects of things in our neighborhood that might be making us fat. Let's start with suspect number 1.
I'm at the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell.
Yes, fast food restaurants. Researchers looked at whether people who live close to lots of fast food places are more likely to be fat. And, well, some studies do find a connection, but some of them don't. And on the whole, there doesn't seem to be a strong link here.
But the research is still relatively new. I mean, this isn't the kind of research that is easy to do.
Either way, though, from what we have, it tells us that this isn't as clear-cut as just blaming the McDonald's next door. But maybe it's the food that we're buying elsewhere, like from our grocery stores. Researchers looked around and they said, gee, some of these neighborhoods don't have a good supermarket. There's no fresh fruit or veggies around. You might have heard of this. Researchers call them food deserts.
Well, food deserts are the kind of label that researchers came up with to describe a situation where people living in neighborhoods, and usually these were areas where there's poverty, didn't have access to a supermarket or a grocery store. And oftentimes there really aren't many other fresh, healthy food options.
In Detroit, several areas have been declared food deserts by the US government. But a recent paper analysing obesity rates around the Motor City found that food deserts were rarely in the places with the highest rates of obesity. So the researchers concluded that, quote, food deserts are not a strong indicator of obesity, end quote. Other work from around the US and even the UK has backed up this idea. Overall, the research hasn't found a clear link between how close you live to a supermarket and whether or not you're obese.
What they found is kind of a disappointment.
And to Pablo, it was disappointing because researchers still don't have that silver bullet that could end the obesity epidemic. And so, some researchers have started looking at the economics. They figured junk food is so cheap, maybe people were eating it because they couldn't afford healthier food.
In other words, if you've got $15 a week to spend on groceries, you probably aren't going to be spending it on lettuce because lettuce doesn't really fill you up in the same way that something like bread, pasta, and things that have, in a sense, more energy containing, more calories for your dollar.
And here, studies have found something. Healthy food is more expensive on average than junk food. And then if you zoom out beyond people's shopping habits, other work shows that when people face economic hardship, like they lose a job, for example, they do tend to gain more weight over time. But here's the thing. Poverty actually isn't consistently linked to obesity. Yeah, despite the stereotype of poor people being fat, having a low income doesn't clearly increase your risk of being obese. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, in the US, obesity rates for men don't really seem to be linked to income, though wealthier dudes actually tend to be slightly heavier. With women, though, it's the opposite, and women at a lower income are more likely to be obese. So, what does Pablo make of this?
It's really clear that it's a bunch of pieces of a puzzle. It's not like smoking and lung cancer, for example. And I think this is true for any health condition that has a social origin. You're not going to find one clear slam dunk result that tells you everything you need to know.
Pablo says there's just so much going into what we choose to eat, that it's much bigger than our neighbourhoods. So a lot of other things matter. For example, all the junk food ads that we're exposed to, which are a lot. According to a report from the University of Connecticut from a few years back, McDonald's spent almost 3 times as much to advertise its products as all the fruit, vegetable, bottled water and milk advertisers combined. And so we're still learning how all of this fits together. Conclusion. We don't really know whether where you live increases your chances of being fat, but there might be a link between financial stress and your risk of being obese. So, when it comes to science versus obesity, does it stack up? Well, the food we eat is absolutely responsible for making us fat. But there are other factors at play, like our genes. They do have a hand in whether we're at risk of being obese or not. Exercise is great for your heart and your overall health, but unless you do a lot of it, it's unlikely to make you thin. Your gut bugs might be affecting your weight, but we need more research to know how important they are. And finally, does where you live make you fat? Well, while a lot of researchers are really excited about this possibility, the evidence just isn't there. So, is obesity our fault? Well, we are the ones putting the fatty things in our mouths. But there's just too many of us affected by this, too quickly for all the blame to be on people's choices. But what is the main culprit then that's making us fat? Well, Giles Yeo, our genetics researcher,
Hello.
likens it to a famous mystery.
And so the Murder on the Orient Express, as we know, the movie is coming out now, so I don't want to put spoilers for people who don't know anything about it.
Yeah, just fast forward 15 seconds if you haven't seen it. But for everyone else, here's a reminder. The plot is this. There's a detective on a train and...
Some dude died, okay? Somebody got murdered.
Now, in our version of this story, that dead dude is obesity. And there are a bunch of suspects that could be responsible. The food we eat, our genes, our gut bugs, maybe even our environment.
Every one of the other 12 passengers had motive and had a hand in the person's death. So trying to blame any one different factor is always going to be very difficult and probably too simplistic and probably wrong.
That's Science versus Obesity. This episode has been produced by Heather Rogers, Shruti Ravindran, Rose Rimler, and me, Wendy Zuckerman. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sori. We're edited by Blythe Terrell. Thanks also to MR Daniel. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Sound design by Martin Peralta and Bobby Lord. Music written by Bobby Lord. Recording help from Katie Clockson, Adam Campy, Debbie Lockwood, and Heidi Pett. For this episode, we also got help from Dr. Yoni Friedhoff, Professor Martin White, Bonnie Ghosh-Dustica, Dr. Melanie D. Hingle, Dr. Mike Statten, Dr. Nia Mitchell, Professor Pedro Halal, Lillian Bustle, and Fancy Feast. And be sure to check out Jonathan Zenti's terrific new podcast. It's called Meat. Now, this is our last show of the season, so we wanted to give a big thank you to everyone who's helped in all their little and very big ways. An extra big thank you to Leah Rogers, Ivona Stamatoska, the Sori family, Ellen Thomas, the Coleman family, Mary Duhorn, Simone Shoshard, Amanda D'Souza, Joseph Lavelle Wilson, and all the Zuckerman family. Thank you, guys. Over the next couple of months, we'll be hard at work to make you another batch of Science Versus episodes. Yes, we'll be back in March. Hit us up on Facebook or Twitter with topic suggestions or just to say hi. In the meantime, keep an eye out because we'll be dropping some special content down our feed. See you soon. It's been a very fun season.
You have to imagine here that you're inside the testicle, right?
As I do regularly.
See how that works for you.
I'm so sick of juice. Juice is disgusting.
You'd scoop out the matter, which was this kind of cowpox, liquidy, thick stuff, and you smear it into the cut. Presto, you've now vaccinated that baby.
It's like completely bald, like one of those like rare exotic cats.
World Without Pollinators is going from Oz to Kansas.
And how much of this is to do with the patriarchy?
Patriarchy. Oh, jeez.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you soon-ish.
In a time when facts can be alternative. A time when the truth seems up for debate. One voice emerges from the noise. A bold and tireless voice that won't stop until the world hears the word of science.
Hello, how you going? Yes, Science Versus is back next week on March 22nd with a brand new season. And this season, we're going to find out if sex addiction really is a thing.
If you take away sex from a sex addict, nothing happens. Nobody ever died in the history of the world from blue balls.
We're making the ultimate sacrifice and not eating bread for weeks to try to hack our bodies using the ketogenic diet.
This diet is turning you into a monster.
And we find out who really is to blame for the opioid epidemic.
I've been accused of being responsible for our current drug abuse problem.
What would you class your role in this as?
Oh dear.
How scared should we be about nuclear war?
People have this really silly version of North Korea in their head where they're like, taping together 3 garbage cans with duct tape and calling it a missile. I mean, that's a real-ass missile.
And we come face to face with a polar bear. Are they really going extinct?
I'm really excited. I've never seen a polar bear before. What a great day. This is going to be so much fun.
Yes, that's all coming up on the next season of Science Versus. Subscribe and tell your friends. It comes out on March 22nd, this Thursday. I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Fact you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. Yes, we're back with a new season. And over the next few months, we're going to be tackling sex addiction, UFOs, the ketogenic diet, and serial killers. But on today's show, the opioid epidemic. More people in the US died from opioids in 2016 than those who died of AIDS in the US in its deadliest year. Another way to look at it?
It has claimed more lives in 12 months than all 19 years of the Vietnam War.
Opioids are now the biggest drug epidemic in American history.
If you break the law and illegally peddle these deadly poisons, we will find you, we will arrest you, and we will hold you accountable.
This week, Trump said that to stop this epidemic, he wants to pursue the death penalty for drug traffickers and to tighten up border control to stop opioids coming in the country. But Trump wants to cut back on legal prescriptions too. That's the stuff coming from doctors. And this is the piece of the puzzle that we're focusing on today. 40% of opioid deaths in 2016 involved prescription opioids. That's painkillers like OxyContin, Percocet, and Vicodin. And that 40% figure comes from the Centers for Disease Control. Now, in the last decade, doctors have been prescribing opioids by the bucket load. So, how did we get here? Why did so many doctors start prescribing so many opioids? After all, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that opioids can be addictive. We've known this for ages. Morphine created all of these substance abuse problems during the American Civil War, and then heroin came. That was supposed to be a less addictive opioid. Yeah, heroin was developed as a legitimate drug. And yet, surveys from the mid-2000s showed that around 1 in 4 doctors were not concerned about prescription opioids causing addiction. So how on earth did these doctors think that opioids were going to be safe this time? Well, it seems it all started with pain. Oh, you're all mic'd up and everything?
I guess I am.
Great. Excellent. Okay, I think we can just get started.
Okay.
This is June Dahl. She's at the University of Wisconsin Medical School in Madison. And June reminds me of Betty White. Betty White with a PhD. She has poofy white hair, and getting her grammar right is something that she fusses over.
Boy, that was a sentence ending with a preposition. Bad.
June isn't a medical doctor. She started out as a scientist, a chemist, in fact. And she wasn't studying opioids, nothing like it.
I was working on the surface tension of molten salts. Totally unrelated.
But then in the 1970s, she was asked to teach a course at her university on drugs. And June wasn't that excited or passionate about it, but with her background in chemistry, she knew the material, someone asked her to do it, and so she said yes. And it was this class, this seemingly nothing thing, that would lead to something really big for June. It would change the course of her life and end up playing a role in the opioid epidemic. So June had taught this random uni course in the late 1970s, which led her to being appointed to Wisconsin's Controlled Substances Board, which looked at how painkillers, like opioids, were being regulated. And it was in this role that June starts reading about pain.
Because I was thinking very seriously of the patients who had agonizing pain, and frankly, pain is not good for you. It doesn't build character, so it makes sense to treat it effectively.
And June said that throughout the 80s and 90s, people weren't getting treated for pain effectively. Some doctors and nurses weren't actually trying to get rid of pain completely. Many just wanted to relieve some of it. And surveys of patients showed that many would still have a lot of pain from surgery. June says that even people who were suffering at the end of their lives would still be left in pain.
Even in people who were dying. even in people who really had horrendous pain, which wrecked their quality of life.
And so some researchers started calling for better pain treatment, and June joined them. I asked her why this pain issue became so important to her.
Oh, goodness, what a question. I don't know. It just came to me as something that was critically important, and there were opportunities to do something.
By the mid-1980s, June started working with doctors in cancer wards, encouraging them to treat pain more aggressively.
And so we started with cancer pain, but eventually we decided that all pain needed to be addressed.
Chronic pain, pain after surgery, pain from a broken leg. June wanted everyone's pain treated better. And when she looked around, one group of drugs that seemed to treat cancer pain really well was opioids. Yeah. So June and other researchers started to think that if opioids worked so well for cancer pain, then they should be used for other kinds of pain too. As June saw it, though, there was one big obstacle, one thing stopping doctors from prescribing more opioids. And that was this. They were worried about addiction.
People thought that, boy, if you took any amount of these drugs, you automatically became addicted. It was just such an excessive concern.
At that time, June wrote that opioids weren't that addictive. And that's because a few articles were published in the 1980s saying just this. One found that less than 1% of people who were given opioids at a hospital got addicted to them. Less than 1%. And June went on to study this too, finding pretty much the same thing. And from there, she and others just figured that opioids were safe for all kinds of pain. These results were just so exciting because it meant that we now had a safe painkiller. The problem was that there were other studies at the time showing just the opposite. That opioids were addictive. But if you go back and look at the research, some scientists just discounted those cautionary studies. And we don't know why. Maybe they just got too swept up in the excitement over a possible solution to people's suffering. Of course, today, we now know that they were wrong. A recent review of almost 40 studies found that opioids are more addictive than June and the other scientists thought they were. Around 1 in every 10 or 11 people who take opioids for chronic pain get addicted. And it's now understood that the longer you take the drugs for, the more likely it is that you'll become addicted. With the question of addiction, you're back in the early 2000s, there were quite a lot of booklets that you wrote. One of them says sort of addiction very rarely occurs in patients who receive opioids for pain control. Do you still agree with that?
Oh boy, I would not agree with that statement just out of context. I think it has to be described in maybe a lot of ifs and buts and whatever.
And so these are from things that you wrote in the early 2000s. Do you wish that you hadn't written them?
I had no idea at that point in time. I was working from the evidence that was available at that point in time. I guess you can say I was naive. My response was simplified, very simple, and it certainly doesn't reflect today's world.
That's the tricky thing here. It's a lot easier to see where things went wrong when you've got hindsight. And back in the 90s and 2000s, when June and others were on this anti-pain mission, the idea that opioids were safe really caught on. In the mid-1990s, new drugs also hit the market, like the FDA-approved OxyContin, which was slow-release opioids, supposed to last 12 hours instead of 4 to 6. And their manufacturer, Purdue Pharma, said that this meant they were less addictive. So it all seemed to fit together. Opioids were safe now. One doctor remembers what it was like when opioids seemed like a miracle drug.
Hello, Brooklyn, New York.
Hello. David Taubin is a physician and specialist in pain medicine at the University of Washington in Seattle. And as a pain specialist, David sees a lot of people in pain every day.
So a patient would come in very, very distressed, eyes closed, often tearful, leaning forward, clutching painful body parts.
And like June, he wanted to stop their suffering. And when David started reading and hearing about how opioids were safe, he really wanted that to be true.
Well, wouldn't it be nice if we could just give someone a pill and their pain would be gone and they could lead the life that we all wish for ourselves? Wouldn't that be nice and easy? That's seductive.
And David got really seduced. He was so convinced that these drugs were safe that he was prescribing some patients over 30 pills of opioids a day.
I remember one patient saying to me, boy, the number of pills I'm taking, I can't even eat because my stomach is so full of pills.
Oh, wow.
It really is a lot of pills.
And then this happened. David had a patient who had been taking opioids for a while and wanted to get off them. So David prescribed him a different type of opioid, one that he thought maybe would help the patient taper off the drugs easier. And it turned out that the dose he prescribed ended up being too high. The patient actually died. It was an overdose. The patient's wife called David and said that he died in his sleep.
This is something that my prescription did. I'm responsible.
Oh my goodness. And how
awful? I still feel awful just telling this story.
David told us that he'd actually prescribed the recommended dose. And when he got that call, he checked it again.
I went back to the books, I studied it, I'd done it exactly as the textbooks told me to do it. And I said, the textbooks are wrong, what I've been taught is wrong, and I'm responsible. And I said, I'm done. So that was the straw. And I'm not gonna let this happen ever again.
Now, it's actually very rare for someone who's prescribed an opioid from a doctor to die from it. In fact, one study estimated that it's way less than 1%. But when doctors prescribed so many of these drugs, that less than 1% can lead to thousands of deaths. And for David, the death of his patient was really a turning point. He started thinking about how he was prescribing opioids, and he started to think about something else that had really been nagging him. He wasn't sure if the opioids that he was prescribing were actually working, because some of his patients, they didn't seem to be getting better.
What's going on here? Why do I feel so bad about this person's condition? Or is it the meds I'm giving them? Am I responsible for the fact that they're worse?
So David starts looking at the data for chronic pain, and particularly back and neck pain, which is a lot of what he treats. Now, in the 2000s, it's estimated that doctors in the US were putting hundreds of thousands of patients on opioids for more than a year. And as we talked about, taking opioids for a long time increases your risk of getting addicted to them. So, was there evidence that all these opioids were helping people with their chronic pain? Well, here's what's bonkers. What is the evidence around chronic pain and opioids? Like, do opioids treat chronic pain?
What was the data? The data is still awful for the benefits of opiates for chronic pain.
Awful. There were very few studies looking at this. So, doctors were giving opioids to patients for months, sometimes more than a year, without good evidence that they would work. In 2006, one of the first studies came out looking at whether opioids could treat chronic pain. It was a Danish study that looked at almost 2,000 pain sufferers, comparing those who had been on opioids for more than 6 months to those who hadn't.
And there was no improvement in pain.
No improvement in pain.
Oh, yes. Probably the most widely used, inappropriately used opioid is for chronic back pain.
So there's no good evidence that opioids can help people with back pain.
This is not a condition where opiates are going to do anything good long term, and we see worsened outcomes.
Because I thought like, oh, well, I mean, I assumed opioids were addictive, but I also just assumed they're just really good at treating pain. Isn't that what opioids do?
Oh, it is completely counterintuitive. And what you're saying is what many patients say. These are pain medicines. They help pain. And that was part of the seduction.
So, this one study made David suspicious about the use of opioids in treating chronic pain. But he also started to see another, totally different problem.
It became more and more apparent that for the majority of the patients I was prescribing the opioids for, they were actually getting worse. The majority of the patients at the high doses.
People on opioids, sometimes their pain got worse?
Yes. Some people will do worse.
This idea that opioids could make some people's pain more painful started showing up in rat studies in the 1980s, but it wasn't clear that it happened to humans until actually quite recently. Now it's accepted that it can. And here's how. Opioids basically kill pain by blocking a pain signal that sends an ouch message to your brain. But when opioids block some of these signals, it can actually make us more sensitive to the pain signals that do make it through.
We can really botch the whole balance off.
So even if there's less ouch messages, they can feel worse. Now, the research here is pretty new, so it's hard to say how many people have worse pain after taking the drugs. But it is being taken seriously enough that the FDA is now requiring pharmaceutical companies to test this. The first results should be out next year. Given that there wasn't a lot of data, or no good data on the long-term use of opioids, how did the medical community feel so confident in giving them out long-term?
Well, that's a great question. So how did the medical community feel confident that it was going to be effective and safe without any evidence? I don't have the answer.
Did everyone just sort of get sucked in by the allure of opioids?
Getting duped is too strong a word. I think it's multiple gentle persuasions help move the pendulum over to why not. And now we've got compelling evidence. This is why not.
Looking back, David says it was just really complicated at the time because for some of his patients, opioids actually did help their pain.
Well, some patients did do well.
Of the few studies that we do have, some find that maybe 10 to 25% of chronic pain patients will benefit from taking opioids in the long term, which isn't nothing. And also, opioids do work to treat other kinds of pain as well. Like David says, there's good evidence that opioids can treat pain from a broken bone or when you get a tooth pulled out.
Opiates work, and opioids are very effective.
What's interesting here is that even when opioids do work, they might not be the best painkillers around. Like when it comes to treating pain from broken bones, a study came out last year which found that after 2 hours, one high dose of Tylenol and Advil worked just as well as Percocet, Vicodin, or codeine. But of course, David didn't know any of this. He just kept hearing that opioids were safe and were effective. And somewhere else that he heard that from was pharmaceutical companies. Back in the 1990s, David used to have regular meetings with people working for pharma. It was something that many doctors did back then, he said. No biggie. They'd give David some samples, tell him about some new products.
And frankly, the person who was pitching it were typically very attractive people. They came beautifully coiffed and clothed, and the women would market to the male physicians, and the males would market to the female physicians. And
really?
Oh yeah. Why be astounded? Advertising is advertising.
Do you think when you think back at how it all happened for you, do you think that was a part of it? The pretty ladies in the lab coats selling the stuff?
They didn't wear lab coats, but
okay, that was good of them.
It's seductive. And I use the word intentionally because it's seductive to be able to do something so difficult so simply. seductive to be given the product that you're going to be using, so it was there ready at hand. It was seductive when you get pens and coffee mugs that market the product, and it's seductive when they pick super attractive people. So I'm not suggesting that I was not influenced. The question of how significant that influence was on my subsequent practice would be worth a separate conversation. And maybe laying down on the couch with a psychologist.
So for David, multiple gentle persuasions pushed him to prescribe more and more opioids. After the break, the persuasions become less gentle. Welcome back. So we've just heard that through gentle persuasions, doctors around America became convinced that opioids could treat people's pain safely and effectively. And they got a bit too excited. A lot too excited about it. In 2013, doctors wrote so many prescriptions that every American adult could have had a bottle of pills. That's according to the CDC. Now, the majority of those pills came from doctors' offices, doctors like David. But to fully understand how the epidemic unfolded, we have to look somewhere else, at hospitals. Because something weird was going on there.
Hello! Sorry, I just washed my hands. Hi.
Great, so did I. It's great.
This is Jean-Marie Perrone. She's an emergency physician at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. And Jean-Marie said that she started prescribing more and more opioids after these new guidelines came in for her hospital. And they came in from a group called the Joint Commission.
And I don't know who started it or, who they answer to, but we all answer to them.
And for you, that commission was one of the key players in this?
Definitely.
The Joint Commission is an independent not-for-profit that regulates the vast majority of hospitals in the US. So if you want to run a hospital in the US and the Joint Commission says jump, chances are you have to say how high. And in 2001, the Joint Commission said doctors and nurses now had to jump. That is, they had to start asking every patient about their pain, and specifically to give it a score from 1 to 10. So, when you go to the hospital and the doctor might ask you, out of 10, how much pain are you in? Well, that came from these new guidelines. And right away, this changed how Jean-Marie did her job. Now, along with checking every patient's heart rate and temperature and blood pressure, she was also asking them to rate their pain on a scale. Every single patient, no matter why they were admitted.
So on every floor in the hospital, not just the emergency department, post-op, pre-op, everywhere, they asked you about how's your pain. First of all, they asked you, do you have any pain? So that, somebody might come in because they, had a fever. And now they're being asked about pain for every single visit. And people could say, yeah, I always have back pain.
So now she might give painkillers for the back pain and then treat whatever they actually came to the hospital for. And this emphasis on pain, well, it all just got a little out of control.
People were asked after they left the hospital, how was your pain treated? And was your pain treated adequately? And did they do everything they could to treat your pain?
Oh, wait, so your boss would be saying, your patients aren't happy with what you're doing. You're not being a good doctor.
Yes. And so there was a big push to just start treating everyone who said they had pain equaled opioids. We really just started treating everybody's discomfort with opioids.
Everybody's discomfort.
Every type of pain, every type of condition. If there was pain involved, it got treated with an opioid.
Jean-Marie told us that the push wasn't to use more Tylenol or Advil to treat people's pain, but to use opioids. And it wasn't really clear why that happened, but it was partly because doctors thought that opioids were the strongest and best kind of pain relievers.
It's mostly just you couldn't get the IV in fast enough to give them something to make them more comfortable. And I used to pride myself on the idea that we can, take your pain away very quickly and make sure you were comfortable.
So you had this big focus on pain and doctors who were treating that pain with opioids. And then money entered the mix. Here's how. The US government cared about those pain surveys that patients were filling out. And hospitals that treated patients with government insurance, like Medicare, would be financially penalised if they got bad pain scores. So, ultimately, hospitals needed to do well on these surveys. And to help that along, Jean-Marie said that some hospitals would reward their doctors for getting good reviews.
One way or another, whether it was your salary and they were withholding it and you were getting some part of it back to meet these incentives or not, there was money held on the table.
So it's fair to say there was financial incentives for doctors to give opioids.
I would say it's fair to say that there were financial incentives for doctors to treat pain aggressively with opioids.
Jean-Marie said that this didn't happen at her hospital, and actually it's not clear how many hospitals had financial incentives tied to pain treatment. Just generally, when we look at the research, there's not good evidence about how much these pain surveys affected doctors' practices. Still, as of this year, the US government will no longer penalise hospitals for bad pain scores. And the Joint Commission brought in new guidelines this year encouraging hospitals to decrease opioid use. And from what doctors like Jean-Marie told us, it seems that these pain surveys were just another gentle persuasion encouraging them to use opioids.
So I, for a long time, I just gave everyone what they wanted because it was, it was what they wanted. It was what we were told to do. It was, the way I could then spend more time on patients who really needed my ability to think through their problems.
Did you have a bit of a come to Jesus moment about how bad opioids were?
It was this pattern of people who weren't being particularly helped by them, who were coming in with escalating doses. And it just sort of dawned on you at some point that it was like, this is just bad. It's bad. What we're doing is bad.
So given that doctors like Jean-Marie thought that these pain guidelines were persuading them to prescribe more and more opioids, what do the people who actually wrote those guidelines think about their influence? We went back to one of the architects of the guidelines. You might remember her.
Oh, boy.
June Dahl, the Wisconsin scientist who was on a mission to treat pain. Well, June's team actually wrote the guidelines for the Joint Commission.
But I want to emphasize that nothing in the standards indicated how pain should be treated. There wasn't anything in the standards that said, thou shalt give every patient morphine. There were no words about that. There was no mention of how to treat, no mention of what drugs to use.
And that is true, except that something else was going on as well. In June's story, there are fingerprints of everyone's favourite villain, Big Pharma. In an interview in 2006 with the University of Wisconsin, she said, quote, "We're blessed that Purdue Pharma gave us a significant amount of money to keep things operational here," end quote. And that's Purdue Pharmaceuticals, the makers of OxyContin. And so I have to ask, June, what was your relationship like with Purdue Pharmaceuticals?
So what was my relation with Purdue Pharma? I suspect that I spoke at meetings that they probably sponsored. I did not get paid by them for anything.
She was involved in making a book that was, quote, supported by an unrestricted grant, end quote, from Purdue Pharma. What did that mean?
That mean they gave the money, but they didn't have anything to do with the content. Nobody reviewed it. I don't know if anybody even read it. But if anybody had tried to tell me what to write, I would have told them to go you know where.
And do you think that just by the fact that they paid for it, it might have affected or influenced your work in some way?
No, I can't. How would you think that would influence my work? Tell me seriously, because I'm extremely independent, and I would hate to have somebody tell me what to write.
It's so, I mean, from the outside, you can see how it looks, right, June? I mean, you're writing these booklets that are saying that opioids are safe and addiction rarely happens and they can be used for all sorts of pain.
That was the evidence at that point in time. Yes.
And then that's also very much in the interests of the people who are paying for these booklets.
I guess you're right. I don't think at that point in time that, at least I didn't think of this in terms of bad stuff, but I never looked at it in that context. I just don't recall being influenced by them that much because I was on this, I don't know what the right word is, mission to really stop people from hurting so much.
And when June looks around now at all the problems that have been caused by opioids, she just can't believe it.
It makes me feel pretty bad. I don't know what the right word is. Discouraged, disgusted, because that was never the intent.
I mean, what would you class your role in this as?
Oh, dear. I don't know. Obviously, I am responsible for this current opioid crisis, I guess. Anyway, I'm being silly. What is my role? I don't know. A trivial role, that's for sure.
Now, June is being sarcastic here. She's not claiming to have single-handedly orchestrated the opioid crisis. And throughout the 90s and 2000s, she was far from the only person suggesting that opioids were safe. And there were plenty of other academics who were involved with pharmaceutical companies and even big organizations, like the Joint Commission, the group that brought in the pain standards for hospitals. Purdue paid for programs which trained doctors and nurses on how to treat pain better. Last year, the Joint Commission defended themselves, saying that a lot of other organizations got money for education too. We reached out to Purdue and they said that they've stopped their speakers' programs and directly promoting opioids to doctors. As soon as you try to wade into this, to understand how the medical community seemingly all of a sudden felt comfortable and confident prescribing opioids, it just gets more and more complicated. But a few things are clear. Doctors who were prescribing opioids should have been more skeptical of these drugs and of the pharmaceutical companies. But they weren't. And here we are today, where roughly 40% of the people dying in the opioid epidemic, that's almost 17,000 people in 2016, are dying from prescription opioids. Now, it's not necessarily that the patient gets the pill from the doctor and then dies. While, yes, that can happen. For many of these overdoses, these people got their hands on someone else's pills. And that's because these days there's just a ton of opioids sitting around in medicine cabinets all over the country. And teenage kids can find them, they get shared with their friends, they get sold on the street, and then people can overdose. The point of all this is to say that if doctors hadn't gone on an opioid prescription binge over the last couple of decades, then some people who are dead probably wouldn't be. Now, something else is going on. People are dying from non-prescription opioids. It's stuff like heroin or illicit fentanyl. And that's becoming a bigger deal. Now, there are lots of reasons as to why this is happening. But are doctors part of it too? Well, it's very murky tracing a person's path to a heroin overdose. But some studies at treatment centres have found that maybe a quarter or more than a third of heroin users started with prescription drugs before graduating to heroin. And Jean Marie, our ER doc, she's seeing what's happening firsthand. In Philadelphia, where she lives, paramedic teams are getting called out to fentanyl and heroin overdoses pretty much every day.
You know, we're finding people with needles in their arms because they're dying so quickly. Immediately upon injection, it's someone who becomes immediately unconscious and dies in 5 minutes.
Pennsylvania, the state where Jean Marie lives, is one of the hardest hit in the country.
So we have to take some responsibility for how we got here. You know, I think I've heard some prominent leaders say that, you know, when we build the wall, we won't have all these drugs in this country. I don't think that's true. And that's where obviously the physicians come into play. We were writing the prescriptions.
How does that make you feel, like now that you see the real pointy end and the kids who are overdosing, because you're at the front line of that, and then seeing that you have a role to play in what's happening?
No, it's absolutely terrible. And I feel, tremendously sad. We had a patient who died in his own home with his family. He had gone to shower and clean up, and they, heard a fall and went to check on him, and he was, in the bathroom.
How old was he?
So they're generally often in their 20s, and those are, just so sad. They had family, they had people who cared about them.
And then do you have to talk to their parents?
We do have to talk to their parents, and it's just devastating. It never gets easy to talk to a mom who had a baby 16 or 25 years ago, and now that baby's gone, and it's the same every single time. I have kids who are like 20 and 19. But I think it's just the moms are moms everywhere. And it's just a terrible, terrible, terrible sad. And, if they've been aware, most of them have been aware that the kids have been in trouble and that they've gotten them into rehab. They've done everything they could, hoped that they were doing better and thought that they were doing better. And just that it sort of creeps back up. There's really no words. And often the parents found them, or in the cases I can think of, so they knew that it was going to be bad.
And this is the part of the story that we're going to talk about next week. The people who are caught up in this epidemic. If you're dealing with an addiction, what should you do? Should you go cold turkey and tough it out? Should you work your way through 12 steps? Or are drugs for addiction your best shot? That is, are we looking to Big Pharma for the solution again?
Who cares if they're going to be on opioids for the rest of their life? I don't care. That doesn't make any sense to deny them that just because, you have some kind of moral compunction against that.
And if you or someone you love is struggling with an opioid addiction, in the US, you can get in touch with the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's National Helpline. They're at 1-800-662-HELP. That's 1-800-662-HELP. And we'll link to their website in the show notes so you can find counselling and treatment options in your state. This episode has been produced by me, Wendy Zuckerman, with help from Rose Rimler, Heather Rogers, and Shruti Ravindran. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sori. We're edited by Blythe Terrell. Additional editing help from Alex Bloomberg and Shruti Pinamaneni. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Sound design by Emma Munger. Music written by Bobby Lord. Recording help from Amber Cortez. And a huge thank you to all of the researchers and doctors who spent time speaking with us. We really appreciate it. That's Dr. Andrew Chang, Dr. Michael Vag, Dr. Andrew Kolodny, Dr. Michael Von Korff. Thank you for all of your notes. Dr. Mary Lynch, Professor Gary Franklin, Professor David J. Clark, Dr. Andrew Rosenblum, Frank Lopez, the Zuckerman family, and Joseph Lavelle Wilson. I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. America is now deep in an opioid epidemic, with thousands dying from heroin, fentanyl, and prescription opioid overdoses. If you want to know more about how we got here, go back and listen to last week's episode. On today's show, we're looking at treatment. Over almost 20 years, the number of people in the US looking for treatment for an opioid addiction jumped by more than 600%. So, the pressing question of the moment is this: how can we possibly help these people?
Did you grow up here in this house?
Yes, I did. Oh yeah, there's the wall of pictures.
How old were you here?
This was the year I graduated from college. I might have been, I'm pretty sure I had taken some Vicodin before that picture.
The guy showing me pictures from his college days is Misha, not his real name. He lives in Los Angeles, and we visited him at his mum's house in the suburbs. Misha was always an anxious kid.
Like, I didn't go to a lot of dances when I was a kid. I love having friends and love spending time with other people, but large groups of people, especially who I don't know necessarily or don't already have a relationship with, made me feel very uncomfortable generally.
Misha has also struggled with depression, and there's just always been this voice in his head that was telling him to feel bad about himself. And so, to quiet these voices, Misha started experimenting with drugs in high school. He tried marijuana and cocaine, and it wasn't until he went to college that he found the drug that could turn his anxiety and depression way down: opioids. The first time he tried them, a friend gave him this pill right before going to an event that the college was putting on. It was formal and there were going to be tons of strangers around.
And I remember feeling like, oh, I don't feel weird being with all these people dressed up all nice and standing rigidly. That would normally stress me out, and I just felt okay with it. It felt good.
So Misha started taking opioids every now and then, whenever he could get them. And eventually, he met this guy who could get him opioids, stuff like Vicodin, Percocet, and OxyContin more regularly. But one day, the friend called him up and told him about something else that he could try.
Oh, I think he was talking about how, oh, it's really cheap, I can get it whenever I want, why it's the same thing as doing OxyContin, why are we doing OxyContin? Let's do heroin.
Heroin. When Misha heard that word, he thought, no, I can't do heroin. But eventually, he came around. He thought about it, and he didn't really see how heroin was that different to OxyContin. Plus, it was cheaper, and now it was easier to get. And at first, it felt great. He could relax and make friends. He even fell in love for the first time. And heroin helped give him this magical feeling.
It just felt amazing all the time. I don't know, it was like I was living in Fantasyland. Like, it felt like living, those board games like Candyland? Like, it felt like living in that kind of thing. All of these possibilities that I always considered I was either not interested in or it would just never happen, became possibilities for me.
At first, he was snorting heroin, but then he started injecting.
Why did you inject?
It's a very unique feeling. It's like a warmth that have you ever peed in a wetsuit?
Yeah.
So imagine that warm, not pee, but warm feeling moving throughout your veins in your body, rising up to your skull. It's a very gentle, very serene experience.
But within a couple of years, the magic was wearing off. Instead of connecting him with people, drugs were isolating him more and more. He was hiding his drug use from his friends, and that was getting really hard. On top of that, college was almost over, and he didn't know what he wanted to do next. And it was then that Misha realized that he actually had no way to deal with the ups and downs of life without using drugs.
That now, heroin had become a complete crutch for.
Right, yeah, it was how I coped. I didn't use those formative years to figure out other ways of coping. I just basically used drugs.
And then one day, he injected too much and he overdosed.
I'm sitting at my desk, I do the heroin, and then I sort of sit back and I put some music on and I smoke a cigarette. And the next thing I know, I'm looking at the ceiling and my head is like this back. I had to grab my hair to pull my head up because the muscles were so tired.
This actually didn't stop him from using, but eventually he started to think that he needed help. So he went home to tell his mum. He steeled himself for a tough conversation, and then he knocked on her door.
I think she'd been doing something in her room, and I knocked on the door, and it's like, I have something to tell you, and I need help. I'm using heroin. I was feeling better because I'd opened up. It felt like a burden, and it felt awesome to be seen. Even if it was this horrible thing, it felt awesome.
His mum was horrified.
And I remember her reaction was just shock, freeze, shock. And then I think it went to sadness and helplessness.
Helplessness. They didn't know what to do next. And the risks here are so high. Misha had already overdosed, so they felt like they had to do something fast. But what? The problem is that answer isn't clear. The two solutions that consistently come up seem like polar
Hey,
opposites.
Deathhound, how's it going?
1. Stopping drugs completely and heading into a 12-step program. And 2. Using medication. That is, using a drug to get off drugs. What's your best bet? When we come back, it's science versus opioid addiction. Welcome back. We just met Misha, who told his mum that he wanted to get off heroin. And after that, they didn't know what to do or where to go. And this is becoming a bigger and bigger issue in America. There are now more than 2 million Americans struggling with opioid abuse problems. And for a long time, there wasn't much out there to help them, even if you went to a doctor.
Oh,
In fact,
that
surveys
voice you're
have
hearing,
found
that's
that a lot of doctors
just a
don't want to
podcast that
or
I'm
don't
listening
know
to.
how to treat opioid addiction, making it really hard for families like Misha's.
It's on Spotify. It's called
And
Science
Alemki, a
Versus.
psychiatrist at Stanford, was one of those doctors who wasn't keen to treat addicts.
The way that I was trained in psychiatry was that this is not my problem. And that if patients come to me and they have alcohol or drug problems, I need to basically just send them away, tell them to get themselves together. I was into it for real mental illness.
So the idea here is that, like, if you're
Yeah, it's just something to keep me awake. I couldn't sleep very good last night, so I'm just.
Like, you need the strength
Right.
to get off them.
You messed
should
up.
try to go
It's
back to
not a
bed
mental
here
illness,
soon.
And you need to go somewhere outside of my office. I don't know where. I mean, maybe Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, but somewhere where I'm not, because I have no idea how to help you.
But Anna saw more and more people coming to her for help with addiction. And she ultimately realized that she did want to help them, but she didn't know how.
And that was really a horrible moment for me as a healthcare provider and a psychiatrist, because I realized I'm a bad psychiatrist.
A lot of her patients told her that they were interested in going to Narcotics Anonymous, or NA. And this is actually one of the most common ways that people try to get clean. It's the first thing that Misha tried too.
Yeah, Wizards are
But
pretty
these kinds
good.
of programs have come under
I
fire
don't know, I just
recently.
picked Barb.
So much
I kind of
so
had a late
that
start
Anna
to the
says
season.
We're in an era of AA and
But
NA
I'm
bashing.
kind of struggling with the build
NA
right now.
and AA bashing. There's been a bunch of articles written over the last few years saying that AA is irrational and not evidence-based. And I was skeptical too. And that's because of NA and AA's very unscientific and religious roots. It's even inspired mockery from comedians like Doug Stanhope.
AA is so splattershot and made up on the fly.
Did you play Diablo last
look
weekend? Diablo 4?
Basically,
there we go,
the
it just
AA
died.
model was invented by a couple of guys in the 1930s who got a lot of inspo from Christian traditions. They said a spiritual awakening helped them overcome their drinking problems, and they endorsed total abstinence. That is, if you're an alcoholic, no cheeky beer on the weekend. If you're a heroin addict, no cheeky oxys to relax after a tough day. And because this can be so difficult, there are 12 steps to help you along. Steps like admitting that you're powerless over your addiction and asking God to remove defects from your character. In fact, 7 of the 12 steps refer to God, spirituality, or a higher power. And right off the bat, AA was pretty popular.
AA offers help freely to any alcoholic anywhere who is willing to admit his own inability to help himself.
So I wanted you to know I'm sorry I tried to sock you. I acted like a heel.
So, 2 blokes just invented these steps, and then God is supposed to help you accomplish them. Is there any science here? That is, do these 12-step programs actually work? Well, Anna Lemke, our psychiatrist, says yes. And she says she's tired of people
No
bashing
problems.
NA.
And, you know,
Thanks
there are
for
a
the
lot of,
follow
like,
there,
quiet
anyways.
AA and NAers who aren't going to like speak up and say you're wrong.
Stop by
AA and NA saved
anytime.
my life, but
Chat
they're out
about
there
anything.
by the millions. By the millions.
Anna says that these programs can give people support, encouragement, and role models because they see people who have successfully quit and found a way to live without drugs.
I'd say, you know, it's not that AA is perfect and it's not that AA and NA are for everybody, but there's an incredible amount of collective wisdom in those organizations which cannot and should not be denied.
And when we look at the research, there is evidence that 12-step meetings help people stay clean. For example, one study followed about 150 opioid addicts for several years after they went to rehab. And it found that those who went to NA or similar groups were more likely to stay off opioids compared to those who hadn't gone to any meetings. We do know that NA can help some people, but we don't know overall how good these programs are. That is, we can't say the likelihood that you'll get clean if you try them. And that's partly because these studies that we have on NA and AA often don't follow people who drop out. Say they don't like the meetings, say they stop going to them. Despite the fact that we don't have evidence that NA works for everyone, many addiction specialists insist that 12-step rehab is the only way to go. And this brings us back to Misha. He and his mum started seeing this counsellor that insisted he try 12 steps. So he went. It was a rehab centre in this big old house covered in vines.
What are you feeling as you walk through this place?
It was mostly, I think it was excitement. It was, yes, I'm doing this. I'm doing something about this. I'm getting it addressed. Going into treatment, I was so desperate for help and I was so motivated to change.
What happened after? Did it work?
Well, no, it didn't work.
Nothing in the 12-step program rang true. It just felt like one giant guilt trip. All this focus on being powerless and asking a higher power for help, it didn't feel like the treatment that he needed. It felt more like Catholic confession. One night, he snuck out of the treatment centre and went to downtown LA to buy heroin. He smoked it on the way back. And when he returned to rehab,
everybody knew that this had happened. One morning we had a group where it was like me, and then they went around a circle and each person told me how fucked up. I mean, it was to share their feelings, but each person's feelings were like, you're a piece of shit, we hate you, you really fucked up, you need to admit what you've done.
Because these meetings are anonymous, we couldn't confirm what happened that day. But what's important is that this is how Misha felt. 12 steps didn't work for him. Yet his mum thought that he needed to go to rehab. In fact, as Misha tells it, the addiction counsellor that she was talking to told her that if Misha didn't go to a rehab centre, then she should kick him out of the house. So she put him in a couple more rehabs and none of them helped. By the time his mum was driving him to the 4th rehab, he asked her to pull the car over.
I told her that in a very calm, very collected way, making it very clear that I was not going to rehab. So that was it. I ended up leaving from there and walking to Venice.
Where did you sleep?
Eventually I found out how comfortable cardboard is, and slept on the boardwalk, the concrete part of the boardwalk in Venice Beach.
Ultimately, Misha would rather sleep on the street than go to another 12-step program. After the break, maybe the solution to Misha's opioid addiction is, well, taking opioids. That's coming up. Welcome back. We just found out that the 12-step program, one of the most popular ways that people try to get off opioids, can help some people. But it doesn't work for everyone, and the evidence can't tell us who it will work for and who it won't. If NA or 12-step programs don't work, there is another option, and that's staying on opioids. Yeah, there's a group of medications out there for opioid addiction that actually are opioids. One is pretty well known, it's called methadone, but there's another drug that's getting a lot of buzz, despite its name being pretty hard to pronounce. It's called buprenorphine. It's sold under the brand name Suboxone or Subutex. If you're not a regular opioid user and you pop it, you'll probably get high. In fact, when Misha started experimenting with opioids, he took buprenorphine and he loved how it made him feel. This is a huge reason why these drugs are pretty controversial. And that's even for our psychiatrist, Anna Lemke. When she first heard about this drug, buprenorphine, she wasn't too excited.
Why were you so worried about prescribing it?
I worried that if I started prescribing buprenorphine, that somehow word would get out and I would be like this go-to doctor for all these people who just wanted to get drugs from me and weren't really interested in getting better.
Despite her initial hesitation, Anna started looking into these drugs to see if they really could help her patients. And she was impressed by what she saw. Because if you look at what these drugs do to our brains, it makes sense that they should work. So, for a chemical like buprenorphine to have an effect in the brain, it needs to have a special receptor. So that's a little protein that fits this chemical just right. All opioids latch onto these very specific opioid receptors. Heroin, OxyContin, and buprenorphine. And this is why these drugs can give you a high. But buprenorphine also has a few special qualities that make it very different to heroin. For one, it latches onto that special receptor for much longer than heroin, say more than a day. So it gives people a steady supply of opioids, which can prevent their cravings. Buprenorphine also does this other really cool thing. Because it's latching onto that receptor, it blocks other opioids, like heroin, from getting in and getting you high.
That's exactly right. If you want to believe in something in medicine that's evidence-based, believe in buprenorphine.
Anna told us about the first patient that she prescribed buprenorphine to. He was a Stanford student who came to her asking for help after he dropped out of school because of his heroin addiction. And Anna says that buprenorphine really worked for him.
Gosh, he graduated with honors, and I just couldn't be prouder. Taking buprenorphine to him was like a light switch. He feels like he was chemically lacking something that buprenorphine replaced, and it gave him his life back.
So it actually works?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like any intervention, it doesn't work all the time for all of the people, but for the people for whom it works, it's really a miracle drug.
Anna says that because she's seen it do wonders in some of her patients. But in the realm of miracles, buprenorphine is more like Hanukkah than Easter.
Hanukkah.
That's all to say, it's way less impressive. A big study that followed hundreds of opioid addicts treated with buprenorphine for more than 3 years found that 60% of them stayed off the drugs. 60%. Which is pretty great when you consider that the vast majority of people who try to quit on their own will relapse. That's according to a report from the National Academy of Sciences that came out this week. And even though there are still some unknowns about buprenorphine, like we don't know its long-term effects, the World Health Organization, the National Institute on Drug Abuse, and the White House have all come out in support of using buprenorphine to treat opioid addiction. So, these drugs really can work. Still, they are opioids. So, is it a problem that we're giving opioids to an opioid addict? As Anna and I were talking, it was pretty clear that she's thought a lot about this. I asked her about that student, the Stanford student, who did so well on buprenorphine, because he's been on it for several years now.
Periodically, I raise the topic with him, hey, you've been on it now for I don't know, 6, 7 years doing really well. Maybe, we should think about slowly going off of it. And he says, absolutely not. I'm not remotely interested in going off of buprenorphine. It saved my life, and why would I want to stop taking it? So then I say, okay, let's keep going.
There is this concern, I think, that you're substituting one addiction for another.
Who cares? I mean, if it works, right? In some ideal world, in my ideal world, no one would smoke cigarettes and no one would drink too much alcohol and, no one would use opioids, but that's just not the world we live in. So given the world we live in, if you have somebody who's, lying and cheating and stealing and prostituting themselves to score the next hit, and you can give them a medicine like buprenorphine and give them back their lives, who cares if they're going to be on opioids for the rest of their life? I don't care. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Here's how Anna and other experts think about it. Just because a person is dependent on a drug, it doesn't mean that this is a problem. One of the key features of addiction is that the drug they're addicted to harms the person. So if an opioid addict is taking a particular kind of opioid and it's not harming them, then maybe that's okay. It's like you're just treating them for any kind of chronic condition that they need medicine for. Another way to look at it? A diabetic is dependent on insulin, but not addicted to it, because using insulin has good consequences for them. It helps keep them alive. And this brings us to perhaps the strongest case that you can make for buprenorphine, that it can save lives. To understand more about this, we spoke to Marvin Seppala. He's the Chief Medical Officer at Hazelden Betty Ford. Yes, Betty Ford, the place where Hollywood celebrities go to dry out, and the largest non-profit addiction treatment provider in the US. Now, Marv has been an addiction specialist for decades, and he says that he rarely had patients die after going to treatment. But as the opioid epidemic ramped up and more people with opioid problems came to his clinic, that all changed.
Now the deaths were really regular. So it's a different sort of picture entirely. Sudden death for all these young people, and some of them dying right after treatment.
And here's a big reason why opioid addicts are dying after rehab. If you stop taking an opioid altogether, your tolerance for this drug drops. It's just like if you don't drink alcohol for a while, you might get drunk on just one glass of champagne. But with heroin, if your tolerance drops and then you shoot up, it becomes easier to overdose and to possibly die. And here's where buprenorphine can help. Because it controls opioid cravings, it means that people are less likely to go back to heroin. And studies do suggest that buprenorphine cuts down the risk of death. Now, when Marvin found this out, he was like, great, I want to prescribe this drug. There was just one problem. Hazelden Betty Ford, where Marv works, is famous for telling people that abstinence is the only path out of addiction. Marv actually got sent there for alcohol addiction when he was a teenager, and this is what he was told.
They told us, you can't even take aspirin because, you might... it might trigger you to go back to use of the substances you really liked.
Marv tells us that Hazelden Betty Ford is now A-OK with aspirin. Still, it's a clue as to the philosophy of this group. If there are questions about recovering addicts taking aspirin, there's definitely no buprenorphine. So, at first, Marv did not want to be the guy bringing drugs into Hazelden Betty Ford. But after seeing his patients dying...
It became imperative to me to be the guy who did all that, and I did.
Marv and a few others started pushing this idea to bring in medication for opioid addicts. And it all came to a head at this presentation that he did. It was in a big hall in front of all of his Hazelden colleagues.
We joked before we went in that we needed flak jackets for all the rotten tomatoes and eggs and things that would be tossed at us.
Oh, no!
and we had people publicly, making really derogatory statements about me personally and about our treatment program, that we were ruining Alcoholics Anonymous, that I was Dr. Death, all kinds of things like that.
That you were Dr. Death?
Yeah, yep. Unfortunately.
But eventually Marv and the evidence won them over. And in 2012, Hazelden announced that it would start using buprenorphine to treat people with opioid addiction. But the battle for buprenorphine is far from over. Many doctors in the US still aren't prescribing this drug. A recent review paper found that just about every US state had way more people with opioid abuse problems than doctors who prescribe buprenorphine. And this is for a few reasons. It can suck up a lot of time for a doctor to prescribe buprenorphine and manage patients with addiction. But also, some doctors aren't confident using this drug. And some doctors just don't think buprenorphine is a good idea. So, the bottom line here is that medication for opioid addiction can work. But right now, even if a lot of people need it, and it could save their life, it could be hard for them to get it. Misha eventually found a doctor that would prescribe him buprenorphine. Later, he tried methadone. He said they both helped him. They both reduced cravings and cleared up some mental headspace so that he could figure out what he really wanted to do with his life.
I feel like everything, even if it's not perfect, everything is totally fine the way it is.
He joined a mindfulness and meditation group, and eventually he went back to school. He's studying to be an interfaith chaplain and thinks he'll work at hospitals, comforting the sick and dying. It's a whole world that opened up after he reined in his illegal opioid use.
I mean, I never, ever would have imagined that I would end up working as a inner spiritual chaplain in a hospital, or teaching mindfulness, or wanting to work in a neonatal intensive care unit with parents and their newborn infants.
After a while, Misha was doing pretty well, and he even stopped taking the medications. But then last year, when he was back living with his mum, for some reason that he can't fully explain, he went downtown, bought some heroin, and went into the bathroom to inject it.
The last memory before coming to in the hospital was opening the front door, going in the bathroom, drawing the bath. I don't remember injecting the shot, and apparently I collapsed onto the floor, and eventually my mom heard the water running and running and running, and so she came in.
His mum revived him with Narcan, a drug that blocks the effects of heroin. And Misha's story is pretty common for opioid addicts. Things are going well, treatment is working, and then maybe something happens and it's back. And studies can't fully explain what's going on here, why it's so hard to kick an opioid habit. But many scientists now think of addiction as a chronic disease, something that needs to be managed. And just like a diabetic needs to keep their insulin in check, addicts like Misha need to keep working through their addiction. Sometimes with medication, sometimes with perhaps a group therapy like 12-step, if that's what's working for them. And sometimes with both. Like many chronic diseases, this one is a tricky beast, and there is no one answer. That's Science versus Opioid Addiction. This episode has been produced by Rose Rimler with help from me, Wendy Zuckerman, along with Shruti Ravindran and Ramila Karnik. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sori. We're edited by Blythe Terrell. Additional editing help from Lulu Miller. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Mix and sound design by Emma Munger. Music written by Bobby Lord. Recording help from Marissa Shea and Julia Smith. For this episode, we also spoke to Dr. Hilary Connery, Dr. Ben Davies, Professor Linda Gowing, Dr. Laura Payne, Professor Susan Nielsen, Professor Tom McClellan, and Professor Wayne Hall. Thank you so much for your help. And an extra special thanks to the Rimler family, Devon Taylor, Sarah McVie, Joseph Lavelle Wilson, and to everyone who spoke to us about their personal experiences with addiction and treatment. If you or someone you love is struggling with an opioid addiction, in the US, you can get in touch with the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's national helpline. They're at 1-800-662-HELP. That's 1-800-662-HELP. And we'll link to their website on the show notes so you can find counselling and treatment options in your state. Next week, we're tackling a different kind of addiction.
If you take away sex from a sex addict, nothing happens. Nobody ever died in the history of the world from blue balls.
Sex addiction. Does it exist? I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media.
Damn, what shot at me?
On today's show, we pit facts against fornicators, and we're looking at sex addiction. It's been in the news a lot lately. Harvey Weinstein's rep recently said that Weinstein was getting treated for sex addiction.
Guys, I'm not doing okay.
You're not?
I'm trying. I gotta get help.
Kevin Spacey recently headed into a sex addiction rehab centre too. And in the last few years, several celebrities have said they suffer from this.
Weiner reportedly has checked into an undisclosed sex addiction rehab center.
Actor David Duchovny claims he's addicted to sex.
Tonight I talked to a doctor who assures us this is not only a very real psychological disorder, but also something Tiger Woods may struggle with his whole life.
But there's a group of researchers who don't buy that sex addiction is a thing. We spoke to a clinical psychologist in New Mexico who treats people with issues around sex. His name is David Ley.
The last name is spelled L-E-Y. It's a funny name for a sex doctor to have. But my story is that I only had two options. I could be a sex doctor or a politician involved in a sex scandal.
David wrote a book called The Myth of Sex Addiction, and he says there's this concern that people like Harvey Weinstein are just trying to escape responsibility.
Because now it takes away the accountability of these people. You know, the reason that Harvey Weinstein got this reaction is everybody said, no, wait a minute, buddy. You are responsible and accountable for having hurt people with your behaviors, and you don't get to use this out.
And David is also very skeptical of this idea that people could be addicted to sex and then go through some kind of withdrawal like you do with heroin.
If you take away sex from a sex addict, nothing happens. Nobody ever died in the history of the world from blue balls.
And the temptation is to say, this is bogus. These guys are just creeps. It sounds like the only time someone cries sex addiction is when they got caught hurting someone and they're trying to get out of it. But does that mean that we can totally dismiss this idea of sex addiction? Well, no. Because there's actually a lot of scientific debate around sex addiction. Like, even when it comes to withdrawal, there are reports that people who say they're addicted to sex do have symptoms when they're not getting any. Symptoms like anxiety, the sweats, and insomnia. And you can find scientific papers published in legitimate peer-reviewed journals claiming that sex addiction does exist. And this is why the International Classification of Diseases, which is used by the World Health Organization to classify mental illness, is now considering adding something that looks a lot like sex addiction to its list. So what's going on? Is sex addiction straight up poppycock? Or does it exist? When it comes to sex addiction, there are lots of wieners. But then there's science. Science versus Sex Addiction is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. So, sex addiction is all over the news, and at Science Versus, we wanted to know whether it really was a thing. And we found out pretty quickly that away from celebrity land, there are people out there who say they really struggle with controlling their sexual behaviour. Our reporter, Shruti Ravindran, hey Shruti.
Hey Wendy.
She's been going on a deep dive into sex addiction.
Very deep.
Right, just to get a firmer grip on the situation.
Precisely.
And then, but quite seriously, you, as part of your reporting, you met this guy who told you about his very serious battle with sex addiction.
That's right. We're calling him Jeff, but that's not his real name. And he invited me to his apartment for a cup of tea.
So I'm just making a cup or a first brew of Taiwanese GABA oolong. Really, really nice tea. Good for focus.
He has this fancy water kettle that helps him heat up the water so it's just below boiling point. Any hotter and the bitter stuff would get through, he says.
Are you very particular about things?
I try to seek optimal experiences.
Jeff thinks his problems with sex started around puberty. He would get turned on by hardcore porn, the kind that involves ropes and chains and at least one person on all fours, and he was really ashamed of it. As time went on, he started thinking more and more about doing the stuff he was seeing in porn. But he didn't dare ask his girlfriend for what he wanted. Jeff dreamed of going to an escort, but he couldn't bring himself to do it.
And then at some point, I broke up with a girlfriend of a long time, and the first thing I did, she went to the airport, I went to see an escort. And I felt horrible afterwards.
But he soon got comfortable with the idea, and he started going to escorts every now and then. And he was still watching a lot of porn, fantasizing about hardcore stuff, and masturbating a lot.
But then, Jeff said he met someone he really liked. They started dating, moved in together, they got married, and he actually stopped going to escorts. He was trying to stay on the straight and narrow. But soon, he said, his old sexual urges started creeping back up again.
What did that look like? Where you'd wake up in the morning, and then what would happen?
Waking up in the morning, going to the bathroom, masturbating, to porn, or to the idea of going to see an escort.
He got restless. He worked from home, and he would have these large tracts of time in his day that he would fill with more masturbating and fantasizing about going to the escort.
I feel like most people can relate to it with food potentially the best. That cycle of like, I'm going to get that donut. I'm not going to get that donut. I really shouldn't get that donut. I really want that donut. Should I get that donut? How can I get that donut? What should I justify to get that donut? And this mind space is hell if it's constant.
And even though he says that he didn't want to see an escort, he also says that he just couldn't control himself.
I was walking up an avenue and I passed my subway stop. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go. And I could feel this kind of push to just go. And my feet were kind of on an automatic little treadmill. And there was this other part of me that was just like, you know what? If you just let your feet carry you, we'll just do what we need to do in a few minutes.
And what he needed to do was go to see an escort.
Yeah, that was a part of sort of automatic behavior.
Soon after, Jeff slept with his wife.
And things started going off the rails fairly quickly.
So you put her at risk, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, having sex with escorts is not safe.
Presumably you use protection.
I sadly can't say I always did. Well, it only happened once. And that was something that's, I think, the worst part of the screw up, really. I kind of agreed to not use protection. And that was kind of part of an escalation of a high of like, oh, this is something new that I haven't done before.
Jeff didn't tell his wife that he'd recently had unprotected sex. And what's messed up about it is that, as Jeff tells it, his wife had actually asked whether they should use protection.
Yeah, I said no, because really fundamentally, those things were separate parts of my life. And so admitting yes would have been the beginning of admitting what had happened and what had been happening.
And soon after that, Jeff came clean to his wife, told her what had been going on. And what she said was pretty surprising.
She said, "It sounds like you have a problem. Have you considered that you might be a sex addict?" He looked it up on a website for sex addicts, and everything he read there felt so familiar.
It was it was hard for me to kind of deny it because I basically burned my life to the ground.
But over time, he became comfortable with this idea that he was a sex addict. It lifted a weight off of him. He felt he could forgive himself. Jeff now goes to support groups and has a girlfriend who he adores. He's told her everything about his past, and he says they trust each other.
I've been sober 3.5 years. My life has changed enormously.
So when you say you've been sober for 3 years, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I haven't masturbated to porn or gone to see an escort.
The things that Jeff described sound pretty bad, and having the label of a sex addict really helped him. But do his experiences really add up to an addiction? Like, is Jeff's relationship to sex at all like a heroin addict's relationship to heroin? It might sound a little odd that sex could be addictive like a drug. But in 2013, the American Psychiatric Association, the gatekeepers of what gets to be called an addiction, got together and declared that it's not just substances like drugs that could be addictive. You can be addicted to an activity, they said. But so far, the only activity that they've said there's enough evidence for to call it an addiction is gambling. Still though, the fact that gambling got over the line opened the door for other things to be considered addictive too. Things like internet addiction, eating addictions, and, yeah, sex addictions. Shruti headed to Boston to meet a psychologist who's part of the group arguing that sex can be addictive.
My name is Dr. Shane Kraus, and I'm the director of the Behavioral Addictions Clinic at the Bedford VA.
He was a little nervous to talk to me about sex addiction. Shane is a clinical psychologist and researcher at a veterans hospital just outside Boston. He treats lots of war veterans who suffer from all kinds of addictions, including sex addiction, which is something he says that a lot of his patients struggle with.
In fact, when Shane and his team surveyed more than 800 veterans who returned from Iraq and Afghanistan, they found that around 10% of them had some form of sex addiction.
I guess I'm trying to understand what the term addiction captures that feels true to the experiences that you see.
Well, I think it gets down to the core essence of which is really impaired or lost. So addiction means, right, like to become enslaved, right, to be unbound. And I think that's the framework here, to kind of give yourself or to engage in something over and over, that to lose, to have say, I can't stop this, despite a lot of issues.
So Shane says that a lot of his patients feel like they can't control their sexual urges. And this is one of the most important hallmarks of addictive behavior: loss of control. For sex addiction, Shane says that his patients have this insatiable craving for sex or for masturbating. It's like Jeff, who is in a kind of spin cycle with this one thought circling around, telling him he ought to, deserved to, had to visit a sex worker. Shane says that for sex addicts, this craving gets so intense everything else in their life takes a backseat. And for many sex addicts, this plays out in their porn use.
It becomes almost a center core part of their life.
So do you mean that they start to organize all their life around the next hit of porn?
Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah, that or missing activities or going places or using pornography for long periods of time, and using 4, 5, 6 hours at night and not going to sleep at 3 a.m, but you have to go to work at 6 a.m.
Shane has studied people who could be classified as sex addicts and found that many of them had tried several times to cut back or quit their porn use, and they just couldn't. And away from Shane's clinic, when you look at other research, there does seem to be a spectrum of control here, where some men can control themselves sexually better than others.
And Shane says that for sex addicts, their relationship with sex is different to yours and mine. They see a visual trigger and they get much more excited than the rest of us would. And then they can't ignore it.
So if I saw some cute guy, I might get turned on, but then I could brush it aside and, keep reading a scientific paper.
Wendy might be able to go back to her business, but some sex addicts, Shane says, can't do that. He told us about one patient he had who would get turned on by pictures online that weren't sexual at all.
It could be an image, not a non-sexual image online. It could be walking by and seeing a woman-specific type that would trigger him, and it could be 4 hours. He would think about it for 4 hours, until...
That meant the patient would masturbate.
Yeah.
And Shane says that there is some evidence that sex addicts do process sexual images like porn in a way that's kind of different to other people, which might point to bigger differences in how addicts' brains work. And the thinking here is that these brain differences could explain why they find it so hard to quit.
When we looked at the evidence for this, though, it comes from small studies. So for the moment, there's nothing conclusive here. And just generally speaking, the case for sex addiction doesn't have a lot of scientific evidence on its side.
And Shane actually acknowledges that. But he says that he's still got a lot of patients coming in with these problems, and surely all the experiences of these veterans should amount to something.
Okay, so here's what we know so far. From what Shane tells us, when he talks to some of his patients about their sexual issues, what they describe to him sounds like an addiction. They crave a lot of sex, spend a lot of time thinking about how to control those cravings, and it's just so difficult for them. After the break, we look at this debate from another position. Doggy style! No, we talk to those who think sex addiction is rubbish.
Bring them into the laboratory, you put a vibrator on them.
Welcome back. We just found out that Shane Krause, a psychologist for war veterans, says that many of his patients have problems with sex, and their experiences seem to fit this description of an addiction. Basically, they crave sex, they have a lot of trouble controlling their sexual urges, and this messes with their life. But there's a big scientific debate going on here, and we wanted to get the other position. Missionary! No. To get the other side of this debate, we spoke to Nicole Prause. She's a neuroscientist who used to work at the University of California in Los Angeles. She's since founded her own independent research organization. And Nicole has done a bunch of research into sex, including getting women to watch porn and then measuring how wet they get. Yeah, for science.
So, very first thing, I'm showing older adult women porn and measuring their vaginal response, and I thought that was the coolest thing I'd ever done.
And we didn't just interview her because she showed some older ladies a fine time.
Our reporter, Shruti Ravindran again.
Nicole has written a lot about sex. And the first thing we wanted to know about was this idea that there's some brain chemistry stuff that underpins sex addiction.
And the thrust of the idea here is that when you do something that feels good, like gambling or having sex, it can release this chemical called dopamine. And studies have found that in some addictions, like meth and cocaine, something can go wrong with how this chemical works in people's brains.
And curiously, studies have found that some people with Parkinson's disease who take this medication that amps up dopamine in their brain end up having these strong sexual urges, and they find it really hard to control them. So could this chemical have anything to do with sex addiction?
I do not believe it is possible that someone has a sex addiction just because sex involves reward and dopamine. There are literally thousands of activities and behaviors that involve dopamine. That is Everything from watching your favorite movie to playing with puppies to holding a baby, these all involve those systems. And if we start calling all those things addictions, then the word is meaningless.
What Nicole is saying here is that, sure, sex releases dopamine. But if you want to make the argument that sex addicts have problems with their dopamine, then you need to do those studies. And by and large, they haven't been done. A group of researchers from Spain recently wrote that there is little empirical evidence on this.
Okay, so Nicole saw that there weren't any convincing studies to show her that sex addicts have different brains to regular folk. And then she wanted to test out one of the biggest claims out there about sex addicts. It's this idea that they lose control of their own desires.
There are definitely many men and women who, if you directly ask them, do your sexual behaviors feel out of control? Does your viewing of erotica feel out of control? They will answer absolutely yes, it does. And it feels out of control all the time. But at some point, you have to actually test this.
And scientists like Nicole have tested whether the claims of sex addicts are true in all kinds of ways. They've strapped this contraption that looks like a swim cap with wires spouting off of it onto people's heads to measure their brain activity while they're watching porn. They've also measured how hard or rigid a guy's penis gets.
Which is a bit trickier to measure.
So how do you measure that?
So rigidity, creatively enough, is measured by an instrument called the Rigiscan. And that device, when it samples every 15 seconds and it tightens until it feels a certain resistance and then loosens to accommodate the current penis size.
Hard-hitting work. And by the way, we know this is in a lab. They're not testing penises in the wild. But if you want to get good data, you have to measure everybody under the same conditions. So the lab is what we've got. So these researchers wanted to find out how well people really could control their sexual urges. In this one study Nicole did, she invited more than 100 people to her lab, and then she got them to watch some porn.
It's mostly vanilla porn. There's no BDSM there, no fetishistic activities, and no sex toys.
And then Nicole and her team tell each person to react naturally to the films or to control themselves. And she looks to see what happens.
So, picture this. They're watching a racy film, and a researcher tells them, don't get turned on, and do get turned on. And Nicole found that people who felt that they were out of control could actually control themselves.
It was especially the guys who said they felt out of control that actually were more in control. That is, they reported having better decreases when we asked them to decrease their sexual responses.
Wait a sec. So the guys who thought they couldn't stop themselves from getting a stiffy actually could?
Yes.
To Nicole, the takeaway is that many people seem to be able to control their desires, even if they really think they can't.
And this isn't just a thing that happens when people watch porn in a lab. Nicole says that when it comes to all kinds of sex stuff, people just aren't that good at judging their own behavior and whether it's normal.
There's a history of this in sex research. That is, people who are worried about, am I normal? Am I okay? Tell me I'm all right. When they're actually tested in a laboratory setting, we can't find evidence for what they're worried about.
Like, you see this in research on guys who think their penis is way too small, and they want to get surgery to lengthen it. And when you measure it, their penis size is perfectly normal.
And then when we bring this back to sex addicts, well, researchers did this survey about people's sex lives, and it found that those who considered themselves sex addicts, which was around 170 people, they were getting laid and masturbating about as much as everyone else in that study. Yeah, they thought they were oversexed, but they were just normal.
So where does this leave us? If people like Jeff or Shane's patients don't have sex addiction, is there something else that could be going on? We asked Nicole.
I think the most likely case is that what people call sex addiction overwhelmingly is high sex drive in people who have a lot of shame around their sexuality.
Nicole believes that what could be happening here is that these so-called sex addicts are ashamed of their desires, maybe ashamed of how much sex they want or who they want to have sex with. They think there's something wrong with them, but they're perfectly normal.
And this ties into another finding from this huge study on porn watching. Researchers followed thousands of porn watchers over time, and they found that what predicted whether or not they thought they were addicted to porn wasn't how much of the stuff that these guys were watching, but whether they had, quote, moral scruples around pornography, end quote.
Nicole says that it's also possible that some people who think they are sex addicts actually have depression or anxiety, and they're using sex as a way out. And Shane, a psychologist who treats war veterans for sex addiction, he acknowledges that other mental illnesses might play a role here.
So what it looks like then to Nicole is that this isn't about an addiction, but something else. Shame, depression, anxiety, a fear of not being normal. But the elephant in the room is this. Even if these people are suffering and having a hard time controlling their sexual urges, what if following those urges leads to rape? What do we do with that? Well, for Nicole, it's pretty simple.
So when you do something without someone's consent, you have crossed into sexual assault territory.
And sexual assaults? That's not what this debate is about. This scientific debate is about whether sex addiction exists. That is, are there really people out there who struggle so much to control their sexual urges that they have a disease? And the thing is, there's just not a lot of evidence here. Scientists are trying to cobble together what there is to see if it fits this model of addiction. And the cupboard is just pretty bare. And that's why when the American Psychiatric Association, the gatekeepers of what gets to be called an addiction or not, came together on this, they said, no, there's not enough evidence that sex addiction or something like it is a thing. Shruti and I sat down in the studio to talk about the research that we've got so far. So now, where do you stand on this? Like, do you think sex addiction is real?
Yeah. I don't know. It just seems like a snowflake on a sidewalk. It's appealing, it's sparkling. But, you know, a sharp ray of sunlight and it like melts. And I mean, you bring it into the lab and you poke at it and prod at it and like measure it with a Rigiscan and it no longer holds.
That is the most beautiful way of saying this is bull.
Well, it's complicated.
So, given that there isn't a lot of evidence here, like, why is there this group of researchers who are fighting for it and who are saying it does exist?
I think that, well, I can't speak for those clinicians, but maybe this is what's happening. They see what their patients go through, their patients are suffering, and then they see like the little science that backs this up. And they say, well, you know, that makes sense. It rings true. And not just that, it helps my patient to know that, you know, I'm not a freak, that there's some kind of scientific basis for my experiences.
I have two conflicting thoughts on this, and I can't make them work. Like, one is, well, science isn't here to make you feel better. Like, science is supposed to be leaning towards some objective truth, and if that truth isn't there, or if the evidence isn't there that this condition exists, then science shouldn't just be like, we'll make you a label to make you feel better. You know, like, science isn't there for that. But then on the other hand, I'm like, well, addiction's really squishy and messy, and medicine is really squishy and messy, and people are. So if you want to give them a label and make them feel better, go right ahead. And I don't know what's the way to think about it. What do you think?
It's nearly philosophical.
No!
Maybe it's like akin, you know? Like, this is not exactly alike, but it's similar. It's not a twin, it's a cousin.
Yeah, it's the hairy cousin. Sex addiction is the hairy cousin to the other real addictions. That's science versus sex addiction. And just before the credits, if you like what we're doing, we would love it if you could review us on iTunes. It really helps people to find our stuff. This episode has been produced by Shruti Ravindran with help from me, Wendy Zuckerman, along with Rose Rimler, Heather Rogers, and Ramila Karnik. Our senior producer is Caitlin Sorey. We're edited by Blythe Terrell. Additional editing help from PJ Vogt. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Mix and sound design by Emma Munger. Music written by Bobby Lord. Recording help from Gideon Brower and Hannah Colton. For this episode, we also spoke to Dr. Mark Potenza, Dr. Carl Eric Fisher, Dr. Valerie Voon, Dr. Joshua Grubbs, and Matthias Goller. Thank you so much for your help. An extra special thanks to Frank Lopez, Joel Werner, Joseph Lavelle Wilson, and to all the men and women who allowed us to hear their stories in meetings for sex addicts and sexual compulsives in New York. We're off next week doing more reporting, but when we get back, we're looking at nuclear war. How bad could it get?
This is grim science. It takes a lot of energy to vaporize a human being. We're a big sack of water.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show that pits facts against fire and fury. On today's show, nuclear war. More than 70 years ago, the US dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, one in Hiroshima, another in Nagasaki. It created mass devastation. And now there's talk the world could go through this again with North Korea.
North Korea best not make any more threats to the United States. They will be met with fire and fury, the likes of which this world has never seen before. Thank you.
The North Korean nuclear threat got scarier when several months ago they tested their most powerful nuclear bomb yet.
North Korea claims it has successfully tested a hydrogen bomb.
This blast was so strong it had a magnitude of a 5.3 earthquake.
Donald Trump threatened to completely destroy North Korea.
Kim Jong-un calls Trump a mentally deranged U.S. dotard. Should we be worried?
Experts say that this bomb is a lot bigger than anything that has ever been dropped on a city before. So what would it look like if North Korea actually dropped that bomb on the US? What would happen? Would cities be flattened and turned into ashes? On today's show, we're going to find out how bad it could get by answering the following questions. 1. What would it look like if a nuclear bomb was dropped on the US? 2. What's the chance that radiation from that bomb will give you cancer? And 3. Is it possible to drop so many nukes that the Earth becomes uninhabitable for decades to come? Science versus nuclear war is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. On today's show, we're delving into nuclear war, and we're asking, what kind of damage do these weapons really do? Last year, North Korea claimed to have tested a hydrogen bomb. That's a super powerful nuclear bomb. And this country talks a big game, but whatever they exploded shook the ground so much that people felt it over 150 miles away. So whatever they have is really powerful. And some say it could be a hydrogen bomb. Now, there are still big questions about whether they could launch a big bomb and hit the US mainland. But what if, say, over the next few years, North Korea actually does get that technology and they can target, say, New York City?
the densest city in the country. If they fired that bomb, what would it actually look like? Our senior producer, Caitlin Sori, met Alex Wellerstein from the Stevens Institute of Technology in New Jersey, and they met outside the New York Stock Exchange in Manhattan.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm well.
Nice to meet you.
Alex has created simulations of what can happen to a city when a nuclear bomb is dropped on it. So, Caitlin asked him, what happens if North Korea's bomb hits us, right here, around Wall Street?
What do I see, initially?
Just a flash. Bright flash. Bright flash. Like, maybe tinge a little blue.
God damn.
It's hotter than the sun. So it would look just blinding.
So it's essentially creating a mini sun on Earth.
Yes. That's the sort of heat that turns sand into glass.
A nuclear bomb can generate so much heat that it mangles granite. In a fraction of a second, this intense heat forms a fireball that rises into the air, leaving a mushroom cloud in its wake. And that cloud is massive.
It will be bigger than any skyscraper by at least 10 times, maybe 15 times bigger. It's going to make you feel small. It won't look like anything else you've ever seen.
For anyone close to the blast, they'd be turned into
a charred corpse. You're talking about enough heat to set things and you on fire.
This heat from the fireball, this is actually what kills most people near the blast. That's what happened in Hiroshima. And even a few miles away, people could suffer horrible burns.
It would be just shocking, right? I could imagine people being just dazed, injured, not sure what to do. It's eerie.
And then the incredible heat from the fireball would create what's called a blast wave. This wave of intense pressure that would push out more than 2 miles away. Where Caitlin is, just around the corner from Wall Street, everything would be devastated.
Think of this as just a punching of air coming out of just heavy air, and it's just going to knock lots of things down.
And it's going to carry everything with it, like this police car, that hot dog stand, everything just gets
swept away. I mean, just at this level of closeness to it, yeah, just gone. Dust everywhere. Nothing.
Some people might be hurled against buildings. Others could be crushed by them. And windows would smash for miles, hurling shards of glass. And Alex says that this is actually why American school kids were taught to hide under their desks, to duck and cover during the Cold War. It was to protect them from all that glass flying everywhere, not from radiation. But if you're close enough to the blast, you will have to worry about radiation. Alex estimates that around 3/4 of a mile from the bomb,
anyone around is going to be hit with this invisible wave of radiation. You won't know it.
In Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for people close to the blast, radiation ripped through their whole body, destroying cells in their skin, ovaries, testes, blood, and bones. Their hair started falling out, and their stomach was attacked by the radiation, making them vomit. Because North Korea's bomb is thought to be much more powerful than the ones the US dropped on Japan, it's possible that the fireball would be so big that if you're close enough to the bomb to get a big bout of radiation, you actually wouldn't survive long enough to feel these effects. You would just burn almost instantly. And while it's difficult to predict this kind of thing, Alex estimates that if you set off a hydrogen bomb above the New York Stock Exchange, just near Wall Street, you could kill about 500,000 people and injure about 1.5 million more. And then what happens next? Alex says,
it won't end things. There will be a day after that. Not for everybody, but there will be. And that's the really sickening thing to imagine.
Millions of people around New York would survive the blast. They'll be far enough away. But what do they do now? Do they have to leave what's left of the city? Will toxic radioactive fallout shower down on them? Well, before we go down that road, let's just take a little detour. It's getting a bit heavy here. So let's look at how cockroaches might survive a nuclear war. Yeah, let's take a look at the good old cockies. Because you might have heard that when the nuclear apocalypse comes, one creature will reign supreme. Cockroaches. But is that true? Well, to find out, scientists built a little cockroach-sized nuclear bomb, and then they exploded it into a little cockroach-sized city. No, not really. Instead, they exposed hundreds of the poor dudes to radiation. And by doing this, they found that cockies, on a good day, could handle roughly 40 times more radiation than you and I. Now, that might sound pretty impressive, but get this. There's a cheeky wasp out there that can handle 9 times more radiation than a cockroach. And because of this, one entomologist called cockroaches wimps. Harsh, but fair. Still, there's something else out there that can handle way more radiation than both of them. It's a death-defying bacteria that can happily live in radioactive waste. Ha! Take that, you cockroach reign supreme during an apocalypse myth. Okay. So now, back to humans and the devastation. We know that if a nuclear bomb were to drop on a city like New York, hundreds of thousands of people would die almost instantly from the heat. For others, they might be hit by flying objects from the blast. And if you survive all that, the danger isn't over yet. You still might be hit with something that really freaked out Americans during the Cold War.
Danger will come not just from blast or heat or nearby radiation effect, but also from fallout.
Fallout is radioactive material that can get swept
I
up
don't know
into
what
the
I'm
air
doing
after
wrong
an
here.
atomic bomb, and then
This
rain
shouldn't be
down
this
on
fucking-
cities miles away. And there are fears that fallout can contaminate the land
Something
and the
is
water
very wrong
for
with my
years
build.
to come.
How will you know
I have
if
no
there
idea
is
what
fallout?
it is.
You can't hear, smell, taste, or see the radiation. And these bits of matter can be dangerous.
How dangerous, though? Well, to find out, reporter Heather Rogers called up Tetsuji Imanaka, who grew up in Hiroshima.
Hello?
Hi, Dr.
Hi,
Imanaka.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
Tetsuji was a nuclear engineer at Kyoto University in Japan. He's recently retired, but had spent his career studying radioactive fallout. And understanding the danger of radiation had high stakes for Tetsuji because his family was affected by the nuclear bomb. His mum was just a couple of miles away from the blast in Hiroshima, on the south side of the city.
At the time of atomic bombing, my mother was south part of Hiroshima city. And she was behind a small hill.
And that small hill shielded her from the blast. Being a nuclear engineer, Tetsuji actually calculated her dose of radiation. And he says she barely got any.
Initial radiation was almost zero, I'm sure.
Almost zero. But the morning after the bomb, Tetsuji's mum actually headed back into what was left of the city. Tetsuji's grandmother had been in Hiroshima during the explosion, and his mum wanted to find her. Amazingly, she did. Tetsuji's grandma was in really bad shape, but alive.
She felt so happy at that time. It was very strange. She felt, my mother told me.
Why does that make you laugh?
Yeah. This is a Japanese way. Yeah. Very sad thing. So devastating. Yeah, it's difficult to say.
Tetsuji's grandmother was so close to the bomb when it went off that she was exposed to a lot of radiation and died a week later. Now, all that radiation came directly from the bomb. It wasn't fallout. But to find out if Tetsuji's mum was safe, he needed to know how bad the fallout was around Hiroshima. And he told Heather that his mum actually didn't get exposed to that much of it.
So, not so high. So 2 or 3 times CT scan.
So it's like as if she had 2 or 3 CT scans.
Yeah.
And for the most part, fallout from Hiroshima or Nagasaki didn't come down in dangerous concentrations. And to understand why, you have to know this curious thing about nuclear bombs. When it comes to fallout, it matters where in the sky these bombs blow up. And in Hiroshima, as well as Nagasaki, the bombs exploded in the air, hundreds of meters up.
Fireball didn't touch the ground.
Since the fireball didn't touch the ground, Tetsuji calculated that that meant a lot of the radioactive contamination didn't fall on the city. Instead, it went up into the atmosphere.
So basically, the land isn't ruined, the soil isn't ruined, the water isn't poisoned. Is that true?
Such case in Hiroshima, that's true. So almost radioactive material went up to the sky.
Up into the sky. In fact, tiny bits of radiation ended up spreading out thinly all across the globe.
Some scientists found trace of Nagasaki bombing in the Arctic.
Yeah, radioactive particles from the Nagasaki nuclear bomb were found in the Arctic. But here's what you have to know. These radioactive particles are found in such low doses that they're not believed to be harmful. There are no radioactive polar bears in the Arctic.
The radiation is not dangerous now.
And so, the reason why the fallout wasn't that dangerous in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was because the bombs exploded in the sky. But Tetsuji told Heather that if those bombs had exploded on the ground, it would have been a completely different story. The radioactive contamination would have been really bad.
Really bad, strong contamination.
And so if that happens, then you probably can't, you won't be able to grow food there.
Yeah. So, big problem.
And why is it so bad if the fireball hits the ground? Well, that huge fireball is filled with radioactive particles. And when it hits the ground, it drags tons of soil and burnt rubble into its fiery blaze, which then goes up into the atmosphere. And because that soil and rubble is relatively heavy, it can fall out of the clouds as radioactive dust.
Fallout.
We know this because during the Cold War, the USSR and the US dropped a bunch of test bombs, and some were detonated really close to the ground, and they ended up contaminating places miles and miles away. So, when the US detonated a bomb just 7 feet from the ground at Bikini Atoll, a strong wind blew that radioactive fallout onto nearby islands. And it was so bad that almost 300 people got acute radiation poisoning. But will the landscape be contaminated with radiation forever after a nuclear bomb? Well, while there are some types of radiation that can stick around for decades, most of it actually decays fairly quickly. So, for example, in Hiroshima, while there was this intense blast of radiation as soon as the bomb exploded, just 1 day later, it was 1,000 times lower. A year later, radiation levels in Hiroshima were pretty much back to normal. Tetsuji's mum ended up staying in Hiroshima her whole life. She had 3 sons and lived to the ripe age of 86, eventually dying of lung cancer. And it's cancer, so you have to wonder, could it be from the radiation of the bomb? After the break, the long-term effects of a nuclear bomb. Is cancer how it'll get you in the end? Welcome back. We just found out that most of the deaths from nuclear bombs come not from the radiation, but from a huge fireball and even intense pressure, which can shatter glass for miles. There's also the danger from radioactive dust that could fall from the sky. But what if you lived through this kind of attack? The fireball, the glass, the rubble. What happens years later? Because nuclear bombs can spew radiation across a city, and we know radiation can cause cancer, does that mean you and everyone you know will go on to get cancer?
There's a lot of fear of radiation. When I grew up, this was one of the big fears in life.
This is Eric Grant, and he's been studying the effects of radiation on people for decades. He's American, but he lives in Hiroshima and still remembers when he first came to the city back in 1985.
I was a bit nervous about it, actually.
What was it like? We did this? Is that the feeling?
I guess so. It was all out war, and the United States dropped that bomb, and a lot of people died, and here I was.
Eric now works at the Radiation Effects Research Foundation, which has a study which tracks the health of tens of thousands of atomic bomb survivors. And if you want to know if a nuclear bomb will give you cancer, this is the study to look at. It's been going since 1950, just 5 years after the bomb hit, making it one of the longest public health studies in the world. And it actually started out as a US military operation.
And the United States is very anxious to learn how effective the weapons were.
Wow, but it was born out of the military wanting to know how dangerous their weapon was.
That's exactly right. And I think there's still some underlying resentment.
And the way they recruited survivors for their study probably didn't help. Japan was still occupied by the US in those days.
We did have our own fleet of jeeps, and they used to crawl through the city and interview people for where you were at the time of the bombing and where was your husband.
The US military would go to these centers where people asked for food rations, including pregnant women.
And when they came to that window and said, "I'm pregnant, I'd like this extra ration of rice," people would approach them and say, "Congratulations on your pregnancy. We would very much like to see how your child does."
The study ended up recruiting around 120,000 survivors and would eventually split from the military, tracking cancer rates in those survivors for decades to come. So, what has it found? Did the atomic bomb increase the risk of cancer for these people? Eric says, yes, for cancers in all sorts of places.
Your lungs, for instance, or your breast or your liver.
But there was one cancer that was spotted almost immediately: leukemia.
This is the first thing that they saw, especially among children. You seem like you're doing great, and then 5 years later you get a leukemia. And this was considered the A-bomb disease.
So leukemia showing up in kids is pretty scary. But the actual number of people who got leukemia as a result of the bomb, well, it wasn't as high as you might expect. Eric and his team have found that out of the tens of thousands of survivors, only about 100 more people than usual got leukemia as a result of the bomb. So, your chance of getting leukemia if you survived Hiroshima was actually really, really low.
So not huge numbers.
Wow. So really, the rates really are quite low.
Right, that's right. That's exactly right. It's lower than people generally think.
So that's leukemia. What about the other cancers? Well, Eric says that his study found that if you survived Hiroshima or Nagasaki, your risk of cancer is about 10% higher than someone who's the same age as you but wasn't around the bomb.
Chances are you're not going to suffer a cancer that was due to the radiation exposure.
Well, Eric wants us to be careful with this stat. It's an average of the survivors in his study. And he says that overall, the more radiation that survivors got, the higher their cancer risk. Plus, this study started 5 years after the bombs went off. So there's a chance that some people got cancer and died before it started. Still though, on average, it does seem that the number of cancers from Hiroshima and Nagasaki was relatively low. There were other concerns though, because nobody really knew how radiation from the bomb would linger there were fears that the effect of radiation could be passed down to the next generation, the children of the atomic bomb survivors, people like Tetsuji. Well, Eric's study, which has now followed more than 75,000 kids of survivors for half a century, actually can't find any increased risk of cancer in these kids.
So we haven't seen those effects, which is one of the silver linings, I guess, with this whole story.
From your study, it made me think that nuclear bombs aren't as dangerous as I had thought.
I guess when you think about the long-term health effects of the atomic bombings, you're right that radiation risks of cancer are not as high as initially thought, and we don't see generational problems. So those two things are true. But the initial weapon is devastating and will take out huge portions of populations in cities.
Okay, so from what we found out about the bombs in Japan, it does seem that decades later, the radiation they left behind wasn't as scary as we'd initially thought. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed at the start of the nuclear age, though. 70 years on, it's a very different world that we live in. 9 nations now have nuclear weapons. And if one nuclear bomb got dropped, that might not be the end of it. It'd probably lead to retaliation, with more and more bombs, and maybe even an all-out nuclear war. And some scientists have argued that this wouldn't just mean devastation for the two warring nations. It could have serious consequences for the entire world. During the Cold War, this was something that Carl Sagan talked a lot about. Here he is speaking on CNN.
So it now appears that that nuclear war almost certainly will destroy the global civilization and might just possibly destroy the human species.
Destroy the human species. And here's how. Some scientists thought that a nuclear war could lead to a world where the skies would turn black, the world would go cold, and you couldn't grow food. People would starve to death. It was called a nuclear winter, and during the Cold War, it even got the attention of Presidents Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev. But is this idea of a nuclear winter based on good science? I mean, I know Carl Sagan is like a science god and stuff, but maybe he went off the rails with this one. Well, what is supposed to lead to a nuclear winter isn't radiation. It's actually smoke. You see, nuclear bombs create so much heat that they burn skyscrapers, houses, bridges, and all of that fire creates all of this smoke that then goes up into the atmosphere. Here's our nuclear war researcher, Alex Wellerstein again.
The idea is if you burn enough stuff, you'll put up a lot of smoke. You put up enough smoke and you start to reflect sunlight.
That black smoke absorbs some of the sun's energy, so it can't reach Earth. 200 years ago, a big volcano blew up in Indonesia, and it cooled the world by about 0.5 degrees Celsius for a year. This became known as the year without summer. So if the ash from one volcano could cool the Earth a bit, what would happen if you had the smoke from the fires of an all-out nuclear war?
Now, will that be enough to actually alter the climate and put you into a state where, like, you start having really cold all year round and global famines and things?
Well, research suggests that to cause a nuclear winter, you've got to throw a lot of nuclear bombs, like a lot of nuclear bombs. One researcher from NASA calculated that 100 Hiroshima-sized bombs would drop the temperature of the world by a little over 1 degree Celsius. That's almost 2 degrees Fahrenheit, and that would last for several years. So bad, but not enough to destroy the human species. A report from the National Academy of Sciences said that a large-scale environmental catastrophe would only happen if thousands of nuclear weapons were detonated. The truth is, though, we don't know exactly how many bombs we'd need to throw the world into a nuclear winter. For Alex, he says even though the science isn't perfect here, it is good enough for us to start asking this question.
Do we need thousands of nuclear weapons? Only 2 countries have thousands. Everyone else has hundreds.
And those 2 countries are, of course, the US and Russia. It's estimated they have roughly 10,000 nuclear weapons between them. So theoretically, it is possible that they could plunge us into a nuclear winter. So, when it comes to science versus nuclear war, does it stack up? 1. If North Korea dropped a nuclear bomb on New York City, perhaps 500,000 people would die, mostly from the heat and flying fragments, not from radiation. 2. How dangerous is radioactive fallout? Well, it depends on where the bomb drops and where the wind blows. In Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the fallout actually wasn't that harmful. But if a bigger bomb detonates on land instead of air, that could be a different story. And 3, finally, is it possible to drop so many bombs that the Earth becomes uninhabitable for decades to come? Well, if thousands of bombs were dropped, it might create enough smoke to affect the climate of the planet. And the US and Russia, they probably have enough bombs to do it. That's science versus nuclear war. This episode has been produced by Heather Rogers, me, Wendy Zuckerman, our senior producer, Caitlin Sori, Rose Rimler, Shruti Ravindran, with help from Ramila Karnik. We're edited by Blythe Terrell, additional thoughts from Lulu Miller. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris, mix and sound design by Emma Munger, music written by Bobby Lord and Emma Munger. Thanks for recording help from John Wild. For this episode, we also spoke to Professor Richard Wakeford, Dr. Richard Turco, Professor Brian Toon, Professor Alan Robock, Dr. Dale Preston, Dr. William Kennedy, Dr. Jonathan D. Polak, and a bunch of other experts on North Korea and nuclear weapons. Thank you so much. Also, a special thanks to Shigeko Sasamori and Kathleen Sullivan. And an extra special thanks to the Zuckerman family and Joseph Lavelle Wilson. Next week, we're tackling the ketogenic diet. Can you become your best, healthiest self by eating bucket loads of fat?
If a drug did everything that the ketogenic diet did, it would be an enormous blockbuster drug worth billions of dollars.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show that pits facts against a lot of fat. On today's show, the ketogenic diet. This is the diet where you have to eat a bunch of fat and almost no carbs. Think the Atkins diet, but on steroids. It's supposed to be good for your mind and your body. And it's huge right now. The ketogenic diet was one of the most Googled diets in the last 12 months. That's according to Google Trends. And even some scientists are really excited about it.
If a drug did everything that the ketogenic diet did, it would be an enormous blockbuster drug worth billions of dollars.
That's Dom D'Agostino at the University of South Florida. And he didn't start out researching diets. No. He is a neuroscientist, a brain man. But when he started reading about this weird ketogenic diet, he just got so intrigued. He had to try it. And he says that after a couple of weeks,
I could go throughout the whole day with a lot of energy, and I could go to work, forget about eating, and bang out a whole day of work.
And even though he was eating so much fat, Dom says he actually started losing fat on his body. And then, even more than that, on this diet, he said that he could concentrate more and focus on his research at the university.
I almost owe my career in some ways, you know. I don't want to make this sound like a stretch of the imagination, but I'm not sure that I would be able to achieve the productivity that I achieved to be able to get tenure because I pushed myself in ways I never thought I would be able to push myself.
And if you go online, this is something a lot of people say, that their brains just seemed to work better on the ketogenic diet. They had more energy, more clarity, and more focus. And that made us at Science Versus really curious, especially me and our senior producer, Caitlin Sori.
I would love that.
Yeah.
I'm incredibly unfocused. I'm like a tiny puppy. It's like, whoa, what's this over here? Like, so.
Because that is the promise that like the idea that who we are now is just one version of ourselves. And when we go on this diet, we'll be on this new and improved version of ourselves.
Blythe Terrell, our editor at Science Versus, is going on this diet with us. And she was not as excited as we were.
It sounds like nonsense to me. Yeah, I just want to be really super honest with you guys. I'm a skeptic. And maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll be like, oh my gosh, I've been operating at 50% my whole life, and now I'm running Gimlet.
The truth is, though, once we realized exactly what this diet entailed, none of us were particularly excited. Caitlin gave us the rundown.
Most Westerners eat about 50% of their calories from carbs. We need to get that down to 5%.
Ooh. Oh. So no croissants, no pasta, no cake. And because carbohydrates include sugars, you can't really eat much fruit. You end up counting cherry tomatoes. And if that weren't bad enough, you don't even get to have beer. It's depressing. So with all of this stuff that you can't have, how do you up your fat game?
Am I just having sticks of butter?
Cheese, avocado, nuts, eggs. You can make like an omelet, put some mushrooms on top of that.
What about like rye bread?
No, that's carbs.
Bagel.
Carbs. None of that stuff.
All right. Like fettuccine, but with like a little bit of olive oil.
Absolutely not. You can have the olive oil. That's it.
I think it would be so easy for this to go horribly, horribly awry.
Someone say rye?
No one said rye. Instead of beautiful fresh bread, I'm going to be eating slices of cheese with Vegemite for brekkie, fistfuls of almonds for second brekkie, butter in my coffee for third brekkie, and for the rest of the time, salmon with heaps of olive oil. On today's show, we're going to find out if by gorging on all this fatty stuff, we can become brighter and better versions of ourselves. And we'll do that by answering the following questions. 1. Can going on a ketogenic diet improve your brain? And 2, what can this diet do for your body? Can eating all this fat help you lose weight? When it comes to diets, there's a lot of stuff that
sounds like nonsense.
But then there's science. Science versus the ketogenic diet is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. So, there are claims out there that the ketogenic diet can make you a smarter, healthier human. And we were pretty intrigued. But it turned out that eating practically no carbs and a ton of fat was pretty tough. Turns out heaps of things have cheeky carbs in them. Yogurt, chickpeas. We didn't even eat carrots.
Okay, so it's day 1 of my attempt at the ketogenic diet. And how did I do? I did bad. Terribly.
There's one solitary Oreo in my house and it was just like winking at me for hours. So I gave in and ate it. Oh.
Okay, it's day 2 attempt at the ketogenic diet. It's 5 p.m. and I have 1 gram of carbohydrates that I'm allowed to eat today. And there is nothing in this house that I can eat, and I'm hungry. We've got olive oil. Like, I can eat a teaspoon of olive oil.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's not... Oh.
Okay, But the reason we are going to stick with this is because while a lot of diets promise big things, what's different about the ketogenic diet is that it didn't start at a brand meeting at Goop.
No, Gwyneth, she didn't start this trend.
Senior producer Caitlin Sorey.
Although, according to the Gossip Mags, she has, of course, tried it out.
Okay, so if this trend didn't start at the University of Goop, where did the ketogenic diet come from? Katie has gone down the rabbit hole on this one.
Yeah, and actually, the ketogenic diet was started by scientists. They came up with it in the 1920s. And this is kind of surprising, but it was created to treat children with epilepsy. Like, this was in the days before there was medication for seizures.
And that's how our neuroscientist, Dom D'Agostino, first got interested in the ketogenic diet. He was studying seizures when he stumbled upon it.
And I was shocked to actually see that the ketogenic diet was actually used for epilepsy.
It's so counterintuitive. You know, what were you thinking? Like, what? A diet is stopping people having seizures?
Well, I didn't believe it at first, and I pulled every article I could find about the ketogenic diet, and I spent 2 weeks just immersed in reading this research and realized that it was actually real.
Dom says we're not entirely sure how a diet might stop seizures, but we have some clues. And it all has to do with this kind of cool thing that the ketogenic diet can do to your brain.
When you cut off your body's supply of carbs and glucose, aka sugar, your body thinks that it's starving. It's like, hey, where'd all that sweet sugar go to? So it decides, that's cool, I'll just live off the fat I've been putting on your bum for a rainy day.
Now, your brain can't directly use that fat as energy, so instead, the fat heads to the liver and gets turned into this thing called ketones. And your brain happily slurps up those ketones. So, when you go on the ketogenic diet, the idea is that your brain will use ketones as fuel instead of glucose. And the fact that your brain can do this really surprised Dom.
I was basically thought the brain could only use glucose for fuel, so this was completely new to me.
Running your brain on ketones rather than glucose could be the reason that some people stop having seizures on this diet. And we don't know exactly why this is, but one theory is that the ketones might change the way your nerves communicate with each other.
Another idea is that it could be the way our brains handle glucose that can give people seizures. So when your brain switches to ketones, it can help.
And we know it's kind of crazy that cutting out carbs and eating a bunch of fat could change the brains of people with epilepsy for the better. And it got some people wondering, could this diet change everyone's brain for the better? And wherever there is the promise of improving people's brains, there are Silicon Valley disruptors and thinkfluencers keen to optimize their minds.
It seems like every VC I know is experimenting with ketogenic diets.
The biggest benefit is cognitive. Like, I'm more awake.
For ketones, for aging, mood and cognition, the list goes on and on.
But is everyone this hyped about keto?
No. This is a whole other world from the world I live in.
That's Eric Verdin. He's the president and CEO of the Buck Institute for Research on Aging in California. And the world he lives in is a world of lab mice, not biohackers. But he's still super curious about what this diet can do. And particularly, Eric wanted to know, could the ketogenic diet improve the memory of his little mice?
So, Eric took a bunch of mice and put them on the ketogenic diet. And then he took another group of mice and put them on a regular diet.
Exactly. And the regular diet is sort of a more mimicking what humans would eat.
Lots of pasta.
Exactly.
Then Eric and his team ran a barrage of memory tests on these little mice, like getting them to recite all the lyrics to 1 Week by the Bare Naked Ladies.
Gonna make a break and take a bake out like a stinking egg and shake out like vanilla. It's the finest of the flavors.
No. They weren't that cruel. Instead, they put them in a container where if they stand in a particular spot, they get a little electric shock. And eventually the mouse learns, hey, you shouldn't stand there.
And then come back after 1 week or after 2 weeks or after 3 weeks or 4 weeks. And this is a way to measure their memory.
And overall, who did better, the mice on the ketogenic diet or the regular diet?
And what we find is that basically the mice on a ketogenic diet had a much better memory.
And Eric's team isn't the only ones to have found this kind of thing. Other researchers have found similar results in mice and rats too, making it less likely that this is just a fluke.
Was there a party in the lab when you finally finished?
Yes, there's champagne and a party, absolutely.
But let's keep this in perspective. Mouse brains are not the same as human brains. Have there been trials you've seen in mice that were like really exciting in animal studies, but then when you tried to do it in humans, it just didn't work?
Many. Yes, I have some colleagues in the field of diabetes saying that, they have cured type 1 diabetes in mice dozens of times, but we still don't have a cure in humans.
But who cares what a mouse remembers? We wanted to know if this works in humans. So we asked Eric.
So when we think about the benefits of the ketogenic diet in humans, are there any good studies to show that it can increase our memory?
No. No. There are lots of sort of anecdotal studies, and I don't mean to be putting them down, but none of them on a scale large enough to really prove these beneficial effects in humans.
Conclusion. Despite the chatter online about the ketogenic diet boosting the brains of healthy people, we just don't have the science to say this happens. All we really have are a handful of studies in lab animals.
And with such little evidence around, you'd think a scientist like Eric would really downplay the idea that the ketogenic diet can boost the human mind. But while he was researching it, he actually started doing the diet, and he stuck with it for more than a year. And just like our neuroscientist Dom, Eric also says he felt different on the diet.
I felt really good. It's hard to describe if you haven't been on it. And
people talk about this idea of feeling like really clear-headed, having all this energy. Did that happen to you?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it's pretty profound.
Profound? So, how did we go? After a couple of weeks on keto, no bread, no fruit, no beer, we sat down to talk about what was happening. Did our brains feel any different? Here's our editor, Blythe.
If you guys remember, I was super skeptical. I thought this whole thing was basically like pretty dumb.
Yeah.
But I have this thing where every afternoon at like 3 o'clock, I'm like, okay, got to get through the rest of the day. Like, got to power through. I get like the 3 o'clock sleepies and, whatever. That disappeared completely. I swear. I feel like ridiculous even saying that. But I did not get sleepy in the middle of the afternoon. I could just like keep going. I was like, okay, great. I have ideas about this. Okay, let's have another meeting about this. Okay, I'll stay until 7 and work on this other thing.
So your brain on keto was better.
My brain on keto actually felt better in a way that like absolutely shocked me.
Wow.
Yeah. Katie, how was your experience?
I didn't feel that.
I'll have what she's having.
Exactly.
Oh, and by the way, we know our little experiment isn't science. And we know that because my mum told me. Seriously, she did. She's a scientist. And Mum, she wasn't a fan of our study design.
It's a sample of 1.
The team's doing it, so it's a
sample of 3. Wow. Science versus team is going to do a whole new experiment on 3 people. They might as well drop the clinical trials.
Sick burn, Mum. Appreciate the support. After the break, despite Mum's heckling, we keep struggling through the ketogenic diet to see if eating bucket loads of fat can actually help us lose weight. Yeah, can the ketogenic diet melt fat off your body? Welcome back. So, we're still on the ketogenic diet. Blythe's powering through her 3 p.m. sleepies and is noticing that her brain seems sharper than normal. So far, I haven't noticed anything. Same old Wendy.
I didn't notice anything either. Same old puppy dog brain.
What's that?
What?
That's Caitlin Sorry, our senior producer. But some people on keto aren't trying to hack their brains. They want to change their bodies and lose weight.
And this seems to be one of the biggest reasons for going keto. And when you think about it, it's quite counterintuitive. How can you shed fat by eating more fat?
To find out, we called up Louise Burke, a nutritionist at the Australian Institute of Sport, and she's spent her career telling people what to eat, which is a pretty tough job.
We seem to have this fallibility as humans that we've just got to find ways of putting garbage calories in our mouths.
Because it's so tasty, Louise.
I know, but this is the problem.
So could the ketogenic diet be a solution? Something that stops us putting garbage in our mouths? Louise says yes.
Look, some people have had some success using it to lose weight, so that's good.
And there are studies showing that people can lose a lot of weight on keto, sometimes more than 10 kilos or 22 pounds in a year. I mean, that was on the upper end, but still impressive.
And how does this diet help you lose weight? Well, there's a bit of a debate going on. One idea is that the ketogenic diet actually tweaks your body's metabolism. And this claim that keto is doing something kind of special is supported by the fact that this diet is a little better than other diets. So, say, compared to a low-fat diet, over the year, people on keto tend to lose a couple more pounds.
But Louise says if you're losing weight on this diet, it could be for a really simple reason. When you cut out all your favourite foods, you can't treat yourself the way you normally would. So you're just eating less.
The way that most people lose weight is that they eat fewer calories by restricting the number and range of foods that they can eat. And, you know, whether it's an Israeli army diet that says you can only eat apples on one day and cheese on another day, etc., or whether it's a paleo or a keto, once you start reducing the range of foods that people eat, that diet will lead to weight loss.
So if I was feeling a bit snacky and I couldn't reach for an apple or a cookie, I just didn't reach for anything. And so I lost a little bit of weight. We all did.
But the bigger point is that if you're cutting calories with keto, without keto, you're probably going to lose weight.
Conclusion. You might lose some weight on the ketogenic diet, but compared to other diets, you probably won't lose that much more. Okay, but just quickly, there are corners of the internet where people don't talk about their brains or the size of their tummies. They're more interested in brawn. And when you go on the ketogenic diet, it can actually change your muscles, making them better at running on fat. So people have wondered, will these revamped muscles make them better at sports, let them run faster, be stronger or more powerful?
And for Louise, knowing if the ketogenic diet can do this is her bread and butter.
Did someone say bread?
Settle down, Wendy. Louise is actually the head of sports nutrition at the Australian Institute of Sport. So she's telling athletes what to eat in order to win gold. And right now, she's working with some of the best athletes in the world. A real group of stars. You know them, I know them. Champion race walkers.
It's a weird sport, though, isn't it? I mean, away from your study, it's a weird sport.
I thought it was weird until I started working with race walkers, because it's like trying to have a competition to see who can whisper the loudest.
Yes, jokes aside, elite race walkers are a thing. It's an endurance sport. Some of these races go for about 60 miles or 100 Ks.
To find out if the ketogenic diet can give them their extra edge, Louise got more than 20 elite race walkers, and for several weeks she put some of them on a strict ketogenic diet while others got to eat carbs.
And so, did they crush their opponents?
Ketogenic diet turned out to be a disaster for the performance of these athletes. One of the things they said was, look, it's the closest thing to death you'll ever get without being dead.
Being on the diet made it harder for them to race walk. So what's going on? Why are they performing so badly? Here's what Louise found.
When you're exercising, your muscles use lots of oxygen, and burning fat uses up more oxygen than burning carbs. So ultimately, the carb athletes have an advantage. Basically, they had more oxygen in their tank.
It's only about a 5% difference, but a 5% difference is really important for an athlete who's working at their limits.
In elite sport, I imagine that 5% is
could be the difference between gold and
It is.
silver.
Yes, it is. It's a huge difference.
Now, this was just a small study in race walkers, and the truth is, there's just not that much research around here. We found a few small studies in CrossFit, cycling, and gymnastics, and for the most part, people don't do any better performance-wise on this diet. And when Louise reviewed the evidence recently, she wrote that the idea that these diets are helping athletes is based on anecdotes rather than, quote, a strong evidence base, end quote.
So Louise, who is a marathon runner in her spare time, she's just never really gotten into keto.
Look, I've tried it for a couple of days, but unfortunately, I'm an athlete who has very little patience for feeling bad, and so it just seemed a lot of pain to go through, and I just didn't have the patience.
And it's not just impatience that might stop you from doing the diet. This is a pretty radical diet. So, are there any risks here?
Well, there are a few side effects here, like people on the diet are more likely to have constipation and suffer from kidney stones.
And beyond making it hard to do a poo, is all this fat bad for your heart and your arteries?
From the very few studies we have that have tracked people over a couple of years, it doesn't seem to increase their risk of getting a heart attack.
But again, just a few studies. And we did find that in some people, this diet can mess around with the fat in their blood. For now, though, we don't know what this might mean in the long term. So, when it comes to science versus the ketogenic diet, does it stack up? 1. Does it boost your brain? Well, there is evidence that it can help people with epilepsy, but there's not a lot of evidence that it can help the rest of us. 2. Can it help you lose weight? Yes, the ketogenic diet can help you shed pounds, probably by restricting the amount of calories you're eating. And 3, finally, will it turn you into a superstar race walker? No. So from what we can tell, this diet doesn't quite live up to the hype. But Dom D'Agostino, remember him, the neuroscientist from Florida?
If a drug did everything that the ketogenic diet did, it would be an enormous blockbuster drug worth billions of dollars.
He's still really excited about this diet. And in fact, he's become a kind of ambassador for it.
I've done over 100 podcasts, actually.
In your kind of excitement for this diet and the fact that it's been really beneficial to you, do you think at times you might sort of have almost oversold the benefits just because a lot of the research is just in rats and mice and it really might not pan out in humans?
Well, I absolutely oversell the research just because I'm biased, right? I try to have a healthy degree of skepticism for everything I do, and I'm a data-driven person, but at the same time, the diet works great for me. It tends to work great with the people that I surround myself with because they're all about it. And the data that we've collected, at least in animal models, is very, very encouraging to me.
So Dom's sticking with it. But 6 weeks later, how are we feeling? Caitlin, sorry, are you still on the ketogenic diet?
Hell no. Wendy, are you on the diet?
Hell no. Blythe Terrell, are you still on the diet?
I am still on the diet. You guys, I know.
Wow.
Yeah. I am as surprised as you are.
Really? Why are you still on the diet?
Okay, so I really did start to feel better, and then I just wanted that feeling back. I was like, I can't get enough. I want this clarity. And I was like, if I go back, what if everything changes? And I was kind of afraid to go off of it.
But you have kind of kept this under wraps.
Yeah, so I'm a little embarrassed about still being on keto because it feels dumb to stick with something where I'm like, there's no reliable evidence. And even if it is my experience, I have a hard time trusting it. What if it's fake? What if it's all in my head? And it just has sort of turned my world upside down. That's why I haven't told you guys.
I, for one, really like my brain on carbs. So I don't feel bad about quitting keto.
Let's get some beers.
Yes. Let's crack open a cold one.
sound. That bloody tastes great.
I can already feel that beer clarity kicking in.
That's science versus the ketogenic diet. This episode has been produced by our senior producer, Caitlin Sori, with help from me, Wendy Zuckerman, along with Rose Rimler, Shruti Ravindran, and Ramila Karnik. We're edited by Blythe Terrell. Additional help from Eric Mennel and Simone Polinen. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Mix and sound design by Emma Munger. Music written by Bobby Lord. Recording help from Marissa Shea and Mary Shedden. An extra thanks to Professor John Ramsey, Professor Judith Wiley-Rosett, Professor Claire Collins, Dr. Deidre K. Tobias, Joanna Lauder, and Frank Lopez. Thanks to Jack Weinstein, and an extra special thanks to Joseph Lavelle Wilson and my mum. Thanks, Wawa. Next week, we're spending a year in space with astronaut and world-famous twin Scott Kelly.
When the solid rocket motor's light, 7 million pounds of thrust absolutely gets your attention.
What's firing up your ass? It's 7 million.
Wait, did you say firing up your ass?
Yes.
Are you allowed to say that? I guess you can say anything you want on a podcast.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time.
Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show that pits facts against flying through space. On today's show, we're doing something a little different to what we usually do, and we're spending the episode talking to astronaut Scott Kelly. A few years ago, NASA sent Scott to live on the International Space Station for about a year. That's the longest stretch ever for NASA. And his story captured the world's attention.
Scott Kelly set an American record with his 340-day mission to the International Space Station.
L'astronaute Scott Kelly prendra sa retraite le 1er avril.
Rocket man Scott Kelly finally back on Earth this morning. The astronaut logging almost 144 million miles.
Yes, Scott Kelly spent 340 days living in a metal container orbiting around Earth. And while he was up there, scientists analysed every last inch of him, from his bones to his muscles and even his DNA. And they were trying to find out what being in space for so long can do to the human body. NASA scientists were particularly excited to use Scott as their guinea pig because he has an identical twin brother, Mark, who's also an astronaut. And Mark would stay back on Earth so scientists could compare them. We'll get to all of that science in a bit, because Scott told us that at first, when he decided to become an astronaut, he was pretty much just in it for the adventure.
When the solid rocket motor's light, 7 million pounds of thrust absolutely gets your attention.
What's firing up your ass? It's 7 million.
Wait, did you say firing up your ass?
Yes.
Are you allowed to say that? I guess you can say anything you want on a podcast.
So on today's show, we're going to find out what it feels like to live with practically no gravity for almost a year, what it's like to see a sunset from space, and what it's like to be nearly vaporized by space junk.
When it comes to space, there's a lot of rocket power.
Firing up your ass?
But then there's science. Scott Kelly, the man who spent almost a year in space, is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. So, NASA astronaut Scott Kelly was recently sent to live on the International Space Station for about a year. And NASA wanted Scott to stay up there for so long because they're planning for the future, when we go to Mars. It could take 3 years to get to Mars and back. And before we go on that trip, scientists need to know what all that time in space could do to the human body. So that's what Scott was doing up there.
And he told us that when he was a kid, he would have never expected that NASA would pick him for this big, important mission. Because he and his twin brother were kind of bad students and pretty naughty kids.
You know, we were a little bit hyperactive, borderline troublemakers, I would say, around the neighborhood. You know, spent the first 13 years of my education basically looking out the window, wondering what was going on outside.
Is there a time that you think about that's like really like emblematic of Scott Kelly as a kid?
I can remember being in the 5th grade and having a spelling test, and one of the words was auditorium. I can remember looking out the window and seeing across the street the junior high school in very big letters, the word auditorium on the top of it. So there was one case where looking out the window for 13 straight years actually helped me.
So he wasn't the best student. He barely squeaked into college. And it was there that he read a book, The Right Stuff, about space pilots. And just like that, he decided, I'm going to be an astronaut. Scott got really motivated. He became a Navy pilot, applied to NASA. And in 1996, he got the call and became a NASA astronaut. Scott told us about the first time that he rocketed up into space.
You know that this is, you know, the most powerful thing you will ever be riding on in your life. You're happy that the thing doesn't blow up. In 8.5 minutes, you're flying around the Earth at 25 times the speed of sound.
And he has this really clear memory of what happened next. Just like when he was a kid, he looked out the window.
And I just saw something on the outside that I didn't even recognize what it was. And I turned to the commander of the flight. You know, what the hell is that? And he said, that's the sunrise. You know, I knew right then and there I would never see anything as beautiful as planet Earth again.
What made it unrecognizable? How different does it look to the sunrise that like I saw this morning?
In space, they're very, very colorful. I would say more brilliant in that you're not really looking at them through the filter of an atmosphere. But they're also over much quicker.
Sunsets are over quickly in space because you're moving really fast. So, for example, on the International Space Station, it circles around the Earth 16 times a day.
So you get 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets.
And what is the most beautiful place that you can see from space?
You know, the Bahamas is very spectacular from space. It's, you know, expansive blue water, not ever mistakable for anything else. And I would always like to take a first-time space flyer and introduce them to the Bahamas from space, because just to see the look on their faces and how, you know, incredible it looks.
Scott says that not all of the views were spectacular, like looking out of the window and seeing some cities covered in smog.
You know, in certain areas, almost always covered in pollution.
Oh, you can see the pollution.
In certain parts of the Earth, yeah. You're living on the space station that really demonstrates our capacity to do some incredible things if we put our minds to it. Yet, you know, there are a lot of things on Earth that aren't incredible.
When NASA wanted to do something particularly incredible, Scott was interested. They wanted to send him into space for their longest mission ever. Funnily enough, Scott told us that NASA wasn't actually planning this mission. That was until the Russians said they were going to send someone to space for a year. And the Russians had actually already sent several people into space for that long. So the Americans were now going to step up. Cold War habits die hard. So, Scott was chosen, and he was honoured, sure, yada, yada, yada. But he says that in a lot of ways, space can kind of suck.
Living in an enclosed environment where you can't leave, you can't go outside, there's no weather, there's no sun, no wind, no rain. Like, you know, when you go to sleep, you're at work. When you wake up, you're still at work. So you worry about, like, getting burned out, basically.
And if something bad happens back home, Scott says this can be really tough.
That's one of the things I have always found to be the hardest part about being in space for a long time, is that if something happens to your family, you can't be with them. You're not coming home.
Separating from the tower, marking less than 15 seconds, the engine's igniting.
In 2015, Scott, along with Russian cosmonaut Mikhail Kornienko, was shot into space to spend a year on the International Space Station.
Ramping up. And liftoff. A year in space starts now.
And almost as soon as NASA marooned Scott in space, they were studying what was happening to his body. Scientists already knew that being in space could be brutal. You get bombarded with radiation nearly 10 times more than what we're exposed to on Earth, increasing your risk of cancer. But some of the most mysterious effects on the body come from something else: living in near zero gravity. This can weaken your bones and your heart, and even make your muscles shrink. And when you think about it, for millions and millions of years, life on Earth has evolved to thrive in our gravity. Every process in our body, how we walk, how we pee, how we sleep, has evolved to work in gravity. So what happens when you take it away? Well, Scott told us that at first, your body doesn't really know what to do. Like, think of your arms. With no gravity to pull them down, they just kind of float.
You know, the arm floating thing, I would fold my arms a lot in space. For me, my arms floating in front of me like Frankenstein were never, I don't know, it seems kind of awkward. And so I would always fold my arms over one another.
And without much gravity, researchers think that a lot of the fluids in your body, like your blood, that would normally drain down, instead hangs around closer to your head. And Scott says this can make his head swell up.
What is the feeling?
Stand on your head, and that's the feeling.
Like all the time, until you adjust.
Yeah. That feeling never goes completely away and is not comfortable.
And when the fluid doesn't drain from your head, it can collect in weird places, potentially squishing your eyeballs out of shape. This might affect how you see. In fact, Scott's eyesight has become worse since living in space. And this is pretty common among astronauts. And the effect of this lack of gravity isn't just seen in humans. While on the space station, Scott was doing experiments in mice to see how these micronauts handled themselves in space.
You know, in a lot of ways, they look like us when we first get up there. We're, rookie space flyers. You don't move around well. You look kind of sickly at first.
Scott says that space mice look kind of goofy until they get used to that practically zero gravity. And then they start to adjust. And he says he can tell the difference when they do.
You could really see that on their face?
I wouldn't say you see it with their little mouse smiles, but just how they move around, they look like they're happier.
Scott might have felt a certain kinship to these mice because he was a lab animal too. He gave blood samples, urine, and even took ultrasounds of his eyeballs while he was on the space station. And one of the big questions that scientists had was maybe a little bit odd. They wanted to know, did space affect Scott's DNA? And here's where Scott's identical twin brother, Mark, comes in very handy. Mark stayed back on Earth as a kind of control. And because identical twins have pretty much identical DNA, NASA scientists compared the brothers' DNA before, during, and after Scott's mission. And some of the media got a bit carried away with the findings.
They were born with the same DNA, but after one of them spent a year in space, things have changed.
NASA says spending a year in space actually made astronaut Scott Kelly into a new man as he returned with different DNA.
It was reported that Scott's DNA had changed so much that Scott was no longer identical to his twin.
Yeah, somebody reported that 7% of my DNA had changed.
So Scott's like...
Does that mean it's like I am now closer to the rhesus monkey than I am to my brother Mark?
No, Scott's DNA actually didn't change while he was in space. And NASA released a statement verifying that Scott and Mark are still identical twins. But there was something going on with their genetics, and to understand what happened, you need to know this. DNA is kind of like an instruction manual, but your body has a bunch of processes to interpret those instructions. And it's this interpretation that changed, not Scott's actual DNA. Scott had a poetic way of explaining this.
And if you think of our DNA as two orchestras where the orchestras are exactly alike.
Those orchestras are Scott and his brother Mark's DNA. And before Scott spent so much time in space, these orchestras were pretty much playing the same tune. But after about a year orbiting Earth...
So just think of, if there's 100 instruments, 7 of those instruments are playing a little bit of a different tune than what my brothers are playing. And that was a result of me being in space.
And what does this mean for Scott? Well, according to NASA, the genes were getting used differently in a few areas, like in his bones and his immune system. And those changes stuck around for at least 6 months after Scott returned to Earth, suggesting that some of the changes that happen to our body while we're in space for a long time don't just snap back once you're home again. But still, for the moment, we don't know exactly how this will affect Scott's health in the long term. And as for the rest of us and our ambitions to go to Mars, well, this is just one piece of the puzzle. After all, it's just one study of 2 dudes, both of whom have spent some time in space. Plus, the research hasn't been peer-reviewed and published yet. For now, it's just an intriguing first step as we try to figure out how dangerous, or not, it is for our bodies to be in space for the long term.
Just as Scott and I were wrapping up our chat, he told me about this wild story that happened while he was in space.
It was in the summertime of 2015. I was up there with just 2 cosmonauts at the time.
It was a regular day. Scott was doing some exercises, catching up on Game of Thrones, when NASA contacted him and said, "We need to talk to you privately." And when this happened, Scott thought, oh no, something has to be very wrong. And it was. An old Russian satellite was hurtling towards the International Space Station, and it looked like it might hit. If it struck the space station...
I think we would have been instantly vaporized. You wouldn't have known it. I think 1 second you're there, the next you're gone.
Oh my God. And there was nothing the crew could do to stop it.
And you sit there and wait until this 35,000 mile an hour object is going to get within a mile of you and maybe hit you.
And then, while sitting and waiting to be vaporized, Scott got another message from NASA. The danger was still there, but now he had to do a media interview. Yeah, it had been pre-organized with something about the Kentucky Derby, and as Scott tells it, it couldn't be cancelled. Here's what an interview with Scott Kelly sounds like when a deadly hunk of space junk is racing towards him at thousands of miles an hour.
Can you tell us what landmark or continent you are currently over?
Well, I can't tell you for sure. I was going to find out, but we got busy all of a sudden.
Yep, busy all of a sudden. When the interview was done, Scott and the cosmonauts hunkered down and hoped for the best. There was a countdown as to when the satellite was going to hit. So they waited and waited. And then... nothing. The old Russian satellite had missed them, skimming past, leaving the space station untouched.
Eventually the Russian control center comes on the radio and says, you guys can go back to work now. Emergency over.
That's all they say. Oh, you could go back to work now. No.
I think they said, it is safe. You can go back to work now.
How generous of them. Just another day at the space office, I guess. After almost a year, it was time for Scott to go back home. In an interview with NASA, he said one of the things he was most looking forward to was having dinner without the spoon wandering off. To get to that dinner table, though, Scott would have one more adventure. he'd have to get back to planet Earth, which he says is a pretty bumpy ride.
Well, it's kind of like going over Niagara Falls in a barrel, but while you're on fire. And when you realize you're not going to die, the most fun you've ever had in your life.
Right.
The parachute opens, you're thrown around like crazy, and it's absolutely terrifying. I'm kidding.
Is he? Who can say? And just like that, Scott's year in space was over.
You know, when they open the hatch and fresh air rushes inside and you get pulled out of the capsule, and it's a feeling I'll never forget.
NASA's still poking and prodding Scott, trying to learn as much as they can about the weird things that space does to your body. But if we want to make it to Mars, we probably can't just send Scott and a cosmonaut. We'll need a team of people. Would being trapped on a spaceship with a group of nerds drive you mad? How does NASA stop Lord of the Flies from happening in space? A new podcast documenting that year-long experiment coming up just after the break. Welcome back. So we've just spent a year in space with NASA astronaut and identical twin, Scott Kelly. But if we want to get to Mars, we'll probably need a whole team of people living together, pooing together, and importantly, not killing each other. So how does NASA figure out if people can actually do this? Turns out there are these big, bizarre experiments going on. And Lynn Levy, science journalist and Gimlet producer, is kind of obsessed with them.
So there are space simulations on Earth around you that you don't even know about on a daily basis.
Like right next door?
Well, I don't know. It depends on where you are. So if you're in Utah, then there's one kind of right next door in the desert.
Really?
Yeah,
there's a space simulation in Utah?
Mm-hmm. There's a space simulation in Utah where people pretend they're living on Mars. There's one in Texas. And there was one that was underwater where people go underwater, pretend to be in space.
So tell me about one of these simulations called the bed rest?
Oh, the bed rest simulation is, to me, this is the most insane thing to sign up for. They put you in a bed in a 6-degree incline, so your feet are always a tiny bit higher than your head. And this is sort of the closest simulation of the effects of microgravity on the body. And people will stay in the bed for, their studies can be very short, but they can also be months long.
So what's your favorite of all the simulations out there?
Well, my favorite, of course, is the one closest to my heart, which is the one that I spent a year profiling, which is in Hawaii. It's on a volcano.
Lynn told us that in this simulation on a Hawaiian volcano, a crew of people live in a dome for a whole year, which is supposed to mimic how the first adventurers to Mars might live. And Lynn actually visited that simulation. She did it while making a podcast called The Habitat. So we're going to play a slice of the first episode. Here's Lynn.
I'm standing on the side of a giant volcano in a remote part of Hawaii. It's cold. It's actually really cold. And all I can see is rock. And the only thing I can see other than rock is this dome. This dome is the Habitat. It's a life-sized model of the thing astronauts could live in on Mars when we finally get there. It's white, it's about the size of a 2-car garage, and it is the site of a really crazy experiment. See, the first people on Mars will be further from home than any person has ever been before. They'll be on a totally desolate planet with only each other for company. And they'll be crammed together in a glorified pup tent. That mixture of isolation and confinement, of being stuck so far from Earth and so close to each other, what does that do to a person? That's what this dome and this experiment are designed to find out. The experiment is called HI-SEAS. It stands for Hawaii Space Exploration Analog and Simulation, and it was set up to help NASA test equipment for Mars.
But the equipment being tested here isn't the rockets or the spacesuits. It's not even the habitat I'm standing in front of. HI-SEAS was designed to test a far more critical piece of equipment: humans.
The humans are a part of this whole system, and if the humans fail, the system's just as broken as if the rockets do.
Yeah, and humans do fail a lot.
Humans fail, yeah.
This is Kim Binstead. She's a professor at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and she's in charge of this whole experiment.
And let's not kid ourselves. If our astronauts are not functioning extremely well as individuals and extremely well as a team, that is going to put the mission at risk.
So Kim and her team have chosen 6 volunteers, 6 human guinea pigs, to live in this habitat as if it's actually on Mars. And the rules are, the atmosphere outside is poison. If they step outside without a spacesuit on, they'll die. They're gonna live like that in this little dome, cut off from their friends and families for 1 whole year. It's like the premise of a space-age reality show. The true story of 6 strangers picked to live in a dome to find out what happens when people go to Mars.
That was Lynn Levy describing this weird space simulation in Hawaii for her podcast, The Habitat. So, scientists are doing all these things. They're sending Scott Kelly up into the space station for a year, cramming people into a tiny dome on a Hawaiian volcano, and they're even sending people to Utah. But seriously though, they're doing all this stuff to try to find out what it could be like for our minds and our bodies when we finally go to Mars. But when we're doing something so complicated that takes us so far away from home, there's only so much that we can learn from experimenting. There are always going to be questions. And we're just going to have to wait to see what happens when we do finally blast off. That's Science versus A Year in Space. Next week, we're taking a little break to do some reporting, but when we get back, we are going to meet some polar bears. Yes, some polar bears. And we'll find out, are they really on the verge of extinction?
I've never seen a polar bear before. Ever? What a great day. This is going to be so much fun.
This episode has been produced by Ramila Karnik, me, Wendy Zuckerman, senior producer Caitlin Sori, with help from Rose Rimler and Shruti Ravindran. We're edited by Blythe Terrell, with additional help from Lynn Levy and Peter Bresnan. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris, mix and sound design by Emma Munger, music written by Bobby Lord and Emma Munger. Recording help from Peter Brammell. Extra thanks to Susan Bailey, Alan Hargens, Chris Mason, the Zuckerman family, and Joseph Lavelle Wilson. And make sure that you subscribe to The Habitat. It's really wonderful. I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time.
I'm really excited. I've never seen a polar bear before. What a great day. This is going to be so much fun. There's a polar bear right in front of me. Hello. Oh my gosh. Why did I put on this voice?
I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show that pits facts against fluffy white bears. I'm at Memphis Zoo, and zookeeper Kim Sanders is showing me my very first polar bear.
He looks like a mythical creature.
Oh, I love that. They're so big, and it takes your breath away. It takes your words away. That everything, that face you're having right now, I feel that every day with him.
She's talking about Peyton, a 1,000-pound polar bear, and I'm at the back entrance of his enclosure, where visitors don't usually get to go. This is where he sleeps and gets fed. And although Peyton and I are separated by a thick steel mesh gate, I'm allowed to get really close. Close enough to feel his breath on my hand.
Oh my gosh, his head is like maybe a handspan away from mine.
Peyton is a healthy polar bear. He gets all the food he needs and he spends his days swimming and playing with toys. But away from zoos like this, we're not seeing images of happy polar bears like Peyton. In the wild, we're told they're starving. Like late last year, National Geographic released a video of an extremely skinny polar bear and it went viral. This music was playing as the desperate polar bear searched for food in rusted trash cans. And we were warned that this is what climate change looks like. The feeling is that if we don't act soon, polar bears will go extinct. And the last polar bears that we have will just be in zoos. Some people have different ideas, though. They think these claims are completely overblown. And it's really polar bearizing.
Without action on climate change, say goodbye to the polar bears. It's totally false.
So there's no question that polar bears are thriving.
The predicted catastrophe failed to materialize.
And a lot of people saying this stuff are climate change deniers, which makes me think, of course, that it must be nonsense. But when it comes to polar bears, they kind of have a point. Because get this, there are around 25,000 polar bears in the wild today. And as best as we can tell, over the last 10 years, their numbers haven't gone down. And even the World Wildlife Fund, the big hippies with the panda on their logo, they say that most of the polar bear populations are in healthy numbers. So, on today's show, we're going to find out what is going on here. Are polar bears going extinct or not? When it comes to polar bears, there's a lot of sad music. But then, there's science. This week marks the 10th anniversary of the polar bears getting listed as threatened under the US Endangered Species Act. 10 years. So you might think that back then, their numbers were crashing. For the most part, though, they weren't. So why were the polar bears listed as threatened? Why all the hot and bother about them back then? To find out, we had to speak to the lawyer who got the polar bears all this attention.
I'm Cassie Siegel. I work at the Center for Biological Diversity.
Cassie is an environmental lawyer, and as you'd expect, she loves heading out into nature. She used to raft through Alaska, where she told us that the water there is this
beautiful turquoise blue, iconic blue color, and just a beautiful wild place.
And in the 1990s, Cassie wanted to save places like this from climate change, which the US government wasn't really doing anything to stop.
It's really frustrating. And it's really tough to see all of the missed opportunities.
Being an environmental lawyer, Cassie thought, what can I do to help?
We wanted to force the government to start addressing climate change.
But how? Well, Cassie and her team took a good look at the US Endangered Species Act, and they thought they could use it in a kind of cheeky way to get action on climate change. You see, it has a particular clause in it that says if a species is officially recognised as endangered, the government is required to do something to protect it. So Cassie and her team start thinking, what if they find an animal that was going to go extinct just because of climate change? Then the only way the government could protect that animal was to try to stop climate change.
Exactly.
And Cassie knew that to get the government to list an animal as endangered because of climate change, you need more than lawyers and loopholes. You needed to get the public fired up about saving a beautiful and desperate animal. So, here's what Cassie needed. A beautiful and desperate animal that would go extinct because of climate change. And the right animal was obvious.
the Glacier Bay wolf spider.
The what?
It's a wolf spider. It's kind of obscure.
I'm gonna Google image this. A wolf spider, you say? Holy crap! It's really scary looking. It's a really scary looking. I come from Australia. Like I don't like. I'm not squeamish about spiders, but like this is like. If you want a visual on the Glacier Bay wolf spider, it's like the love child between a wolf and a tarantula.
I love the Glacier Bay wolf spider. I love its charming, hairy little legs. But it was kind of obvious to us that it wasn't going to be an icon of climate change.
No one was going to rally behind a creature that could give your kids nightmares. So, Cassie and her team found another contender. Surely, this time, they'd hit upon a really iconic animal.
It's a seabird called the Kitlitz's murrelet. It's related to the better-known marbled murrelet.
And the Kitlitz, if we were going to describe it, I would say it looks like a pigeon that a bunch of birds have shat on.
It's a gorgeous, gorgeous little seabird, kind of a mottled gray.
Okay, so it's a step up from the wolf spider, but seriously, no one was going to give a crap about a crappy-looking bird. Cassie needed something more charismatic. Then, in the early 2000s, she saw a study showing that climate change was threatening a big, beautiful creature that everyone with a pulsing heart gives a crap about. Polar bears. The study didn't say that their numbers all through the Arctic were crashing right now, but it did say that this was likely to happen in the future, thanks to climate change. And here's why. Scientists were predicting that sea ice would drastically shrink because of climate change. And it said that the polar bears need sea ice. So no sea ice, no polar bears. Cassie set to work petitioning the US government to list polar bears as endangered. And even now, as she told my producer, Heather Rogers, and me about that time, she got really excited.
It was great. And I could read those papers and write that petition 12 or 15 hours a day. It was great, often sitting at the dining room table in my polar bear slippers.
No, you wore polar bear slippers?
I did. Nothing more motivating than polar bears.
So, in her polar bear slippers, Cassie filed her petition on the 16th of February in 2005. It was late, just after midnight. She sent out a bunch of press releases and went to sleep. And when she woke up, the story had blown up. It was right on the front page of MSNBC.
And there was a big picture of a polar bear. It was a great, great moment.
Over the next few years, all the major US newspapers published articles about how the polar bears were being threatened by climate change. And in 2006, a Time magazine cover featured a photo of a forlorn polar bear adrift on melting ice with the headline, "Global warming. Be worried. Be very worried." The polar bear was now an official icon of climate change, and school kids started sending letters to Congress begging them to support Cassie's petition.
It's amazing how many classrooms did that.
And in 2008, the polar bear was listed as a threatened species, which meant it was likely to become endangered soon.
Yeah, I said, hey, it worked. It worked. But it's hard to get, with these kinds of things, it's hard to get to sound too excited. So I was very, very glad that polar bears got the attention, but in order to make it mean something, we have to actually solve the problem, and we haven't done that.
Cassie did this whole thing to get the US government to protect the world from climate change. And over the years, her cheeky plan obviously wasn't enough. These days, it's looking grimmer than ever.
We're going to put the miners back to work. We're going to get those mines open.
And maybe it isn't surprising that the Endangered Species Act wasn't enough to force the US government to radically change its energy system. But still, it was a nice try. So, we know that when Cassie started this campaign more than 10 years ago, polar bears weren't dying off in droves. The main reason the bears were listed as threatened was because of what could happen in the future. And guess what? we're in the future now. So, what is happening today? Well, over the last decade, as scientists predicted, the Arctic has lost a ton of sea ice, millions of square kilometres of the stuff. But what's happening with the polar bears right now is more complicated. To understand what's happening, we spoke to polar bear researcher Karen Rode from the US Geological Survey. And she is someone who gets very close to her research subjects.
You know, they have really thick fur and they're very warm.
What does their breath smell like?
I mean, if they've just recently eaten seal, then they do smell like seal, which is sort of fishy marine smell. But otherwise, you know, I suppose it's a bit like dog breath.
To get that close to them, Karen does some pretty adventurous science. She shoots polar bears with a tranquilizer gun from a helicopter.
We use the helicopter to fly along the tracks because the bears have traveled so far that we would never catch up with them walking.
She weighs, measures, and takes blood samples from the bears. And things, she says, can get pretty slippery when you're trying to study an unconscious bear.
So we're all sliding. It's like having a 1,000-pound animal on an ice skating rink.
And while doing all this slipping and sliding, Karen found that the bears in this part of the Arctic were, for the most part, healthy. In fact, she found huge, fat polar bears that were more than 1,300 pounds.
Those are some of the largest bears that have ever been weighed anywhere in the world.
And Karen saw mama bears with healthy baby triplets, which is pretty rare. Karen compared the data she got with figures from the 1980s, and she says that these days, these group of bears look good.
You know, we're not cautious about saying that the evidence right now is that population is stable.
But before you return your CD of sad polar bear music, Karen told us about a group of bears that are not doing so well. And they're right next door to the fatties. These other bears are in an area called the Southern Beaufort Sea. And the situation for some of those bears, it's pretty bad.
And we found that in the Beaufort Sea, 42% of females had not eaten anything in the past 7 to 10 days.
Almost half of the female bears that Karen studied hadn't eaten in the past week. And this was during a time when some of them really needed to be eating a lot because they'd just come out of this polar bear version of hibernation that only the new mums do.
And they will lose hundreds of pounds in body mass. So it's particularly important that those bears, when they come out of the den in the springtime, would be gaining weight and recovering what they lost.
So this was a time when these polar bears should have been gaining weight and instead they were losing weight.
That's right. And that, to me, was really striking.
And this contrast with some bears doing well and others not is happening across the Arctic. So how is this possible? How are some bears fat and happy and others not so much? Well, Karen told us that if you really want to understand what's happening here, you have to know how the bears catch their dinner. Seals. Yes, this is the real sound of a bearded seal. The tricky thing is that seals are faster swimmers than polar bears, so the bears can't chase them down in the water. Instead, to catch the seals, the bears sit on the sea ice, waiting for them to pop up for air. They wait and wait and wait. And then, when a seal pops out, they pounce. Bottom line.
Polar bears need two things to be able to feed. They need the ice to access the seals, and they need the seals.
And as we mentioned, the Arctic has lost a lot of sea ice. So you'd expect that all polar bears across the Arctic would be in trouble right now. Because how are they going to catch their seals? Well, the thing is that some bears, like those fatties, they're still catching seals. And here's why. Bearded seals love swimming in shallow water, and that's because they eat things on the ocean floor. And where the fat bears live,
it's shallow over a really large area.
And so even though there's less ice around, the ice that's there is still covering parts of that shallow water.
This means the fatties still have a lot of seals to pounce on from the ice. As for the bears not doing so well, the ones in the southern Beaufort Sea, well, they are not so lucky. The sea ice in their area tends to sit in water that's really deep. And since those seals like shallow water, that means they're not around the ice. Okay, so to wrap this in a big polar bear bow, where the fat bears live, the remaining ice is still near the bearded seals. Where the skinnier bears are, the seals, they're not around the ice so much. There are other things going on in this area too.
I think what it tells us is that it is not just the sea ice alone that determines what the population status is going to be, that they can lose sea ice, some amount of sea ice in some places, and maintain access to prey.
And when you look at polar bears across the Arctic, there are lots of small differences that are kind of like this that help explain how well the bears are doing, even though there's less sea ice around. And you might be thinking, well, if the ice is melting, why don't they just eat what's on land? Well, they are. Like, even where the fat bears live, Karen is noticing that more bears are coming onto land more often to look for food.
They'll eat kind of anything that's around. Kelp, bird eggs, berries, caribou, muskox, fish.
But the problem for the polar bears is that Karen says this kind of food, for the most part, isn't enough to fill them up. And that's because they need a lot of fat.
Polar bears have the highest fat diet of any species in the world.
Yeah, over thousands of years, polar bears evolved to basically be on a keto diet. And that land food just isn't fatty enough. But the seals are. They're basically just big blubber balls. So polar bears, they probably need the seals. And to catch them, they use the ice. Karen is worried that if more and more ice melts, even the populations that look good now will eventually starve. So our final question is, how long will the sea ice last? Will the polar bear go extinct? That's coming up after the break. Welcome back. So, here's where we are. Polar bears rely on sea ice to hunt seals, and we've lost a bunch of sea ice in the Arctic. But some polar bears are doing fine at the moment because they still have lots of seals swimming around the remaining sea ice. In the future, though, scientists around the world expect that because of climate change, we will lose more and more sea ice. And if that happens, it won't matter how many seals there are. If there's no sea ice, the bears struggle to catch them, and many could starve. So, how long will the sea ice last? For this, we had to get a sea ice guy.
Okay, hello.
This is Ignatius Rigger. Ignatius Rigger. Doesn't he just sound like an Arctic explorer? He's from the University of Washington in Seattle and still remembers heading out to the Arctic as a young researcher.
Being the first time I saw sea ice, all the different shapes and patterns in the sea ice was pretty amazing. And 20, 30 years later, how long have I been doing this? I still find myself staring out the window, and it's pretty amazing.
And over the decades, as he looks out that window, he's seen the ice change. Like he says, in parts of the Arctic, it's gotten so much thinner. And what will happen in the future? Well, Ike told us that to find out, scientists look into a crystal ball. No, obviously they don't do that. Instead, they have these very sophisticated computer models that are simulations of all the major things that affect sea ice, like heat coming in from the sun, greenhouse gases trapping that heat melting the ice, the thinner ice melting faster. So you have all these factors that make a difference. And as you can imagine by now, sea ice melts in a really complicated way. Like, take the winds and the currents. They can move the ice around, which then affects how the ice melts. Yeah, the sea ice isn't just sitting there anchored in place. It's getting blown about.
It's pretty amazing what the wind and ocean currents could do, even on what may seem like a big chunk of ice.
Ig says sometimes you can even hear it moving.
Normally, it's so quiet because there's nothing else happening out there. But when the ice is moving and it's a windy day, there's a background din of crunching going on.
This is actually what it can sound like. And here's why this moving ice is so important. Because where the currents and the winds push the ice plays a really important role in the polar bear's fate. Like in a part of the Arctic, the ice can get pushed around and literally be pushed out of the Arctic, out into warmer parts of the ocean where it melts easier. And Ig says that over the past few decades, likely because of climate change, more and more ice is being pushed out of the Arctic and melting.
A lot of the older, thicker sea ice just got flushed out of the Arctic pretty quick.
And when models try to predict the polar bear's future, they also have to consider that the Arctic isn't melting at the same rate everywhere. Like up in the far north of Canada, Greenland, which is just nearby, has a ton of ice that acts kind of like a huge freezer that helps cool that part of the Arctic. Which is all to say that predicting sea ice in the future and whether the polar bears might hang on is really, really tricky. But let's give it a go. Ig looked at a map of where polar bears live right now.
Let's see. Places.
And he told us that according to the models, sea ice is going to really shrink in a lot of the places where polar bears currently live.
30, 50 years from now, I think once the ice starts going away, then we're going to start to see the changes in these other populations also.
2 different research groups with 2 different computer models have both predicted that by 2050, some areas of the Arctic, which now host thousands of polar bears, may have too little ice to keep those bears alive. That's around 30 years away. And then if we go further into the future, to the end of the century, what happens then?
So if I was a polar bear and I was going to decide where to buy a house, I would buy a house north of Canada. And then I'd hope that the humans, pull their heads out of their orifices and, and shift gears.
So why would you put your polar bear house there?
Because that's the last spot that I would expect sea ice to be.
Ig says that by the end of the century, there will probably still be enough ice for polar bears in just a few places, up north of Canada and around Greenland. And once they're squished into those places, scientists are concerned that over the years, their populations will get so small that they hit a point of no return. That is, no more polar bears in the wild. But we really don't know when or if that might happen.
The loss of the sea ice has a pretty profound effect on whether they can survive or not as a species.
And if there is no sea ice, what do you think would happen to the polar bears?
Well, am I allowed to use the word toast?
You are allowed to use the word toast. You can also put a swear word in front of it if you want to be naughty.
No.
So, are polar bears on the verge of extinction? For now, some populations are holding up, despite losing so much sea ice, which is a bit of a pleasant surprise. So, some of those climate change deniers are technically right on this point. But they're unlikely to be right for much longer, because polar bears need sea ice, and the sea ice is disappearing. From the science we have now, it really is possible that for the young kiddies listening, you might be alive to hear news of the last wild polar bear. It seems likely they won't claw their way out of this one. And if we keep losing large chunks of sea ice in the Arctic, we'll have more to worry about than just the polar bears. I mean, what about the Glacier Bay wolf spider? With its charming, hairy little legs? That's Science versus Polar Bears. To read more about the polar bears and see our transcript with all of our citations, sign up to our newsletter. Head to gimletmedia.com/newsletter and click Science Versus. This episode was produced by me, Wendy Zuckerman, our senior producer, Caitlin Sori, and Heather Rogers, with help from Rose Rimler, Shruti Ravindran, and Meryl Horn. Extra help from Saeed Tijan Thomas. We're edited by Blythe Terrell. Extra editing help from Caitlin Kenny. Mix and sound design by Emma Munger. Music written by Bobby Lord and Emma Munger. Recording help from Peter Frick Wright, Amber Cortez, and Katie Sewell. A huge thanks to all of the sea ice and polar bear researchers that we contacted for this story, including Dr. Walt Meyer, Professor Kent Moore, Dr. Ian Sterling, James Wilder, Anthony Pagano, and Dr. Peter Boveng. Thanks to Danielle Brigada, Frank Lopez, Gerald Thompson, the Zuckerman family, and Joseph Lavelle Wilson. Next week, we look at the little-known story of how an American scientist influenced Hitler.
People were sterilized. People were killed with this as part of their justification.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. So where is the softest part of their fur?
The softest part of them is behind their ears. That part is as fluffy and soft as you want their whole bodies to be.
Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. Our show is normally about what science knows and what it's gotten right. But today, we're looking at a time when scientists, they got it wrong. Really wrong. And there were terrible consequences. It was a time when one of the worst ideas in science got this big push from a bad study. And intellectuals of the day lapped it up. And it all starts here, more than 100 years ago. They should put a plaque up here. Here lies bad science.
I think we'll just walk around the perimeter, right? Like, I don't know if today's the day to get arrested.
Well, let's see, right?
I mean, maybe today is the day.
Senior producer Caitlin Sori and I are at what's left of this old boarding school in New Jersey. It's called the Vineland Training School.
Let's get closer. That looks like the dormitory for all the kids.
Oh, it's so creepy looking. Oh, there's a no trespass sign.
Inside, graffitied on the wall, it says "Forever Trapped" in red paint.
And our story begins when a little girl called Emma Wolverton was dropped off here in the late 1890s. She was only 8 years old.
Look how imposing this school is. Like when you approach it from the front. Can you imagine being 8 years old and being dropped off here? You'd be like, what is this place?
That little girl, Emma, would grow up at this school and become the centre of what's now a scientific scandal. Science writer Carl Zimmer has written about it in his book, She Has Her Mother's Laugh, and he's helping us tell this story.
And the more you think about it, the more elusive it gets.
Carl told us that Emma's life before being dropped off at this school was pretty chaotic. She was really poor and her mum struggled to keep a job.
She lived in a very difficult environment. Her mother drank a lot and had a series of lovers and was sort of basically moving around from house to house in a very unstable way.
And then Emma's mum found a new boyfriend.
He agreed to marry her, the evidence suggests, if she just got rid of her other children somehow.
So Emma's mum decided to go ahead and palm off her 8-year-old daughter. She brought Emma to the Vineland Training School. It was a school for special needs kids. And it's not clear why Emma's mum chose this school. Emma
Oh my
wasn't
god, I
severely
can't even kill the
disabled.
fucking
Still,
trash.
at the time, Vineland was kind of cutting edge.
It was actually, for its time, a very humane place in some ways. I mean, these children were not warehoused. They were kept in clean cottages and got a lot of fresh air. And the patrons built a zoo on the grounds
A
and
zoo?
so on.
What kind of
A
animals they
zoo.
get?
Oh, they got, nothing too exotic. Maybe some pheasants and maybe a wolf or something like that. There were no rhinoceroses or anything. But still, it was nice.
As Emma grew up in this school, she acted in plays, learned this
I don't know what
instrument
to
called
fucking do
cornet,
anymore.
and did woodworking. And life was humming along until she was 17, when Emma met a man named Henry Goddard, who came to work at the school. And this man, Henry, would go on to make her world famous. Can you tell us about him? Like, what did he look like?
So Henry Goddard was a fairly short, bespectacled man, and he was a psychologist. And he was actually one of the first child psychologists in the United States.
And Henry is the scientist at the center of this story. You see, he came to Emma's school because he had a very particular research interest: intelligence. Why some people are smarter than others. And Henry thought that this special school at Vineland was the perfect place to study intelligence because the kids here were thought of as feeble-minded. That was the medical terminology of the day. And it included kids that one might politely refer to as dim.
He felt as if there was almost like a laboratory.
Already almost fucking dead.
These feeble-minded children were not developing as ordinary children were. And he was thinking that if he could just understand these more slowly developing children, that he would discover some of the fundamental rules for how all children learn.
So, Henry tries to figure out what made these feeble-minded kids so dim. And his first step was to measure just how feeble-minded they were.
He wanted to measure their intelligence with a number, in the same way you'd measure someone's height with a tape measure.
So Henry uses this test, one of the first IQ tests, on Emma and the other kids. And in it, there are questions like count backwards from 20 or use the words money, river, and Philadelphia in a sentence.
I have 5 cents in one pocket and I have 5 cents in the other pocket. How much money do I have? Just questions like that.
And then he would categorize the children by intelligence using a scale. So at the bottom, there was the least intelligent. They were called the idiots. Further up were imbeciles. And finally, a category that Henry had invented himself: morons.
You had children who were below average, but were not quite as bad as the children, not quite as low scoring as the children who were called idiots or imbeciles.
In Henry's mind, imbeciles and idiots were obviously stupid. But morons, although they were a bit dumb, could still pass as normal. And we know, by today's standards, this is straight up offensive. But 100 years ago, this was science. So, guess who Henry put in that category of moron?
So Emma was a moron, according to Henry's judgment.
Yes, the little girl abandoned at Vineland as a child. She was a moron. Now that he had neatly categorized the children and Emma into a taxonomy of idiocy, he had to figure out the question of why. Why were they so stupid?
So Henry discovers this newfangled kind of science in the early 1900s, genetics. And suddenly, the way he understands it, this answers everything.
Genetics. Scientists at the time had this really basic understanding of what genes were. So they knew that traits were passed down through the generations, like how tall you were. And they were starting to suspect that other things were linked through genes as well.
Why would it be that, a father who was a horse thief would have a son who, had trouble learning how to count? Or, somehow they were sure that these things were connected under the name feeble-mindedness, but they had no explanation why.
This was Henry's theory. There was a gene for feeble-mindedness that was carried on from one generation to the next. And he decides that he's going to use the kids at Vineland to make his case.
He figured, I just need to go out and do some research, and I can prove to you that feeble-mindedness is just genetic. and that you just inherit it the way you might inherit your eye color.
Henry ends up zeroing in on Emma as the key to his theory. So, one of his assistants had started tracking down Emma's family to see how many morons were in her family tree. And then this assistant comes back with some very exciting news.
Emma Wolverton's family is actually one big giant experiment.
Here's what the assistant found. There's this big split in Emma's family tree, which all started when one man had children with two different women. And that man who started this whole thing was Emma's great-great-great-granddad. And he was a revolutionary soldier.
Joins a militia, and they stay one night in a tavern. He gets drunk, has sex with a tavern wench, and then goes off on his merry way.
And that tavern wench, she was feeble-minded, and she gets pregnant with a kid who grew up to be known as Old Horror.
You got to be really bad news to get a nickname like Old Horror. So Old Horror, among other things, liked to get drunk, and people would buy him drinks if he would go vote for whoever the candidate was. And he was very happy to vote early and vote often.
In fact, the tavern wench didn't just spawn one degenerate.
Her descendants were feeble-minded as well.
She spawned a dynasty of morons. There were horse thieves, brothel keepers, criminals, all in all, more than 100 degenerates, going all the way down to Emma Wolverton. But that wasn't the end of the story here. Because, you see, there was another branch of the family tree. After the revolutionary soldier left the tavern wench behind, he then went on to marry another woman. The right kind of woman.
He goes off and has a very, upstanding life. He marries a woman of good Quaker stock, the way it's described, and then they have lots of kids who have kids of their own, and they're all upstanding citizens and people of prominence and so on and so forth.
On the good side of the family, there were all kinds of successful people, doctors, lawyers, judges, and they married into the best families in their state, including a family where someone signed the Declaration of Independence.
So to Henry Goddard, this is proof positive that he was right, that feeble-mindedness is totally genetic, and if you just happen to inherit this feeble-mindedness gene, then forget it. You're done for. And that Emma Wolverton was just the latest in a long line of feeble-minded people.
Henry realized that his findings were groundbreaking. Feeble-mindedness really was passed down from generation to generation. And all these morons were having babies.
It was just going to keep going up and up and up. And something had to be done to stop the rising tide of feeble-mindedness, or the whole country was done for.
Henry now had this sense of urgency, that no one could see how big this problem was becoming.
And he needs a way to get the word out quickly. And so what he decides to do is to make Emma Wolverton his iconic example. He's going to tell her story and publish a book.
In 1912, Henry publishes a book about Emma's family. And it was a book not just for scientists, but for the lay public too. And to protect Emma's identity, always a sensitive guy, Henry changes her name to Deborah Kallikak. Kallikak being a mixture of two Greek words, meaning beautiful and bad.
So you had this family where you had the good on one side and the bad on the other.
Ooh. The book is called The Kallikak Family, and it went viral. Well, viral for 1912.
Somebody tries to make a Broadway show out of it. I mean, it really, it totally penetrates popular culture and also high culture.
One of the reasons the Kallikak story went viral was that it really hit on a nerve. You see, in the beginning of the 20th century, America was really coming into its own. It was the promise of a great new nation. Cities were industrializing, businessmen like Henry Ford were reshaping America. And as many American intellectuals and Henry Goddard saw it, this dream was being dragged down by the feeble-minded.
For someone like Henry Goddard, it was a very disturbing time in places like New Jersey and Pennsylvania and New York, a real turbulent kind of change happening. You had white families who had been there since colonial times shifting from farms into the cities. And as they were going there trying to get work in the factories, there was a huge amount of poverty that they were suffering from.
On top of this, there were these waves of immigration, new people coming from Asia and Eastern Europe that many Americans were worried about. Ultimately, there was a fear that there were too many losers and bad hombres getting into America.
Waves of immigration that were starting to come, not just from England, but from other countries like Italy or Russia and so on. And I can't tell you how many people felt that there was this rising tide of feeble-mindedness in the country that had to be controlled if the country itself was going to survive.
In Henry's book, The Kallikak Family, he wrote, quote, "There are Kallikak families all about us. They are multiplying at twice the rate of the general population. And not until we recognize this fact and work on this basis will we begin to solve these social problems." End quote.
How is it a bestseller? It sounds like a bit of a dud read.
This is an explanation for, my own prejudices. And it's science.
And it's science, right. Something had to be done to stop this bloated class of morons from breeding. But what? Perhaps the morons and the imbeciles shouldn't be allowed to have children. Yeah, we're talking about eugenics, selectively breeding the human race. And the idea of eugenics had been bubbling along for years before the Kallikak story was published. In fact, Charles Darwin's half-cousin came up with eugenics about 30 years before. But by 1912, it had become really popular, and many highly respected intellectuals, men of science, were mad for it.
All of the leading universities had very prominent, outspoken eugenicists among their ranks. Presidents of universities like David Jordan, president of Stanford University, ardent eugenicist. Henry Osborn, president of the American Museum of Natural History, full-out eugenicist. So you can't say that this was some odd little perverse idea that just a few people had. This was mainstream.
When you go through the list of notable eugenicists, it reads like a who's who of the early 1900s. Like, there's Alexander Graham Bell, the guy who patented the first telephone, Margaret Sanger, who led the fight for birth control, she was a eugenicist, and even Helen Keller, who was blind and deaf. She was a eugenicist. And all this popular support to stop the morons from breeding, it wasn't just talk amongst highfalutin intellectuals. It led to real laws, where so-called morons were actually sterilized by the state. And that meant for men, vasectomies, and for women, tying or cutting fallopian tubes. And while some of these laws kicked in before the Kallikak Family was published, after the book came out, more and more states started passing laws to make sure that some morons couldn't have babies.
So this book was actually extremely influential. And Henry Goddard himself actually lobbied state governments to put sterilization laws on the books.
And when some questioned what was happening in the highest court, the Kallikak story showed up there too. In the 1920s, a case challenging these sterilization laws went all the way to the Supreme Court. The case focused on an 18-year-old woman from Virginia called Carrie Buck. And after she had a baby out of wedlock, she was deemed feeble-minded and sexually promiscuous. And the state wanted to sterilize her.
The state of Virginia, defending sterilization, actually presented the Kallikak family the book as part of their evidence to the Supreme Court.
Carrie lost the case. The judge wrote, "It is better for all the world if society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind." Carrie's mother and baby were also considered feeble-minded. And so the judge finished up by saying, quote, 3 generations of imbeciles are enough.
And the Supreme Court said, yeah, go ahead. Go off and sterilize.
So, Carrie was sterilized. And as a result of this judgment, now states could just keep sterilizing their so-called feeble-minded men and women. So while Henry's book was being brandished by politicians and lawyers and used to justify sterilizing America's poor and unwell, the story of the Kallikak family had become world famous. And it even makes its way across the Atlantic, where by the 1930s, an up-and-coming populist gets his hands on it. Adolf Hitler.
Ist die amerikanische Familie Kallikak. Die Nachkommen des Leutnants Kallikak.
This was a Nazi propaganda film, Das Erbe, or The Inheritance, and it was broadcast just after the Nazis got into power. In the film, we can see a man in a lab coat showing us all the branches of the Kallikak family tree, from the tavern wench all the way down to Emma.
Kallikak hatte aber noch ein voreheliches Kind mit einer geistesschwachen Frau.
We know that the Kallikak family became a iconic example of why the Nazis wanted to control reproduction, how they wanted to improve the master race through all sorts of increasingly horrific ways.
Back in America, the Kallikak family was also used to pass immigration laws that ended up making it harder for Jewish people fleeing the Nazis to reach America. After the Nazi eugenics program and the horrors of World War II became common knowledge, eugenicists in the US were shoved to the fringes. And even before then, as scientists realized that intelligence was more complicated than a feeble-minded gene, eugenics had started to fall out of favor within the scientific community.
You know, you have eugenics sort of disappearing from the names of societies, disappearing from the names of journals.
And Henry, after he wrote this hugely influential book supporting these now taboo ideas, what became of him? Well, he also stepped away from eugenics, but he always defended his great study of the Kallikak family.
He keeps insisting, no, this was good, solid psychology, science, good genetics, this is important stuff. But then after World War II, he was very old by that point, just, quieted down and then died in relative obscurity. His obituaries basically note, this is the guy who came up with the word moron.
But there's one final twist to this Kallikak story, a mystery that took 70 years to solve. That's coming up after the break. Welcome back. So we've heard the story of the Kallikak family, how one bad apple, one feeble-minded wench rotted the entire family tree, spawning generations of morons and freaking out America. The story supported sterilization laws and then spread across the Atlantic into Nazi Germany, before society agrees that eugenics is a bad idea. But the Kallikak story didn't completely fade away. In the mid-1960s, a college kid called David Smith heard about it at his school.
I was taught about the Kallikak family in college. It was sort of the prime example of heredity being destiny, and it just stuck with me.
Why was that?
Because it just sounded a little bit shaky.
David started thinking that this story was just a bit too tidy. Could one wench really spawn all these morons? Could genes be solely responsible for tainting generations of people? It just didn't make sense to him.
That's exactly right. Didn't make sense to me, and I was driven, I might say driven, to see what I could find out about it.
And part of the reason why David didn't quite believe this theory about your genes being the one thing that made you smart and successful or not was because he looked at his own life and he knew things were more complicated than that.
I came from a family who had no opportunity for education. My mother was a housewife. My father was a machinist at a railroad company. And sometimes I felt all I could hope to do was work for the railroad like my father had.
David saw his family in the Kallikaks, and it felt personal. David ultimately became an academic. He's now an emeritus professor at the University of North Carolina in Greensboro. And back in the 1980s, he wanted to know more about this Kallikak family. The first step was uncovering who Deborah Kallikak actually was, because back then, her true identity wasn't public knowledge. So, David went to where it all started, to Vineland in New Jersey, to see what he could find.
I went to the institution where she had been institutionalized and didn't get any leads there. But then as I left that town, I stopped into a little diner, and the people at the table next to me saw that I had Virginia tags on my car, and they wanted to know why was I in Vineland, New Jersey. I told them and what I needed to know, and they said, well, we know her. We've been volunteers at the institution for years. And they gave me her real name, and my journey began unraveling the story.
By the time he knew that Deborah Kallikak was actually Emma, she'd already died. But David's detective work was just beginning.
Once I had the name, then I could go to courthouses and historical societies.
David ended up tracking down a lot of Emma's relatives.
And I found that the story of the Kallikaks was a myth.
A myth. In fact, it was complete nonsense.
Some of the so-called good Kallikaks were not so good, and all of the bad Kallikaks were not so bad.
There were lots of people with respectable jobs on the bad side of Emma's family. Bank treasurers, policemen, and school teachers. And take for example that guy, Old Horror, the illegitimate child of the revolutionary soldier and the tavern wench. Well, David worked out that he owned property, and according to the census of 1850, his whole family could read, which was a pretty good lot for back then.
He was not a horror. It was not so much Old Horror as the horror that was placed on this family.
Not only did Henry call people feeble-minded when there wasn't the evidence for it, but he just totally messed up the family tree. Like Old Horror, he wasn't even the revolutionary soldier's kid. He was his second cousin.
That's right. I think it is pretty incredible, but it's true.
So, the so-called science that people were using to justify these sterilization and anti-immigration laws, it was garbage to begin with. And we now know that intelligence doesn't just flow through our genes. Yes, having smart parents helps. But scientists have come to realize that our environment, like where we go to school, does play an important role too. And what happened to Emma, aka Deborah Kallikak? Well, when Emma was in her mid-20s, she got too old for the Vineland Training School. So they sent her to another facility across the road for feeble-minded women. And she stayed there for the rest of her life. Do we know, was she feeble-minded?
No, she wasn't.
Well, feeble-minded as a label is pretty meaningless to begin with. But still, when we look at school records, it said that Emma, while she struggled with reading and numbers, she was good at other things, like carpentry and taking care of kids. And sometimes she'd even be put in charge of kindergarten classes.
But the more I looked into it, I saw that she had been needlessly institutionalized for most of her life.
Emma never saw Henry again after she grew up. From what we can tell, she didn't seem to have any hard feelings, though. She named one of her cats after him. And Henry sent her a Christmas card where he wrote to her his theories of intelligence. And it seems Emma appreciated that he could share such complicated ideas with her. She told a staff member, quote, "The nicest thing about it is that he thought I have the brains to understand it, which of course I do." End quote.
Poor Emma, huh? She was caught in a trap of ideas at the time and had no chance of getting out.
Emma died at the age of 89, and she was buried on the institution grounds. The story of the Kallikaks is like this fable of how even the smartest people of the day, the scientists, the intellectuals, can get swept up by their own fears and prejudices. This study fed into people's worst instincts, and it gave them evidence and science to back up what they wanted to hear. And so many people just went along for the ride. And it's easy to sit back now and think, well, if this happened today, I wouldn't have fallen for this. I wouldn't have bought into these ideas. But I wonder, if we were making Science Versus in 1912, would we have shot down the story of the Kallikaks? Would we have seen this for what it was? I don't know. Nah, of course we would have gotten it right. That's Science Versus. This episode was produced by our senior producer, Caitlin Sori, me, Wendy Zuckerman, and Ramila Karnik, with help from Meryl Horn, Rose Rimler, and Shruti Ravindran. We're edited by Blythe Terrell, extra editing help from Alex Bloomberg and PJ Vogt. An extra thanks to Phoebe Flanagan, Peter Vischer, as well as Emily Albright for help with German translations. Fact-checking by Michelle Harris, mix and sound design by Emma Munger, music written by Bobby Lord and Emma Munger. And a huge thanks to all the Zuckerman family and Joseph Lavelle Wilson. Plus, you should check out Carl Zimmer's new book, She Has Her Mother's Laugh. It's all about genetics and heredity, and it's really, really fascinating. I first heard about the story of the Kallikaks in this book, and it totally blew my mind. Next week, we're tackling circumcision. Should you have your baby's foreskin cut off?
It wasn't like the kids were gonna say, "Oh wow, now you're a really cool guy because now you look like your penis looks like my penis. Come over to my house and we'll play football." You know.
I'm Wendy Zuckerman. Back to you next time. Hi, I'm Wendy Zuckerman, and you're listening to Science Versus from Gimlet Media. This is the show where we pit facts against foreskins. On today's show, circumcisions. To snip or not to snip? So how many circumcisions do you reckon you've performed?
That's a good question. I think we could say that more than 1,000.
That's a lot of willies.
Well, yeah.
And the man trimming all those willies is Dr. Andrew Friedman, a pediatric urologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. And when it comes to circumcisions, Andrew has heard it all. He's heard from anxious parents who don't know what to do, grown men who wish they still had their foreskins, and even teens struggling with their bodies. He told us about this one teenager who came to him asking to get cut because the other guys at school were teasing him for being uncircumcised. And Andrew was like, dude, it's not about the foreskin.
They're teasing you. They're not going to stop teasing you if you have a circumcision.
Did you really tell him that?
Yeah, because I do believe that. And he was the kind of kid who's kind of an awkward kid, a little socially awkward. I mean, like, he's the kid who's going to get teased. And it's unfortunate, but he didn't need to change his body. It wasn't like the kids were going to say, "Oh wow, now you're a really cool guy because now you look like your penis looks like my penis. Come over to my house and we'll play football." You know, it's just life doesn't work that way.
Okay, so Andrew doesn't think a circumcision will save you from bullies, and he spent a lot of time thinking about this. Several years ago, Andrew was asked to help write a review for the American Academy of Pediatrics, weighing up the pros and cons of circumcisions. And some people think there are a lot of cons. In fact, there's a group of people called intactivists. And they say it's better to leave the penis as it is. In other words, intact. They argue that this surgery is totally unnecessary and it's cruel. After all, you're taking a healthy baby and then cutting off a part of them.
People wrap up a lot with their penis, and I have received thoughtful letters from adult men who feel like something was taken away from them and are really angry.
So, do these intactivists have a point? And if you're a parent trying to make this decision for your baby, what are you supposed to make of all this? To find out, we are entering the foreskin firestorm ourselves and asking, 1, what are the risks of getting a circumcision? Could it hurt the baby? 2, what are the benefits? Can it prevent infections like UTIs or more serious stuff like HIV? And 3, as weird as it is to think about your baby growing up and having sex, we have to ask, could this affect his sex life? And yes, there are religious and ethical questions about circumcision. But I'm a science journalist, not a rabbi. So today, we're focusing on the scientific questions. Because when it comes to circumcisions, there are lots of willies.
Well, yeah.
But then there's science. Science versus circumcision is coming up just after the break. Welcome back. So, people have been cutting off foreskins for ages, millennia even, all around the world. But in the United States, circumcisions didn't become widespread until around the turn of the 20th century, where some doctors began to promote it as a sort of cure-all for all kinds of health problems. They even said it would stop boys from masturbating. But where there's a willy, there's a way. By the 1970s, though, more and more people started questioning, why are we doing this? And today, fewer and fewer parents are choosing this for their kids. According to the most recent stats from the Centers for Disease Control, around 40% of baby boys born in the US didn't get circumcised. And in some parts of the country, intact boys are actually in the majority. So, did these kids dodge a bullet? Our first question for today. What are the risks of this surgery? Because lopping off a baby's foreskin sounds pretty scary. Andrew, our pediatric urologist, told us that one common device you can use...
Sort of looks like a cigar cutter.
Yeah, a cigar cutter. Here's how it works. The foreskin is separated from the head of the penis, pulled forward.
And then you clamp it down and you basically just cut straight across.
The way that circumcisions are done with this, like, cigar cutting tool, like, you would think that like a lot could go wrong often. You know, it seems like it's like there's like a little penis and a little foreskin, and then you have a sharp knife near it all. Can you cut off the penis?
Okay. Having been in practice for 20 years, I've seen this 3 times. Okay, in 20 years.
I'll be back tomorrow.
In all those cases, the penis wasn't lopped off. It had just been clipped a little. Did you do it those 3 times?
No.
Andrew says he was called in to fix these mistakes. And he says that these cases are, of course, awful, but they're also very uncommon.
It's a bad thing. It shouldn't happen. But I'll acknowledge